Chapter 1. Early October 2015. On a sunny fall morning, Megan Conway sat at a long table in her herb shop, knowing it was the start of another very busy day. She glanced out of the front window longingly, wanting to head to the nearby Rocky Mountains and spend her day hiking. Fall was her favorite time of the year. She loved the smell of the autumn leaves as they changed into the colors of red, yellow, and orange. She could almost hear the dried leaves crunching under her feet as she walked along one of her favorite hiking trails. She glanced at her hiking buddy, Apollo. Apollo was a greyhound dog whom Megan had purchased through a rescue program about 6 months ago. As if sensing Megan was thinking about him, the dog stood and walked to her side. Placing his head in her lap, he silently asked for attention. She reached down and patted his colorful head. He was considered a brindle color with a mixture of black, brown, and white. She absolutely loved this dog and was glad she had found him. He had been a racing dog who had lost too many races, so his owner retired him. Megan knew that many times when this breed of dog stopped winning races, they would be put down. But luckily, Apollo's owner had made arrangements for him to be placed in a good home through a greyhound rescue company. For a racing dog, Apollo wasn't very active. He was perfectly happy sleeping on his large, comfortable bed in the corner of the office. He rarely showed his face to customers. Although he was content to lounge the day away, when he was given the opportunity to walk and run, he could do so for a long time. Megan spent many hours with him on walks and hikes, making sure he got the exercise he needed. Apollo settled himself next to Megan as she continued to measure small amounts of herbs to be put in packets for different types of teas that she and her mother sold in their shop. The greenhouse shop was a dream come true for her mother, and Megan wanted to do everything she could to help it be successful. They had been in business for almost 5 years now, and their clientele grew each year. One of their most popular products was the tea packets Megan was compiling. They were a combination of herbs designed to give a person different health benefits. The particular one she was working on helped alleviate migraines. She glanced at the clock, seeing that she only had 30 minutes before the shop opened at 10. She still had to arrange the shelves with some new products that had arrived late the evening before. Usually her mother was there to help, but she had a dentist appointment that morning and wasn't planning on arriving until later. Megan loved her job and was grateful that her mother was able to pay her enough so that she could maintain a good enough salary to support herself. She had lived with her mother in the condo she had grown up in until 6 months ago, when she was able to rent a small studio apartment in downtown Denver, near where her best friend Abby lived. She scooped the herbs she measured into a small bag and sealed it. Setting it aside with the other packets, she started the process of measuring again. Looking around the small shop, she smiled to herself. Her mother had allowed Megan to decorate it to suit her tastes. She had tried to keep the decorations fairly natural looking and had gone to different antique shops looking for unique pieces. She had discovered a love for antiques and enjoyed browsing the shops for new inexpensive pieces they could display. They already had several tin signs from a pharmacy that was no longer in business, but had been located in the heart of Denver nearly 75 years ago, which she had arranged in old-fashioned wooden frames. Other frames held arrangements of different types of dried herbs under the glass. Her favorite item she had found was an old scale, which didn't work well anymore due to its age, but she loved the character of it. Megan's mother, Barbara Conway, had become pregnant with her when she was 17 years old. Megan had never known her grandparents or her father. Barbara's parents hadn't been supportive when she wanted to keep her baby, so they had refused to help her in any way. Barbara was originally from Austin, Texas, but had moved to Denver a few months before Megan was born to start a new life for herself and Megan. Barbara spent the first few years of Megan's life working in various restaurants around Denver, but her real love was herbal remedies and homeopathic medicine. She spent her free time learning all she could about them. After a few years, Barbara had been able to get a job at a local herb shop, which also had a small apartment located above the store. This was where Megan and Barbara had lived, and part of the rent was included in Barbara's salary. Soon after, Barbara was able to earn a certificate at a local school in homeopathic medicine. The woman who owned the shop didn't have any problem having Megan there when she wasn't in school. Megan remembered this new job being a turning point in her mother's life. Barbara had begun smiling and laughing more and started to take Megan to the mountains whenever they had some free time. Megan reflected that this was probably why she enjoyed the mountains so much. She saw it as the beginning of the good life they had now. She would always be grateful to the woman who had given her mother the job and a second chance. Barbara worked very hard and after a few years had been promoted to a management position. Eventually, Barbara basically ran the shop by herself. Throughout Megan's years of growing up, her mother taught her everything she knew about herbs and healing. Soon after Megan graduated from high school, the owner of the shop started to have some serious health problems and decided to sell it. The woman offered to sell it to Barbara, but her mother decided she wanted to live in another part of Denver where there were more businesses available. She decided to open her own shop. They were able to find a building with inexpensive rent, and the rest was history. Both Megan and her mother worked very long hours, and now the results were finally starting to show. Megan was also certified in homeopathic medicine, having earned her own certificate soon after she graduated from high school. The shop had developed a good reputation for a mother-daughter team. Finishing the last tea packet, Megan quickly cleaned up the small amounts of dried herbs that had scattered across the counter. As she wiped down the last corner of the table, her phone vibrated, indicating she had just received a text. It was from her mother. "We'll be here longer than planned. I have a filling that needs to be replaced." Megan smiled at the small, teethy, frowny face her mother had included with her text. "No worries," Megan responded. "All is well here at the shop." As she set her phone down, a pounding sounded at the back door and she hurried to open it, thinking it was one of the delivery trucks that came once a week with supplies. Her heart fell when she saw it was the building's owner, Mr. George Manning. The last thing she wanted to do was let him in. He was an older man, probably in his late 50s. His hair was almost white and always looked like he needed a cut. Megan wondered if he ever combed it. "Hello, Mr. Manning," Megan greeted him politely as she held the door partially open, doing her best to let the older man know she didn't want him to enter. Mr. Manning grunted his hello and pushed Megan aside as he entered the building, ignoring her hint. He was shorter than the average man, even shorter than Megan's 5 feet 6 inches. He had gained quite a bit of weight over the last few years, and he always seemed to be out of breath when he moved. Apollo came to Megan's side with a slight growl, and she touched his head to quiet him. Mr. Manning hated dogs and had once threatened to call animal control if Megan didn't keep Apollo away from him. She found it interesting that Apollo was friendly to everyone he met. Everyone except Mr. Manning. For some reason, he didn't like the man. Megan couldn't say she blamed the dog. "Can I help you?" Megan asked politely as she glanced at the clock, keeping her hand on Apollo's head. She only had a few minutes before she opened the shop and hoped she could get rid of Mr. Manning as soon as possible. She was glad when he ignored the dog after glaring at him for a second. Experience had taught her that she wouldn't be able to get rid of him easily. He owned the entire building where the greenhouse shop and other small businesses were located, and he acted like each business was his own. Megan couldn't count how many times he had come into the shop giving unwanted advice about the decor, what they sold, and how much they sold things for. He seemed to think his advice was wanted and would act hurt or sometimes even angry when his comments and suggestions were ignored. Megan knew her mother put up with Mr. Manning only because the rent was so reasonable, but she wished there was a way they could keep him from entering their shop whenever he felt like it. "Where's your mother?" Mr. Manning growled as he glanced at the pile of finished tea packets Megan had just made. "She's not here at the moment," Megan informed him. "Why isn't she here? She's always here to open the shop." The last thing Megan wanted to do was tell him her mother was at the dentist. "She's running errands and will be here before lunch." Mr. Manning grunted again. "Well, I don't have time to wait around." He pulled a battered envelope out of his back pocket. "I trust that this will get to her in a timely manner. It contains important changes about this building." Megan frowned at him. Did he really think she would throw the envelope away or hide it from her mother? She hated the way he treated her, as if she was a young child with no thoughts of her own. Of course. She took the envelope and placed it on the table. Mr. Manning didn't look convinced and continued to frown at her. Megan heard another knock, this time on the front door. She knew it was probably Mrs. Peterson, one of their regular customers, who always came the minute they opened. "I need to go open the front door," Megan said, glad that she had an excuse to get Mr. Manning to leave. "Was there anything else?" "Tell your mother that I'll be by later this afternoon to talk to her." The older man turned and left the shop without another word, and Megan sighed with relief. She absolutely hated it when he came around. She always got bad vibes from him. Megan locked the back door after Mr. Manning left and quickly ran to open the front door to let in Mrs. Peterson and another customer. "You're late," Mrs. Peterson said without greeting Megan. "I'm very sorry," Megan told her with a smile. "Are you here to purchase your usual supply of tea packets?" "I would like to look around first," the woman replied. After greeting the other customer, who also wanted to look around, Megan quickly placed the newly packaged teas on the shelves in their rightful places. For the next hour, Megan was busy helping customers make their purchases. Being certified in homeopathy, she had quite a bit of knowledge about what various herbs can do to help different health issues, but she was also very careful not to diagnose anyone or lead customers to believe that the herbs would cure anything. Mrs. Peterson had severe arthritis in her hands. She swore that a mixture of herbs Barbara had created were the only thing that was keeping her from becoming an old, crippled woman. She came faithfully once a week, walking slowly from her nearby one-bedroom apartment to purchase what she needed. Mrs. Peterson was an abrupt woman, stating exactly how she saw things, but Megan had learned to love the older woman and was glad that the tea helped her have a normal life. Megan was kept busy over the next hour with customers. She hoped her mother would arrive soon. It was definitely better when there were two people working in the shop, one to help the customers with suggestions, and one to stock shelves and ring up purchases. All the while, Megan was wondering what was in the envelope Mr. Manning had dropped off. She hoped it wasn't anything to be concerned about. Mr. Manning gave envelopes to her mother quite regularly. Her mother never shared with Megan what information was in them. The one time when Megan asked, her mother waved her hand as if the letters didn't matter. "You know how he is, everything is an important letter, they're nothing to be concerned about." Once the shop was empty again, Megan walked to the back room and picked up the envelope where she had left it. She instantly noticed that it wasn't sealed. She looked around as if half expecting her mother to show up out of nowhere. Did she dare open it and see what was inside? Quickly, before she could talk herself out of snooping, she opened the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper. She started to read its contents, and her heart dropped at the words. Mr. Manning reminded her mother that they had signed a 5-year contract, and that the time was up to renew. Given that the economy wasn't what it used to be, and with inflation, he felt he needed to up the rent. Megan gasped in disbelief at the new amount. It was almost twice as much as what they were paying. They had 30 days to either sign another contract or find a new building. Megan sat down in the nearest chair. How could he think it was fair to almost double their rent? She was sure he was aware that they wouldn't be able to afford the increased amount. What were they going to do? She quickly slid the letter back into the envelope and placed it on a small table her mother used as a desk. She picked up her tablet and settled herself behind the counter near the cash register. Glad that the shop was empty for the moment, she decided to start a search for a new building to rent. Over the next 10 minutes, Megan quickly realized that they weren't going to be able to find a new place quickly within their price range, and that fulfilled their qualifications of location and zoning laws. Sighing, she pulled out her cell phone from her pocket and dialed the number of a realtor whose advertisement she had seen on one of the websites she looked at. No one answered, so she left a message for the woman to call her back. Megan hoped she would be able to find something that she could suggest to her mother that would be an alternative to staying in their current building. She knew the letter was going to be a shock. Chapter 2. It was mid-afternoon before her mother appeared. After the dentist appointment, Her mother had called and asked Megan if she could take some time to run a few errands. Her mouth was half numb from the dental procedure, and she felt she could use the time to get some other things done until her mouth was back to normal. Megan agreed, feeling relieved that her mother wasn't going to find out about the letter for a few more hours. When her mother did arrive, Megan was busy with customers, and so she couldn't warn her about the letter. She knew her mother had found it when she appeared at her side, a frustrated look on her face. "Let me take over. We had a delivery from the Rocky Mountain Herb Company. Why don't you get those boxes emptied?" her mother suggested. Megan smiled at her in agreement and went to work on emptying boxes. The rest of the day flew by and soon 6 o'clock arrived. Her mother changed the sign from open to closed and locked the door. Megan suddenly realized that Mr. Manning hadn't put in an appearance like he had threatened, and she was glad he hadn't followed through with his plan. Quickly pouring some chamomile tea into 2 mugs, she gave one to her mother. This was a ritual they did together almost every day after closing. It was a time to relax together and talk about their day before parting for the evening. Sometimes they talked about changes they could make in the shop. Other times they threw around new ideas or talked about their experiences with the customers. Megan knew that tonight they would be talking about Mr. Manning's letter. "I guess you know about the letter and the raise in rent," Barbara said with a small smile after she took her first sip of the tea. "Yes," Megan admitted. "I know I shouldn't have opened it, but Mr. Manning was acting funny." "I suspected something like this was going to happen," Barbara confessed. "After all, our contract is up. I just hoped it would have been a reasonable amount." "Well, we can't stay here," Megan said firmly, and was relieved when her mother nodded her head in agreement. Part of her had wondered if her mother would insist on trying to figure something out so they could stay. "I know. We'll have to find something else. I just hate the idea of having to start over." "Yeah, I had a little bit of free time this morning and did some research on the internet just to see what's available." "Did you find anything?" her mother asked, and the hope in her eyes made Megan feel worse. Megan shook her head. "I contacted a real estate agent and left a message. Maybe someone who has access to information about all the buildings for rent in the Denver area can find us something." Barbara smiled her thanks and then sighed. "I hate the thought of moving so close to Christmas. It's already October. The likelihood of finding a place in this area is slim. We are going to lose clients." "Maybe we can make a website and start selling at least some of our products through it," Megan suggested. It was an idea she'd had a few years ago, but her mother was resistant to the idea. She wanted the shop to be more personable, and she didn't want to have to worry about trying to operate an online business along with everything else. "It's something to think about anyway," Barbara replied. They were both silent for a moment before Barbara spoke again. "There is at least one thing good that will come out of all this." "What's that?" "We will no longer have to deal with George Manning." Megan nodded her head in agreement. "He gives me the creeps. He is one person I will definitely not miss." She stood and took the empty mugs to a small sink and rinsed them out. "Who knows, Mom? Maybe this move will be good for us. Sometimes something bad has to happen to cause a good change." "You're right, dear," her mother agreed. "It was a blessing that we found this building to rent 5 years ago, but it's old, and Mr. Manning has caused many problems. Hopefully we can find something better." Barbara stood and went to a small closet to pull out a broom. "Let's get things cleaned up. If you would like, you can take tomorrow off to make up for being here by yourself for most of the day today." "It's okay, Mom," Megan said with a smile. "I don't need time off." "Take some anyway," her mother almost ordered. "You've been here every day for the last 2 weeks. You need a break." Megan hesitated, then nodded in agreement. "Okay. I do have some things I need to do." Less than an hour later, Megan let herself into her small studio apartment, Apollo at her side. She set her bag down on the love seat and went to the fridge to see if there was anything she could eat. Opening the door, all she could see was a half-gallon of milk, a few eggs, a small block of dried cheddar cheese, and a jar of green olives. She sighed and closed the fridge door. "I guess I need to order Chinese again," she muttered. "I'll go shopping tomorrow." She picked up her phone and called in her order. Then she noticed that her best friend, Abby, had called sometime that afternoon and had left a message. She was puzzled because Abby never left a message unless it was important. They had an unofficial agreement that when one of them called the other, since their phones let them know of the missed call, they didn't need to leave a message unless it was very important, and the call would eventually be returned. Without bothering to listen to the message, Megan quickly dialed Abby's number, glad when her friend answered on the first ring. "Finally," Abby said without a greeting. "What's wrong?" Megan asked with concern, her heart beating quickly. "Nothing. I just wanted to see if you want to go out tonight." Megan smiled to herself, glad that Abby was all right, but still confused as to why her friend had left the message. "What do you want to do?" "I'm going out with Roy and he has a friend." "No," Megan interrupted firmly, knowing immediately that Abby wanted her to go out with her boyfriend's friend. "I don't do blind dates, you know that. But you didn't even let me tell you about him." She could practically hear Abby pouting over the phone. "I don't want to know." Abby was silent for a moment. "When was the last time you had one of your dreams?" she asked quietly. This time Megan was the one who was silent for a moment. "It's been a few weeks now." Since her early teenage years, she had dreamed of a certain boy. As she grew up, so did he. Now that they were both adults, the dreams started to feel incredibly real and emotional, and she sometimes wondered if he was supposed to be her future husband. The dreams used to excite her. The thought of dreaming about her possible future husband was thrilling and had made her feel special and unique. Now she knew better. The man she dreamed about wasn't real. The dreams were only a reminder of how lonely her life felt without love. But she always reminded herself that she had plenty of time to marry. After all, she was only 23. Really, maybe you won't have one again. After a few long moments of silence, Megan spoke. "I hardly think about them anymore, if you want the truth." She quickly changed the subject. "I have tomorrow off. I want to go hiking in the mountains. Can you come?" Abby sighed with disappointment. "I have to work. I wish I knew a few hours ago that you were going to have tomorrow off, because I also had the day off, but I was asked to cover for another nurse at the office." Megan smiled for the first time since Abby had answered her phone. Abby was a nurse at a pediatrician's office and was excellent at her job. "Well, have a good time tonight." She could tell that Abby wanted to argue, but then she sighed in defeat. "I will. You don't know what you're missing, though." "I don't do blind dates, Abby," Megan said firmly. Soon after she hung up the phone, the doorbell rang, and Megan paid the delivery boy for her food. Sitting at her small kitchen table, she quickly ate about half of it, putting the leftovers in the fridge to be eaten the next day. Megan fed Apollo some dog food, and then she decided to spend some time cleaning her small apartment. It was really a one-room studio, with the kitchen and dining area on one side of the room and a small sofa on the other that folded out into a bed. The bathroom consisted of a small shower, sink, and toilet. It wasn't much, but it was hers, and she loved it. "And it only takes me an hour to clean the entire place," she said to herself with a grin. Later that night, she made plans for what she was going to do the next day. She had to go grocery shopping and return some library books. She also wanted to sleep in. She turned on her small screen TV and started to watch a movie she had been wanting to see through a website, but the movie didn't hold her attention. She kept thinking about the day's events. Even though her mother hadn't shown how concerned she was, Megan knew she was very worried about the future of the shop. Megan liked to make lists, and this time was no different. Pulling out her tablet, she started typing out a list of ideas she could do to help her mother. One of them was to find a way to purchase herbs wholesale at a cheaper rate than they were already getting. After writing down a few ideas, she decided she would go on a hike in the nearby mountains after she finished her errands. Megan kept herself busy that evening because of one main reason. She didn't want to think about the dreams Abby had asked her about. Early October, 1902. "Why don't you hold Johnny on your lap?" Dr. Keegan Callahan suggested to the boy's mother. The 2-year-old didn't want anything to do with him since the last time he was in the doctor's office. Keegan had needed to stitch up a deep cut in his hand. "Taking out the stitches shouldn't take very long." Mrs. Miller nodded, her eyes tired. She pulled the boy onto her lap. "Hush, Johnny. Let Dr. Callahan do his job." The boy's cries quieted into whimpers as his mother held him. Keegan worked quickly, and a few minutes later all 10 stitches were removed. "It looks like it healed well, Mrs. Miller," Keegan told her. He handed her a small jar of ointment he had prepared himself. "Spread this on his hand a few times a day. It should help the scar disappear." Mrs. Miller nodded as she slid the jar into the pocket of her faded dress. "Thank you, doctor." The woman stood, holding Johnny on her hip. "I'm afraid I can't pay you right now, but my husband said he'd be in to settle the bill." Keegan smiled. "Don't worry about it. We can work something out. I'm just glad you brought Johnny in. Cuts like that can get infected very easily without the right care." The woman smiled tiredly again. A few minutes later, she left, Johnny by her side. Keegan sighed as he cleaned up the mess from removing the stitches. It had been a long day, and he was glad Johnny was his last patient. He was pleased that Mrs. Miller had brought Johnny into the office, but he knew she had been expecting the older doctor, Henry Thomas, to treat her son, and had been hesitant to let a younger doctor near him. But Dr. Thomas hadn't been in the office since he had been called away to help a man who had broken his leg. Keegan felt a little frustrated at some of the townspeople's viewpoint that he was too young to be a doctor. He was 25 years old and had gone back east to the Harvey Medical College for 2 years, earning a medical certificate and training in doctor skills, as well as homeopathy. But in many people's eyes, Dr. Thomas was a much better doctor because he had over 30 years of experience. Keegan's only experience was a few years working with Dr. Thomas while he was in high school before he left for Chicago, along with a few months since he returned. Having the certificate mattered little to some people. It was experience that counted. Dr. Thomas didn't seem too concerned that Keegan wasn't being accepted as a doctor. He told Keegan that most people didn't like change, as they were used to him being around, and they could see that Dr. Thomas trusted him. They would start to trust him too. Treating Johnny was the first step, and he hoped that Mrs. Miller would spread the word that Dr. Callahan really did know what he was doing. Keegan sighed again as he stood, looking out of a window in the office. It had been a rainy fall day, so the weather was cooler than it usually was for October. But the sun was starting to peek through the clouds, and Keegan noticed how clean everything was after the rainstorm. It had washed off the dust that coated the buildings and windows, but the rain had also created mud puddles in the streets. He had been living in Denver since he was 15 years old, although he usually spent a few months at his family's ranch in the mountains during the summer. He loved this city and its people. He had wanted to be a doctor since he was a young boy. He finally was where he wanted to be, doing what he wanted to do. Now he just needed to gain the people's trust. He turned away from the window and finished the cleanup. He knew Dr. Thomas wasn't going to be back for at least a few more hours, so he tacked a note to the door, letting anyone who needed a doctor know to come to his home, which was located only a short distance away. After locking the door, he walked briskly towards his house. As he approached his large Victorian house, he felt mixed feelings. He had lived in this house while he attended school as a teenager. The previous owners, Victoria Hilton and her husband Collins, had become close to his family. Victoria was the one who first introduced Keegan's oldest brother Patrick to Kimberly, the woman he eventually married. Victoria had run a mail-order bride business that had been very successful, and that was how Patrick and Kimberly had met. Collins had been her butler before they married. Sadly, Collins died 2 years ago. Victoria hadn't lasted more than a few months and passed away as well. Keegan didn't know much about love, and he knew that most doctors would scoff at his thoughts, but he really felt Victoria had died from a broken heart. The love between her and Collins had been real and strong. Collins had been her second husband, and she hadn't wanted to live without him. When the will was read after Victoria's death, Keegan found out that she had left her house to him, which was a huge shock to everyone. Neither Victoria nor Collins had children, so Keegan's family had become their family. He wasn't surprised they wanted to deed the house to someone in his family, but why him? He wasn't even married. Why didn't Victoria deed the house to one of his brothers or his sister, Bridget, or even Bridget's in-laws, Douglas and Michelle? They had been caretakers of the house and grounds for quite a few years, until they moved to the ranch after Douglas suffered a minor heart attack. When Keegan thought of things logically, neither of his brothers would have wanted the house. They were perfectly happy running the family ranch deep in the Rocky Mountains and living with their wives and children. His sister Bridget lived in Denver with her husband and children nearby, in a nice house of their own. At first, Keegan tried to ignore the fact that he now owned one of the largest and nicest homes in Denver, but eventually he moved in, since he did need a place to live. A few weeks later, a good friend from college, Dr. Nathan Young, moved in with him, hoping that the people of Denver would want another doctor. Keegan wasn't sure if Denver would accept 2 new young doctors, but he was glad his friend was living in the large home with him. Victoria and Collins left enough money in a special bank account that allowed Keegan to keep a housemaid, butler, and gardener on staff, and he rarely needed to worry about maintenance or upkeep. The housemaid also cooked for them, and Keegan had to admit, it was nice to have enough money to pay people to take care of those jobs. Keegan decided to change his clothes and clean up for dinner. While he was changing, he heard the front door open and knew that Nathan had arrived. His friend had spent the day searching the area around Denver for another doctor who might want a partner, and Keegan hoped that Nathan had been able to find a position. Soon they both were seated at the large dining room table, eating a delicious meal the housemaid had prepared. After saying a blessing on the food, both were quiet for a few minutes as they enjoyed the first bites of roast beef and mashed potatoes with gravy. "So, any luck?" Keegan finally asked his friend. "Not so far. I might be able to apply at the hospital, but if I got a job there, I would need to move. It would take too long to travel back and forth every day," Nathan replied. Keegan nodded his head. "You can take the next week or so and continue to look for work before you make a decision like that." He was quiet for a moment before he brought up a subject he had been rolling around in his head all day. "I want to go visit my family at the ranch for a few days. Why don't you take my place at Dr. Thomas's office until I return?" Nathan hesitated and then nodded his head. "I can do that. I should be gone no longer than a week. I'm sure Dr. Thomas wouldn't mind if you took a few hours off to search for work. Has he said anything else about turning his practice over to you?" Keegan frowned. Nathan's words reminded him of a conversation he had had with Dr. Thomas the week before. The older doctor had told Keegan he was thinking about retiring and assumed Keegan would want to take over his business. Keegan didn't feel he was ready to be in charge yet, and he hoped the doctor held off retiring for at least another year, maybe 2. He knew many people wouldn't be too happy with the change. "Not since he told me about it last week," Keegan replied. "But if it does happen, maybe we could be partners. There should be more than enough work for both of us. I can't believe how busy we've been." "I was thinking the same," Nathan responded. "But until it happens, I'll need to find work somewhere else." "Well, you have a week's worth of work, at least until I get back from the ranch." "When will you leave?" "First thing tomorrow, I'm thinking. I haven't been able to see my family since August." "Take whatever time you need. I'll help, Dr. Thomas." Chapter 3. Keegan left early the next morning. After saddling his horse, he loaded 2 saddlebags with empty burlap sacks for the herbs he would be collecting. Kimberly had been a nurse before she married his brother Patrick. She had helped Keegan plant a large herb garden at the beginning of the summer. Keegan used many of the herbs to help people with different ailments. He loved the idea of using plants in his medical profession and had spent much of his time learning about how to use them properly while he was in college. After adding a bag of clothes and supplies to his horse, he was quickly on his way. He was soon out of Denver, heading towards his family ranch. It used to take almost 4 hours to travel from Denver to the ranch, but a small group of people had started farming about halfway between. Soon the area had grown into a small town that had been named Deer Creek. Because of their efforts, a road had been built from Denver to the new town. Soon after the road had been built, Keegan and his brothers had spent almost 2 months widening the path from Deer Creek to their own ranch. It now only took about 2 hours to get to there from Denver. Now they could even travel in a wagon or carriage instead of always on horseback, a change he knew the women in his family were grateful for. When Keegan was about a mile away from the ranch, he guided the horse off the dirt road and onto a path that ran along a wide river. The river led to the ranch and then continued deeper into the mountains. The sun shone through the trees that grew near the river, sparkling on the running water. He directed his horse into a fast trot, and he arrived at the ranch in no time at all. As he guided the horse to the barn and dismounted, a couple of his nephews spotted him. "Uncle Keegan!" Richard and Jonathan yelled as they ran toward him. The two cousins were 3 years apart, but they were best friends and could always be found together. "Hello, boys," Keegan said with a grin as he ruffled their hair. "How long can you stay? We didn't even know you were coming." "Can you take us riding?" the boys asked, talking over each other. "Whoa," Keegan laughed. "Settle down, boys. I'll answer you one at a time. I'm staying for about a week. No one knew I was coming. And yes, I'm sure we can go riding sometime while I'm here." Keegan started for the large family cabin as the boys continued their chatter. A woman poked her head out of the door and smiled. "Wow, look who the wind blew in," she exclaimed. "Hi, Kimberly," Keegan greeted her with a kiss on the cheek. Kimberly looked at the two boys. "I know you are excited that Uncle Keegan is home, but don't you have chores to do? Why don't you finish them? You will be able to spend time with Keegan later." The two boys looked disappointed, but they each muttered, "Yes, ma'am." Kimberly looked up at Keegan as Richard and Jonathan walked away, dragging their feet. You would think they would rather finish their chores quickly each day so they could enjoy their afternoons, but they would rather goof around all morning instead. "How are you? Is everything all right?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Keegan smiled. "I'm just fine. I missed you all, and I'm running out of herbs for the office. I thought I'd come and spend a week or so catching up with everyone." "Well, I won't complain about that." She looped her arm into his, leading him into the cabin with a big grin on her face. "Why don't you rest a minute? Lunch is almost ready." They walked into the large family cabin, and Catherine, Kimberly's eldest daughter, glanced up from a sewing project she had in her lap. "Keegan?" she exclaimed, running over to jump at him for a hug. "What are you doing here?" Keegan laughed. "Am I not allowed to come and visit my family?" He enjoyed teasing Catherine, and they picked up their usual banter easily. "Well, I guess so, but only if it's for a good reason." "Did you get fired?" Catherine said with a mischievous grin. "Catherine," Kimberly said, appalled at the rude behavior, "go finish that apron you're fixing and leave your uncle alone. It doesn't look like you've done much in the last few hours." "Mom, Keegan knows I'm only joking and sewing is so boring. Can't I finish it later?" Catherine did a convincing job of looking dejected. "Oh, hush. You could have fixed that tear in 15 minutes if you tried. Maybe next time you'll remember to take it off before you go play with the dogs again. Then you won't have to patch it up." Catherine made a face at Keegan, who chuckled as she walked back to her apron. "How is work going? Is everyone in town getting used to the idea of you practicing medicine on your own?" Kimberly asked as she walked into the kitchen, where one of his nieces, little Sophia, was found hiding in the corner. At 3 years old, she was incredibly shy, but after a couple of days, Keegan knew she would warm up to him. Kimberly started cutting some leftover beef for sandwiches. She had never been good at cooking, so when Nikki, Keegan's other sister-in-law who was married to his brother Sean, was too busy to cook lunch or dinner, Kimberly would usually just make sandwiches or warm up some bottled stew for everyone. Keegan knew that Nikki was usually in charge of the meals while Kimberly enjoyed working outside in the garden. "Not yet, but it looks like it's getting better. Dr. Thomas wants to retire and wants me to take over his practice." Keegan watched Kimberly closely for her response. "That's wonderful." Kimberly turned to look at him and noticed the hesitation on his face. "Or not. Doesn't that show you how much Dr. Thomas trusts you, despite being a new doctor?" "It's flattering, and I know it's a big opportunity. Dr. Thomas has the most patients out of any doctor in town. If I took over his office, I would get all those patients and would keep them until I'm ready to retire myself. I don't understand why, but something is making me hold back. I wonder if taking over Dr. Thomas's practice is not the direction my life is supposed to go. I understand that feeling. I experienced that myself right before I answered Patrick's ad in the newspaper. Keegan sighed, glad that she understood. Kimberly was actually from the future, from 2005 to be precise. He knew Kimberly must have wanted a change in her life since she had decided to go back in time to meet a man she had only exchanged letters with. Patrick had contacted Victoria and asked her to place a mail-order bride ad in a newspaper. It took him so long to get to and from town, it had been hard for him to be able to court anyone. Victoria had secretly used a set of keys she owned to place the ad in a newspaper from 2005. The keys held a strong power that allowed a person to travel anywhere and to any time period they wanted. Kimberly had found the ad, eventually traveled back in time, and married Patrick. That had started a chain reaction. One way or another, all three of Keegan's older siblings had married someone from the future. Kimberly's best friend from the future, Nikki, had traveled back in time to marry his brother, Sean. Keegan's sister, Bridget, had used the keys to travel to the future with the intent to enjoy a fun adventure and met Nikki's brother, Justin. They ended up back in Keegan's time, along with Justin's young son and Nikki's and Justin's parents. What else would you want to do? Are you thinking of moving to another town or city to start your own practice? Kimberly asked, interrupting Keegan's musings. I don't know. I can't imagine living far away from you all. I think I just needed to come out here to clear my head. Maybe by the end of the week I will feel better about taking over for Dr. Thomas. Keegan hoped that was what would happen. It had always been his dream to be a doctor. He knew it was a blessing that Dr. Thomas had enough faith and trust in him to give him his practice. When he first left for college, he was determined to come right back to Denver when he was certified. He never imagined that his dream might move him away from his family. I'm sure you'll figure everything out. Now, everything is ready for lunch. Can you go ring the bell to call everyone in? Kimberly wiped her hands on her apron and began to set the table. Keegan did as he was asked, and soon his two brothers, Nikki and his other nieces and nephews, came in to greet him with big hugs. Douglas and Michelle, Nikki's parents, also joined them, and Keegan's doctor eyes noticed how Douglas was moving slower than usual. Very quickly, everyone crowded around the large wooden table. Kimberly and Patrick had 3 children, Catherine and Richard, who were twins, and Josephine. Sean and Nikki also had 3 children, Jonathan, Patricia, and Sophia. Sean's oldest daughter, Colleen, was now an adult and no longer living on the ranch. She moved to Denver the year before. They were a large group now, almost too big to fit in the kitchen, but he knew that none of his family would ever think about changing their living situation. It was crowded and noisy, but that was how everyone liked it. He couldn't help himself and had to sit back and smile at his family as they ate. He watched how Richard and Jonathan slugged each other until Patrick gave them a stern look. Patricia and Josephine giggled over a joke Sean told everyone. Sophia kept her eyes on her plate, but every once in a while she would look at him through her lashes. He picked up a roll, spread butter on it, and placed it on Sophia's plate. She smiled shyly at him. Keegan leaned back in his chair and sighed with contentment. He was glad he had decided to visit his family. He would figure everything out this week regarding his job. Spending time with his family always helped him get through his ruts. Chapter 4, October 2015, the day after the bad news. Megan took a large breath of the fresh mountain air and let it out with a huge sigh of contentment as she looked around at all the trees. Fall was her favorite season because the mountains were so full of color. The leaves were changing from green to brilliant shades of orange, red, and yellow. The air was brisk enough that she knew she wouldn't overheat and would be able to push herself on the trail today. Her destination was a federally owned set of hiking trails. The most popular trail was part of a set that was very family-friendly and that led down to a small picnic area and a river. The trail she was choosing to take was longer and more difficult. It wasn't maintained as well because there weren't many who liked to use it. It was her favorite trail because each year the rain and runoff from winter snows would change the trail just enough to give her a new experience. A tree would fall in the path, and she would need to find a way over or around it. Or the river would flood enough that she would need to wade through it. She enjoyed the challenge. After about 10 miles, it ended at a crystal-clear small lake surrounded by mountains. It was a natural lake, formed by the runoff from yearly snowfalls. She started on the trail, keeping Apollo on his leash until they were deep enough along the path and she knew they wouldn't run into anyone. He was a well-trained dog and always came when she called. She knew he might run ahead of her, but he always came back. Apollo ran around happily, jumping in the long grass and nipping at the bugs he scared into the air. She worked up a good sweat after about an hour when Apollo plopped down under the shade of a pine tree, panting heavily. All the stress of her mother's shop eased out of her with every minute she spent in the mountains. There wasn't a place that made her happier. She took a minute to stretch. "I suppose it is time for a break, isn't it, boy?" She was out of breath herself and sank to the ground next to him. She pulled off her small backpack, grabbing a granola bar and some water. She knew this was about the time she would normally turn around and start heading back. Apollo would get his energy back once they rested, but he would tire again quickly. Once he decided he needed to rest, it was hard to get him moving again. The stubborn dog would lie down and refuse to get up until he had a nice nap. Today, however, she had different plans. She knew if she continued up the trail for another half hour, she would run into the large meadow full of different herbs. She really wanted to see what she could harvest for her mother's shop. The last time she visited the meadow, she had seen some of their best-selling herbs, such as turmeric, hawthorn, and chamomile. She hadn't picked any, as she wasn't sure if they actually belonged to anyone. She did some research the night before and decided the meadow was definitely located on federal land. That meant that the herbs were probably planted a long time ago and had miraculously continued to grow. She looked over at Apollo, trying to see if he would have enough energy to keep going. He was already up and sniffing around, so she figured he should be all right. Standing up, she climbed over a fallen tree and continued on the path. "Come on, boy." She patted her leg, and Apollo jumped over the tree with one big, graceful leap. "Crazy dog," she chuckled out loud. She had to jog to keep up with Apollo, so she adjusted her backpack to keep it from bouncing around. "I'm going to sleep well tonight, that's for sure," she thought to herself, a content smile on her face. Puffing, she got to the meadow sooner than she thought she would, since Apollo had been running half of the time and she had been moving faster to keep up with her dog. She bent over, trying to catch her breath for a moment. Once her heart rate came down a little, she stood up straight to get a better look at the herbs. The meadow was bigger than she remembered it being. Either that or it had grown larger. She swung her backpack off her shoulders to get some more water. Since the river was further away now, she pulled out a collapsible bowl for Apollo from her backpack and poured him some water as well. Once the dog drank 2 bowls worth, he laid down and fell right to sleep. "Serves you right for running so much, silly boy," she murmured to him as she patted his head fondly. After taking another few big gulps of water, she pulled out the bags she had brought with her to harvest the herbs in. She also pulled out her cell phone to check the time. She wanted to make sure she gave herself plenty of time to head back down the trail before it started to get dark. "Good, I have plenty of time to collect what I need," she muttered to herself, after noting that it was close to 2 o'clock. Carefully stepping through the tall grass over to where the herbs were growing, she looked to see if there were any signs that someone had been taking care of them. She felt a pang of guilt at taking something that wasn't hers, and wanted to make sure no one would miss them. She saw several weeds growing tall alongside some of the hawthorn and pulled them out to make sure they wouldn't kill the precious herbs. Once she was convinced that no one would miss them if she took some, she started carefully harvesting. She wanted to make sure they would grow again after she left, so she could come back in the spring in order to gather some more. Feeling awfully proud of herself, she gathered 2 large Ziploc bags of chamomile and lavender, one of hawthorn and another of peppermint. She sat back on her heels, calculating how many bags of tea the amount she gathered would make. It would easily supply them for a couple of weeks. Smiling, she looked around, hoping to find something else useful. She saw some beautiful purple flowers right outside the field, directly across from the pathway, and made her way over to them. She figured they didn't have healing properties, but she wanted to gather some of them so she would have something pretty to put on her kitchen counter. As she walked closer, she thought they looked familiar. It couldn't be, she murmured in shock. Megan leaned in and smelled, hoping the familiar scent would be there, and when it was, she gasped with delight. It was a red clover bush. The blossoms were used by many of their women customers, as it helped with menopause symptoms and clear skin. It was mostly grown in Asia, so it tended to be expensive. She carefully and quickly grabbed as many blossoms as she could, ending up with 3 small Ziploc bags. Gathering them up, she put those bags into her backpack on top of the others and zipped it up tightly. She slung it over her shoulder and made her way back to the trail where Apollo was starting to wake up. She stopped when she saw an opening in the trees out of the corner of her eye. The opening seemed man-made, so she thought maybe there was another clearing just behind the line of trees. She only had a few more bags, but maybe there would be some more herbs. She called Apollo over to her and started to walk closer. She soon realized it wasn't a clearing, but just a gap in the trees caused by a large circle of rocks about 5 feet in diameter. The rocks were clearly methodically placed, and the circle was almost completely perfect. That's odd, she thought, trying to figure out why someone would have placed rocks in a circle. Maybe to be used as a fire pit. They looked like they had been there for a long time. Some of them were almost buried in the ground, and grass grew between each rock. Other rocks sat right on top of the ground, as if they had just been placed there. Apollo came over to her then, having rested long enough to be interested in exploring his surroundings again. He froze, having seen something in the trees just beyond the circle of rocks. Growling, he crouched, then jumped toward the trees to catch whatever creature he had seen. As he was in midair above the circle, he suddenly disappeared with a silver shimmer right in front of Megan's eyes. "Apollo!" Megan yelled as her heart pounded. What had just happened? "Apollo, come!" she called again, doing her best to sound stern, but was far too terrified. Her words came out in a squeak. Where did he go? When Apollo didn't reappear, she carefully stepped closer to the circle of rocks. She held her breath and reached her hand into the circle, being careful not to step in it. She felt an intense, but not unpleasant, vibration. Pulling her hand back with a jolt, she tried to decide what to do. She spent a few moments putting her arm into the circle and then pulling it back, doing this over and over. Every time she felt the intense vibration which stopped the minute she pulled her arm away from the circle of rocks. There was definitely a power in the circle, although she had no idea what it was. Somehow, that power had made Apollo disappear. She didn't know what had just happened, but she couldn't just let her dog disappear. She just couldn't. She stood up, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. She took one large step into the circle. The tingling hit her whole body with a buzz, and she felt as if she was falling. A bright light shined right in her face, making her squeeze her eyes shut even tighter. She felt the hair on her arms raise in a heavy vibration that made her slightly dizzy. Then just that quickly, everything stopped. She slowly opened her eyes and noticed that she was lying on the ground, flat on her back. She sat up and looked frantically around for her dog. She saw Apollo sniffing around, acting completely normal, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she knew he was safe, she tried to figure out what had happened. Megan looked around, and her eyes widened in shock. She was still in a small meadow, but all the trees that were nearby were gone. She stood up with the intent to get away from the circle of rocks, and was even more shocked that it was no longer there. She saw a cluster of cabins a few hundred yards away and a large barn a short distance from where she was standing. Her brain couldn't accept what she was seeing. How could everything have changed so much so quickly? She took a couple of steps and then sat down on the ground to try and clear her spinning head. Apollo ran up to her and licked her face. Where was the trail? She didn't see anything she recognized. She saw some movement towards the barn and gasped in shock. The man that she had dreamed of for years was walking toward her. This couldn't be real. Chapter 5, October 1902. The same day, Megan went hiking. The day after Keegan arrived at the ranch, he told his brothers he would take over some of the barn chores while he was there, which they gratefully agreed to. Soon after breakfast, he went to the large barn with the intent to clean out some stalls. Richard and Jonathan wanted to join him, but Nikki reminded them that they had some schoolwork to finish. Once he was at the barn, he started cleaning out the nearest stall. It wasn't the most pleasant job to be doing, but Keegan was grateful for the work, since it kept his mind off the big decision he needed to make. It took him most of the day to get the barn caught up on all the chores. He spent his time cleaning out stalls, mending bridles, and polishing saddles. It was mid-afternoon before he was finally done. Looking at the sun, he decided he had some time before dinner to check on his herbs in the garden. As Keegan left the barn and headed towards the herb garden, he was startled to see a small young man sitting in the middle of the field. Walking closer, he realized the man was wearing strange clothing, similar to what he remembered Nikki wearing when she first visited from the future. He watched carefully as the man stood, looking around at his surroundings as he turned in a small circle. He had on a bright red, short-sleeved shirt, pants that only came to just below his knees, and big, thick brown shoes. A blue jacket was tied around his waist by the sleeves. He had a bright pink and purple bag connected to his back. An unfamiliar dog stood next to him. The dog was quite large, its head coming almost to the man's waist. It looked very thin, as if it hadn't eaten in days. It was also very colorful, with black, brown, and white patches all over its fur. Keegan had never seen a dog that looked like this one did. He looked at the man again and watched as he continued to look around him, acting very shocked and scared. He couldn't possibly be from the future. All the keys had been destroyed. Keegan thought to himself, confused. It had been almost 10 years now since a man, Golan, had tried to steal the keys from them. Golan had used his own key he was in possession of to travel from his time, the medieval era, to Keegan's. Golan had somehow discovered Victoria had 2 other time travel keys, and he was determined to get them for himself. Golan ended up barricading himself and Keegan's young niece Colleen in the barn, demanding the keys, and using Colleen as a hostage. Golan didn't know that a few months before, Victoria had turned the 2 keys she owned over to Patrick and Kimberly, who immediately decided to hide them inside a cave a few miles away from the ranch for safety. Golan demanded that the 2 keys be given to him, and he didn't believe that the family didn't have them immediately available. Then, Golan had accidentally set the barn on fire. Sean and Patrick had been able to save Colleen, but Golan had become buried under some rubble and had been killed in the fire. After the fire was put out, no one in Keegan's family had been able to find Golan's key, so they were positive his key had been destroyed by the fire or somehow disappeared. Later, they found out that the 2 keys that were hidden in the cave had also disappeared. They soon learned that another man who watched over the keys had taken them into his possession for safekeeping. As far as Keegan knew, none of his family had seen the keys since those events so many years ago. Keegan had been staring at the stranger for some time, trying to figure out how he had gotten there and why he was wearing the clothes that he wore. Keegan dropped the empty bucket he was carrying and started walking over to the stranger. As he walked closer, he suddenly realized that the stranger's features were too feminine to be a man and was, in fact, a girl. She looked white as a sheet and kept shaking her head slightly as if she was in shock. As he walked closer to her, he could see that she was very pale and looked like she might faint. He was about to call out a calm greeting when Patrick came storming up behind him. "How did you get here? Where's your key?" Patrick demanded angrily. Keegan sighed. Patrick was very protective, and after the family's experience with Golan, He didn't take kindly to unexpected visitors in strange clothing that were obviously from other time periods showing up on his ranch. The girl's eyes opened even wider at the anger in Patrick's voice. I'm not sure. What do you want from us? Patrick was right next to her now, towering over her. Keegan hurried to him and put a hand on his shoulder to try to calm him down. Patrick, I don't think she means any harm, and she looks as if she is in shock. Let's get her. Before he could even finish his sentence, the girl collapsed to the ground, and he shot Patrick an annoyed look. Keegan bent down to make sure she was lying in a comfortable position and also quickly assessed that she hadn't hurt herself in the fall. Good job, you scared her half to death, he retorted as he bent down to try to help her. Guilt briefly crossed Patrick's face, but he stood his ground. We can't be too careful. She is clearly from a different time period. We need to make sure she isn't a threat to our family. Just then, the large, thin dog ran up to them and sat as close to the girl as he could. Keegan could tell Patrick hadn't noticed the dog because he looked at Keegan with surprise. Patrick stretched his hand out to greet the dog, but the animal growled at him. Keegan took a gentler approach and bent down without reaching out. He let the dog sniff him a moment before rubbing his neck. Soon the dog was licking his hands and wagging his tail, while also occasionally sniffing and whining at the girl. I don't think you have much to worry about. She looked terrified to be here. We should take her into the cabin so she can recuperate, Keegan told his brother. Patrick thought for a minute. Fine, but you need to stay with her the whole time she is in the house. I don't want her left alone for even a moment. I was already planning on it. It wouldn't do her any good to wake up in a strange house by herself, Keegan said dryly, partly just to get under his brother's skin. He knew Patrick was more concerned about what she could do if no one was watching her. Patrick glared at him for a moment, then his eyes softened. Keegan could tell he was starting to realize he may have overreacted. Do you need help to carry her inside? No, I think I can manage. I'll send one of the kids to find you and let you know when she wakes up. Keegan bent down to pick her up. He was startled to find she fit nicely in his arms. He had never been this close to a girl before, unless it was in his role as a doctor, and he found that he liked the feeling. The dog stayed close by the two of them all the way to the cabin. The animal was calm now, as if he was able to sense that Keegan was helping his mistress. More like a woman, Keegan realized as he held her. She looked young, but now that he was carrying her, he could tell she had the curves of a woman. He couldn't help but be fascinated by how short her hair was, nearly as short as his own. When he finally looked at her face, he was struck by her beauty. Heat crept into his cheeks at the realization, and he quickly shifted his focus to everything he needed to do to help her recover. As he entered the large family cabin, he noticed that Nikki was at the table with all the children doing schoolwork. Since they lived so far away from Denver, Nikki was the official teacher. Oh, my word, Nikki said as she saw Keegan holding the woman. Keegan could tell that Nikki instantly knew that this woman wasn't from their time, for she looked at the woman and then at Kimberly with surprise. Where did she come from? Kimberly asked, jumping up from the chair she sat in. A pile of socks she was darning fell to the floor. Out behind the large barn, she just kind of appeared. I think she is in shock. Where can I put her? Lay her down on the couch in the living room, Kimberly instructed. Very quickly, but with great care, Keegan laid the woman on the couch while Kimberly started a pot of water to boil so they could make her tea once she woke up. Keegan quickly filled Nikki and Kimberly in on what happened, including Patrick getting upset with the woman. All the children were crowded around the woman, whispering about how strange her clothes were. Her hair is so soft, Patricia crooned. Catherine and Josephine each had to take a turn and gently touched the woman's rich black hair. She is so pretty, Catherine sighed after she took her turn to feel her hair. Why is her hair so short? Are you sure she's a girl? Richard asked with suspicion. She is wearing boy clothes. She must be a boy, Jonathan decided. Your mom wears boy clothes sometimes, Patricia reminded Jonathan with a sneer. Just 'cause she wears pants doesn't mean she's a boy. She has weird-looking shoes on, Josephine commented, reaching out a finger to touch the brown leather. Okay, kids, I think we should give her some air. Why don't you go see if Kimberly has anything you guys can do? Keegan suggested. Or better yet, why don't you all go outside? Nikki added. But, oh man, Richard retorted with disgust. Why do we always have to miss things when they just get interesting? We'll let you know when she awakens and is ready for company, Kimberly reassured the children. Can't I stay and be your assistant? Josephine begged. I can help fetch a cloth with water on it to put on her brow and bring the tea when it's ready. I've got your mother to help me with that, Keegan said gently, pushing her and the other children in the direction of the kitchen and out the door. As the group of children went outside, the odd-looking dog came trotting in. He seemed to know exactly where the woman was and found her quickly. He lay down directly in front of the woman as if to watch over her. Where did the dog come from? Keegan heard Jonathan ask. Nikki went outside to do her best to answer the children's questions. Keegan chuckled after the kids left. He knew they were just being naturally curious, and having a strange woman just appear out of nowhere, who was also dressed very strangely, had to be a surprise to them. As far as he knew, none of them were aware that some of the family members were from the future. How does one explain that idea to young children? Just then, the woman started to moan and move a little. Keegan pulled a chair near her, making sure it was far enough away that he wouldn't scare her when she did wake up. He sat down on the chair. She stretched and reached out for her dog, who was standing next to her, his tail wagging happily. The dog licked her face. She opened her eyes and scratched the dog behind his ears. Hey there, Apollo. Did she just call her dog Apollo? Keegan asked himself. What a strange name. Her eyes shifted from the stone fireplace to the different chairs around the room and the big braided rug on the floor until she looked at him. She froze, and Keegan could tell she was on the verge of panicking again. It's all right. I saw you collapse just outside our barn, and I brought you inside so you could recuperate. I'm Keegan. She just sat and stared again for a moment, then shifted away from him as she leaned into the back of the couch. Thank you. Keegan smiled. Your dog has been keeping you very safe. Did I hear you call him Apollo? He could tell she was emotionally close to her dog and hoped the subject would put her at ease. She turned her attention to the dog and started petting him again, clearly uncomfortable. Yes, she answered simply. Keegan was at a loss now as to what to say. He was only trying to help, but she didn't seem to want to talk to him. Kimberly must have heard them talking and brought some tea for her from the kitchen. Here's some tea. I figured it might help settle your stomach. I'm afraid my husband may have given you quite a scare. I'm sorry about that, Kimberly told her warmly. The woman's eyes were glued to Kimberly. Oh, thank you. She took a sniff of the tea and closed her eyes. It's just what I needed. I don't remember much of what happened. Can you tell me where I am? This ranch is a few hours away from Denver, pretty deep in the mountains. Our family may be loud sometimes, but we don't bite. We will make sure you are safe and taken care of until we can find a way to get you home, Kimberly said, clearly knowing how to word the conversation so that the woman didn't suspect she had traveled through time. Keegan and Kimberly looked at each other and instantly made an unspoken agreement not to shock the woman with that conversation right after she woke up. I'm Kimberly, by the way, and this is my brother-in-law, Keegan Callahan. Can we get your name? The woman's eyes darted to Keegan, then straight back to Kimberly, as if she was afraid of him. Keegan couldn't figure it out. Why was she acting so scared of him? My name is Megan Conway, she said simply. Keegan could tell that she was starting to relax now that Kimberly was in the room. Where are you from? Kimberly asked, settling down next to her on the couch. I live in Denver. I have the day off work and decided to go for a hike. I was on a federal trail nearby. Confusion clouded her face as she paused, as if trying to figure out what was going on. She shook her head as if to clear it. I guess I got lost. Do you have a phone I could use? I'm afraid not. We are too deep in the mountains for a phone line or any cell reception. Keegan did his best not to look confused at all the new words. Kimberly had explained to him what a cell phone was once, but he didn't understand the logistics behind it. He could tell that Megan was also confused, but he knew it was for different reasons. How do you tell someone that they somehow traveled through time? I am going to go let Patrick know you're awake. He wanted to apologize. He's a good man. He's just protective of his family, and that can make him crazy sometimes. Keegan tried to joke, but Megan just looked back down at Apollo and said nothing. Trying not to feel hurt, he stood up to leave. Why don't you tell everyone the stew is ready as well? Kimberly suggested. Keegan just nodded, then left. He found the children sitting on the porch right outside the door, waiting for permission to come back inside. Go wash up, dinner is nearly ready, he ordered them without stopping. He continued on to find Patrick, Sean, and Nikki working in the small barn with a large black horse that had an injured leg. Dinner is ready, Keegan announced, stopping next to the horse and patting his neck. So, did you learn anything new about her? Nikki asked eagerly. Not much. Her name is Megan, and she said she lives close to Denver and was out hiking. She claims not to remember much about what happened and thinks she got lost. We decided to wait until later to tell her she traveled back in time. You'd better let Kimberly and me explain it to her. Poor girl is probably confused as all get out. She does look awfully pretty, though. Nikki was trying to be subtle, but she wasn't very good at it. She looked at Keegan as she spoke, watching him carefully. Keegan scoffed. That hardly matters. She won't say 2 words to me. Nikki just stood and grinned at him. She knew Keegan wouldn't care one way or another if the newcomer talked to him, unless he found her attractive. I wonder what time period she's from. It's obvious she is from the future, but what year? Nikki asked. I guess we'll find out soon enough, but we have to break the bad news to her first, Patrick commented dryly. The bad news? Nikki asked. That she is now in the year 1902, and that we have no idea how she got here or how to send her back to whatever time she's from. Megan watched as more and more of the family piled into the house for dinner. She counted 6 kids between the 2 families that lived there. Patrick had already come in and sheepishly apologized to her before rounding up all the kids to wash their faces and hands before they sat down. According to Kimberly, they were missing one girl, Colleen. She lived in Denver with her Aunt Bridget. Bridget was Keegan's older sister. Kimberly also explained that Nikki's parents and Patrick's brother Sean, who she later learned was Nikki's husband, would be joining them for dinner. Megan was amazed that everyone could fit around the large kitchen table, but there was enough room, and Kimberly even managed to find a space for her to join them. At first, Megan felt out of place, since she was used to eating dinner alone or with her mom. After a few minutes, however, she found she enjoyed the confusion that came with a big family. She couldn't figure out why everyone was dressed so old-fashioned and why there wasn't any sort of technology around. She finally settled on the conclusion that they were an Amish family. From what she could remember, the Amish didn't live with any technology. Some of them didn't have electricity or owned vehicles. They used a horse and buggy to get around. That was fine and all, but she had no idea how she was going to get in touch with her mom if they didn't have a phone line. It was getting dark, so it wouldn't be wise to try to hike down the mountain at this point. She would have to ask after dinner if they would have a way to help her get back to Denver. She was glad Kimberly was so friendly to her. She seemed to accept her sudden appearance with ease. She watched as Kimberly and Nikki rushed around, quickly putting dinner on the table, yet making it seem effortless. She tried to keep her mind off of Keegan, who had entered the cabin and sat in one of the chairs between 2 young boys. She wondered where she was going to sleep that night, noting to herself that she didn't want to be sleeping in the same cabin with the man she had dreamt about since she was a young girl. She didn't need to look at Keegan to know exactly what he looked like. He had dark brown hair that was slightly messy and sky-blue eyes. She couldn't believe he was actually real. Every time she looked at him, her head started to spin, filled with thoughts about everything that the dreams could mean at that point. It was obvious their lives were connected in some way, but she wasn't ready to find out exactly how. So, instead of dwelling on them, she began to chatter with Kimberly, who seemed to enjoy the conversation. Megan did her best to ignore this handsome man that she'd forever known in her dreams, as he sat directly across from her. So, to try to find a way to help my mom's shop, I came out here to look for some herbs. I knew of a place that had a whole field of them. You wouldn't believe how rare some of the herbs are. Seriously, someone must have planted them 100 years ago, and somehow they are still here. Wouldn't that be something? Kimberly said, with a tone Megan couldn't quite peg. Before she could figure it out, the door opened again, and another man came in. Megan was quickly introduced to Nikki's husband, Sean. They immediately started to banter and laugh together, and Megan couldn't help but smile at the sight of the happy couple. An older couple entered the cabin last and were introduced to her as Douglas and Michelle, Nikki's parents. They both greeted her graciously, but Megan noticed that Michelle couldn't stop looking at her as if she was trying to figure something out. After everyone had washed up, they all sat down to eat the stew and rolls Kimberly had set out, after a long prayer over the food from Josephine, who proceeded to ask God to bless every member of the family, along with a number of the animals that lived on the ranch. "So, Megan, is it?" Nikki asked with a smile. "Yes, I was named after my mother's favorite character in a book she read growing up. The character was brave and determined, but also very kind and loving to everyone. It was exactly how she hoped I would grow up, so she gave me that name. I may be nice most of the time, but I have to admit I have a mean streak sometimes." Megan made herself stop talking when she saw Nikki quirk an eyebrow humorously. She had a habit of rambling when she was nervous. Between Keegan, who was staring at her from across the table, not knowing when or how she was going to get home, and eating with a group of people she had never met before, she was feeling very nervous. I would hope everyone has at least a small mean streak, otherwise they would never be able to stand up for themselves. "Where are you from?" Nikki asked curiously. "I live in a small apartment near downtown Denver. It's not an ideal neighborhood, but I like it well enough. And it's close to my mom's shop that I also help run. We sell herbs and essential oils for homeotherapy, among other things. We might move the shop to another building soon, though, because the man we are leasing our current building from just asked us to double our rent. He is such a crook." "So you help with your mom's shop? That's exciting. You know, Keegan knows a lot about homeotherapy as well. He is actually a doctor in town. He is only here at the ranch for a visit," Kimberly said with a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Oh great, now his family is trying to talk Keegan up to me," Megan groaned to herself. Instead of answering, she just nodded and smiled a little in his direction. Keegan was glaring at Kimberly, and Megan decided it was time to shut her mouth and dig into the stew. As she took the first bite, she realized how ravenous she was. She hadn't eaten a proper meal since breakfast early that morning. Protein bars didn't count. While she ate, she wondered what Kimberly meant by informing her that Keegan had some knowledge about homeotherapy, as well as being a doctor. From what she remembered, the Amish didn't encourage their members to pursue advanced degrees, and he looked awfully young to be a doctor. If he really was the man she had dreamed about for so long, he was only a few years older than she was. The rest of the meal passed quickly. The kids chatted about their day and the adults joked and laughed with each other. Megan felt a pang of loneliness knowing that most of her meals were passed in silence, and this family always had a big group to interact with. She focused on her food and promised herself she wouldn't embarrass herself again. After dinner, everyone did their part to clear the table and rinse the dishes, and everything was cleaned up faster than she imagined. Doug and Michelle offered to take the children out to build a fire for the evening, to which they all enthusiastically agreed. When none of the other adults followed, however, she figured they all wanted to talk to her. There was tension in the room, and that made her nervous, and being nervous made her chatter. Again, "I would hate to impose on you all, but is there any way I could get a ride into town, or even far enough down the mountain that I can use my phone to call my mom? She would be able to come to get me, and I can get out of your hair. I assume you don't have any cars, because you're Amish, aren't you? But I know how to ride a horse, so someone could just come with me and then they could bring the horse back. I'm sure it wouldn't take too long." She took a deep breath and forced herself to stop talking so they could respond. There was a stunned silence before Nikki started to giggle, then cleared her throat to try and cover it up. "What makes you think we are Amish?" "The clothes, right?" "Well, that, and how you live so far from town and don't have any electricity or tractors for your farm." Megan was confused now. Weren't they Amish? What else would explain this lifestyle? Nikki and Kimberly looked at each other and burst into laughter. The men looked just as confused as Megan was, and Patrick patted Kimberly on the back. Kimberly stopped laughing, turning somber quickly. Nikki soon quieted too, although she still chuckled occasionally. It was Patrick who finally started to speak. "We actually have a way to explain all of that. It's going to be difficult to understand, and we may not have answers to all your questions. I just ask that you take a moment to think about what we tell you before you disregard it completely." "I think I can do that," Megan agreed hesitantly. "We live in the year 1902, Patrick said. "We are still close to Denver, so it seems you have traveled through time, but at least you didn't travel to a different part of the world." It was Megan's turn to laugh. "You're kidding, right? Am I on some sort of reality show?" She started looking around the room for hidden cameras. "Really, it's a good idea, but you may want to try avoiding yelling at the next person you trick into this. That's going to cost you a lawsuit over time." Patrick looked confused, but Kimberly spoke up after covering his hand with hers. "This is not a reality show. I know it's hard to believe. We are still trying to figure out how this happened. You see, years ago, we actually owned 2 keys that allowed us to travel through time. They were very powerful and caused us quite a bit of trouble, although they also changed our lives for the good. In the end, the keys were removed from our possession, and we haven't seen them since. Do you have anything with you that may have once belonged in an older time period? Maybe a necklace from your grandmother? Something like that?" Megan's heart was pounding now. She was trying to process Kimberly's words, trying to find any clue that would tell her that Kimberly was making up a big fantasy story, but her gut told her Kimberly was being honest. She was either telling the truth, or at least thought she was. Maybe they were all crazy, including herself. "No, I have never met my grandmother. I don't own anything like that." Kimberly looked at Patrick and Nikki, confused. "Then how could this have happened?" She shook her head and turned back to Megan. "Can you tell us what happened right before you arrived on our ranch?" Megan hesitated, then decided there was no harm in telling her. "I was hiking to a small field that was filled with herbs that was located in the mountains. I saw an opening in the trees and walked over to see if there were different herbs that I could use, but it was just an empty circle surrounded by rocks. My dog, Apollo, saw something on the other side of it and jumped at it. She stopped and her eyes opened wide as she realized that the time travel theory actually was starting to make sense. He disappeared in midair. I didn't want to lose him, so I stepped into the circle to follow him. I saw a bright light and then I was here, and everything was different, and I saw—" She looked up at Keegan, who was watching her with sympathy in his eyes. Her heart flip-flopped and she looked quickly down at her hands, only to realize they were shaking. She wondered what he would do if she told everyone she had been having dreams about him, or at least someone who looked exactly like him. So someone else must have known about the spot that sent people through time and marked it with rocks. "What year are you from?" 2015. This isn't possible," Megan said, even as she knew she was starting to believe it was true. "I know. It took us all a while to process the idea of time travel, especially Patrick. He was ready to marry me before he found out I was from the future, and it took some time to accept that it is actually possible." Kimberly came over to sit next to Megan and wrapped an arm around her in comfort. "You mean you're from the future too?" Megan asked. "Yes, I left in the year 2005 to travel here to meet Patrick. Nikki also came from the future to help me give birth to my twins, and she fell in love with Sean while she was here. Nikki's brother Justin and their parents, Doug and Michelle, are from the future too. They missed Nikki and used the keys to come for a visit. The keys disappeared while they were here, so they had no other choice but to stay. Megan's shoulders began to relax, knowing that so many people understood what she was going through and had experience in this subject, although it was still very hard to believe. Was time travel more common than people thought? Was it just kept a secret from the general population? I really don't know how you got here, or what little piece of earth made you time travel. Our whole family walks and works all over this ranch all the time, so you would think we would have noticed something like that by now. It's starting to get dark, but you can stay the night, and we will figure everything out tomorrow. Kimberly had a way of talking so smoothly, Megan started to feel a little calmer about the entire situation. I guess that is my only option. Thanks for allowing me to stay. Can I make a request? Megan asked hesitantly. Sure, I can only imagine what a shock you're in. We will try to help you get comfortable for the night, if we can. Can I bring Apollo inside for the night? Apollo had been tracking dirt all over the cabin when they had let him in the house earlier. He was allowed to stay near Megan until she woke up. Then Kimberly had pushed Apollo outside as she explained that they keep all their dogs outdoors and would need to do the same with him. He had been sitting by the door whining ever since they let him out, and Megan knew she would sleep better if he was with her. She also knew that Apollo wasn't used to being separated from her. Kimberly looked at Patrick, who sighed while rubbing his face with a hand. We don't let dogs inside the house, Megan. Can't we make an exception, considering everything Megan is dealing with? I'm sure it will help her feel safer in a house full of strangers, Kimberly suggested gently. Megan could tell that Kimberly would respect her husband's decision either way, but also knew how to voice her own opinion without sounding demanding. That made Megan like her even more. Patrick ran his fingers through his hair. All right, the dog can come inside for the night, but he is right back out in the morning. He looked at Kimberly with determination. And we need to find a way to send her back to her time tomorrow. We have changed enough history by bringing you and your family back. We can't keep tempting fate. I agree, Kimberly smiled as she squeezed his hand. Thank you, I don't plan on staying, if I have anything to say about it. My mom is going to be worried and she needs help in her shop. She needs me, Megan stated firmly. She couldn't help but notice Keegan dip his head at her words as if he was disappointed she didn't want to stay. She felt bad that she had been avoiding him all evening. He was the one that had made sure she had been all right after she had passed out, and she knew he had been making an effort to put her at ease. Keegan, she started, but then realized she didn't even know what she wanted to say to him. His head jerked up as he heard her say his name, and they locked eyes as he waited for a response. Her heart skipped at his look. Thanks for your help today, she finished lamely. Just doing what I can. It's part of my job description after all, he answered easily. Nikki spoke up. Keegan just finished school a few months ago and was able to earn a certificate to be a doctor. He now works with another doctor in Denver. Megan's face reddened as she remembered Kimberly mentioning that fact during dinner. Now that she knew Keegan lived in 1902, she understood why he considered himself a doctor. She found it very ironic that they both had the same interests in homeopathy. Keegan stood up. Well, I think we have all had a busy day. I'm ready to turn in for the night. Megan tried to pretend she wasn't hurt by the way he avoided looking at her. She needed to be careful not to show her feelings around him. He clearly didn't feel anything for her. He said goodnight to his siblings and nodded his head toward her before heading out the door. Where is he going? I thought all the rooms were in this cabin, Megan asked, not sure why she felt disappointed. She knew she didn't want him in the same cabin as her while she slept. Her dreams were strong enough in her own apartment by herself. There's a little one-room cabin outside that he uses when he comes to visit, Nikki piped up, sending a friendly, knowing smile her way. Kimberly and Patrick have their own cabin too, a little closer to the barn. Sean and I moved into this main cabin once Bridget and Justin moved into town. There is an extra room for you since Colleen is living in town with Bridget. Her room is empty and you are welcome to use it. It should be perfect for you. Nikki's parents, Doug and Michelle, live in another small cabin that is located behind the cabin Keegan will stay in. Thank you, Megan said genuinely. Come on, let me show you where the bedroom is. Nikki stood up and waited for Megan to do the same. She led the way down the hall and opened a door to the left. As they both stepped into the small room, Nikki turned to Megan. Keegan can be awkward sometimes. All the Callahan men can. They grew up on this ranch out here and don't get to town much. They know how to be nice to people, but really are clueless when they realize they find a woman attractive. Try to have some patience, and maybe you'll get to know him better. We won't have much time if I'm leaving tomorrow, Megan pointed out, trying not to think as to whether she really wanted to get to know him or not. She hardly even knew that answer herself. Yeah, probably, Nikki just smiled, and Megan got the feeling that there wasn't much that could upset her. The outhouse is outside, and you can bring Apollo in with you after you're done. I'll put one of my nightgowns on the bed for you to use. Just holler if you need something else. The outhouse, another sign that she wasn't in 2015. Thank you, she said again, doing her best to not cringe at the idea of not having access to indoor plumbing. Nikki soon left to get her kids into bed. Megan looked around the bedroom and liked what she saw. It was simply furnished with a small bed, a dresser in one corner, and a desk in another. Light blue homemade curtains hung on the window, and a colorful quilt covered the bed, and an equally colorful braided rug covered most of the wood floor. She felt at home in the room and knew she would be comfortable sleeping there. Megan soon curled up in the bed, hoping that she would fall asleep quickly. It had been a big day for her. She didn't want to think more about Keegan and whether she really wanted a chance to get to know him better or not. The last thought as she drifted to sleep was remembering the first moment she saw Keegan. She was so shocked that he looked just like the man in her dreams, she fainted dead away, although she figured traveling through time had a hand in her fainting. But the moment she saw him, she had a distinct impression that her life was going to change. Her heart knew him, recognized him. But she also knew that when she returned to her time, he would be staying in his. She wished she knew why there was such a connection between the two of them. Chapter 6. The next morning, Megan was glad to find it was relatively warm outside. She had expected more of a chill since they were in the mountains, but as the sun rose higher, she found it to be a pleasant day. After a night full of dreams about Keegan, she had woken to the smell of breakfast and went to the kitchen to see if she could help. They had eaten a delicious breakfast of hash browns, sausage, and green peppers from the garden outside, along with a huge stack of pancakes. She helped everyone clean up, then went outside to try to find a way back to the future. She wandered around the same area she had arrived at yesterday, hoping to magically see the silver flash of light again, with no luck. She had her backpack and kept Apollo right next to her in case she stumbled across it accidentally. While she wandered, she thought about her dreams she'd had the night before. Normally, she and the man, which she now knew as Keegan, would interact with each other and do something fun like go on a hike, watch a movie, or cook together. In this dream, however, she kept trying to talk to him and he would say nothing. Instead, he would turn to walk away. She would try to call him back, but he would keep walking as if he couldn't hear her. She rolled the dream around in her head, trying to understand what had made it change. Maybe he was no longer interested in her now that he had met her, or could it be that her subconscious was telling her she cared more about him than she was willing to admit to herself? The sun started to get hot, so she sat down in the shade of a nearby tree. She shouldn't be so worried about some guy she barely knew, even if she had dreamed about him. She should be more focused on finding a way home. The last thing she wanted to do was worry her mother. She heard boots crunching in the dirt and looked up to see who was coming. Her heart caught in her throat. It was Keegan, somehow looking even more handsome than he had yesterday. He had a worn cowboy hat on and his dark brown hair curled under the rim. It was long enough that it looked like it needed a cut, but Megan found she liked the length. While she had walked around the ranch, she was very aware that he was working in the garden, harvesting some of his herbs, but she made sure she stayed a safe distance away from him. Apollo ran to him in greeting, and she watched out of the corner of her eye as Keegan roughly petted his head. Her heart watched as Apollo stayed near him for a few minutes, and she could tell Keegan enjoyed dogs. She found it surprising that this impressed her more than anything else about him since she had arrived. As he approached her, he removed his cowboy hat. She forced any feeling she had for him deep inside, but she couldn't help but admit her attraction to him. Maybe it was the way his hair looked wind-blown after harvesting herbs, or the way the sun reflected off his sky-blue eyes. Maybe it was because he had been the first person she had seen when she woke up from her fainting spell. She forced herself to smile at him in greeting, then look away. She couldn't be this attracted to a man from a different time period. There was no way they could make it work, so there was no point in getting to know him better, even if he had been in her dreams, which seemed to somehow make him a part of her. "Any luck?" he asked cautiously, as if somehow knowing what she was thinking about. "Not a bit. I'm almost positive I appeared right there, but no amount of standing, sitting, or wishing will make a bit of a difference." She couldn't help but let her frustration show. She had been walking around for over an hour now, and instead of finding any solutions to her problem, she had only made herself more confused. "It sounds like you need a break. Why don't you let me show you around the ranch?" Keegan offered, reaching out his hand to help her off the ground. "Okay," she found herself agreeing, before she could remind herself that spending time with him would only make things worse. She stared at his outstretched hand for a moment before placing her own in his. She instantly felt a series of tingles travel up her arm. She heard Keegan's breath catch as well and wondered if that meant he had felt it too. As soon as she was standing, she pulled her hand away gently from his, not wanting to be rude, but knowing that skin contact wouldn't make things any easier for them after she left, or at least easier for her. "Let's start with the horses. Sean and Patrick are about to take some of them out to stretch their legs and check the fences around our land." Keegan turned and led the way to the barn, which was a short walk from where they had been standing. "Okay," she said again. Why was it that she chattered around anyone else when she was uncomfortable, but found it so difficult to talk to him? They walked into the barn, and she saw 4 horses in their stalls, and 2 more that Patrick was saddling. Keegan went to one of the horses in its stall and patted his nose. "This is Mischief. He was a bit of a wild foal but has calmed down now that he is getting older." "Is he yours?" Megan asked as she reached out to pat the horse's neck. He was a plain, dark brown horse, but she could tell he was very friendly because he nickered in greeting when she touched him. "Yes, I got him about 5 years ago. Most of my family received horses when they were young, but I always had my nose stuck in a book. I was more excited about learning how to heal people than riding around getting dirty." Keegan chuckled to himself. "I got him as a practicality so I could travel to Denver and back myself, and I got a chance to understand why some people like my brothers can barely stand to get off their horse." He directed the last comment toward the other end of the barn, where Patrick was saddling his horse. "It took you long enough to learn your wild side, but it's still mild, even compared to Nikki. Now, there is someone who doesn't want to get off her horse." Patrick's teasing made Megan wistful that she had never had a sibling. It had only been her and her mother all her life, and while that made the 2 of them very close, she did often wonder what it would have been like to have a brother or sister to goof around and tease with. "At least I have never been bucked off a horse before. I can safely say I'll survive at least the next 10 years of my life. You, on the other hand," Keegan grinned at Patrick, who was grinning back as he swung onto his horse. "Me? I'll die doing something I love, but only when I'm good and ready. You can't get rid of me so easily." He grinned down at Keegan, then clicked his tongue, and his horse started forward, while the other followed obediently behind. Megan watched Keegan as he patted his horse a little longer, the smile that lit up his face still lingering even though his brother was gone. He glanced over at her, and Megan blushed when she realized he had caught her staring. "Do you ride? I can tell you are comfortable around them." "I have ridden before, but it has been a while," Megan admitted. "We have a fairly gentle horse you could ride if you'd like to give it a try sometime," Keegan offered. "Yeah, that would be nice," Megan agreed, again without thinking. She then realized she should be trying to get back home, not riding around with some handsome doctor. But maybe later? I would like to see what else we can do about this time travel stuff. Keegan's face fell. You're right. I'm sure you are anxious to get back. I'm more concerned about my mother when I don't show up for work today. She drifted off as she realized it was Saturday. They were only open on the weekdays, so her mother wouldn't be expecting her. Megan knew that her mother would have preferred to be open on Saturdays, but the majority of the businesses around them were closed during the weekends, so they didn't have many customers. I guess I forgot what day it is. My mom won't be expecting me to go into the shop today, so we could take a ride as long as we don't stay too long. I really would love to see your ranch. Megan wasn't sure it was the best plan, but seeing the happiness on his face at least let her know they would both enjoy the ride. For the first time, she wondered if he also dreamed about her. Let's get these horses saddled. 15 minutes later, they were riding next to each other. Her horse Spirit was Colleen's. Keegan said the horse was getting older and didn't enjoy going as fast as she used to. Since Colleen had left, she hadn't gotten much exercise. Megan could feel the horse's muscles quiver with excitement as they neared the river. She smiled and patted the horse. The longer they rode the horses, the more she felt the knots in her shoulders loosen. She and Keegan started an easy conversation, and she found herself talking normally, as if they had known each other for years already, although she did tend to confuse him when she talked about the things she enjoyed doing in her time. She had to keep reminding herself that he didn't know much about the future. Let's cross the river here, Keegan suggested. The river was quite a bit deeper than it was in her time, but the horses had no problem wading through it. Keegan led the way a little further to a small clearing of wildflowers surrounded by pine trees. My family doesn't know about this spot. It has always been my refuge when things got crazy back at the ranch, Keegan told her, as he easily swung off his horse and tied him to a branch. It's beautiful, Megan said honestly, staying on her horse. There was just enough sun shining through the trees that it wasn't cold, but it still somehow felt as if they were hidden and tucked away from the world. Keegan cleared his throat, startling her. She hadn't realized he had come to stand next to her horse. Do you need help down? She blinked twice, surprised as she felt uncertainty course through her. She didn't remember how to get down and would probably look like a fool if she tried. She blushed and nodded. Yeah, I guess I do. He let her swing one leg over before he put his hands on her hips and helped her land softly on the ground in front of him. There, that wasn't so bad. He spoke quieter than normal, with his hand lingering on her waist. She saw his gaze lower to her lips, which she licked before she could stop herself. Mischief leaned over to nip at Keegan's hair, breaking the moment. Keegan laughed at the horse's antics. Are you looking for something? He walked to his saddlebag and pulled out a bag of apples. He gave one to each horse and brought the other two over to the spread of flowers that covered the ground. Megan followed, and soon they were eating apples and some goat cheese that Nikki had made herself. This cheese is amazing, Megan said around a mouthful. Keegan grinned at her, then took another bite of his apple. It's so much better than the cheese I can get back at home. It's amazing how different things are between your time and mine. I can tell the river is the same, but it is wider and swifter than it is in my time. Your forest is denser than it is in my time. Of course, we use the mountains for recreation, not to live in, so that might make a difference. Keegan glanced around and then looked at her. What about the ranch? Megan shrugged. It's no longer there. All of this land is now federal property. Keegan frowned at Megan's words, clearly not liking the idea that his family's ranch was no longer around in her time. I don't understand how our ranch is no longer in operation. Megan started to feel uncomfortable. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to tell him what she knew about this area in her time. A lot of things could have happened. Maybe one of your family members had needed to sell the land for some reason, or the government purchased the property from your family when they wanted to make this entire area federal land. I hate the idea that this land is lost from my family. No matter how it happened, my father worked so hard to ensure its existence. How did your family come to own this land? Megan asked curiously. Keegan moved his body until he was leaning up against a large tree. He glanced at the horses to make sure they were okay, then started to talk after taking a bite of his apple. My father's parents lived in Ireland during the potato famine. Megan's eyes lit up with recognition. I know about that. I learned about it in school. It sounded like a horrible thing to live through. He chuckled. It would be interesting to read more about it. I have only heard Pa's stories. Anyway, they lost a few children because of starvation, and only my father was left. My mother had some china that had been given to her by her mother. She buried them in her garden to keep them out of the hands of the landowner who would have taken them if he knew about them. My parents decided to dig the china up that had been carefully preserved in a wooden box and sold them. They used the money to emigrate to America. Once they arrived in the United States, my grandfather worked 2 or 3 jobs at a time to make ends meet. When my father was old enough, my grandfather was able to send him to college to learn business and accounting so that he could have a better life than my grandfather had. After my father went to college, he decided he wanted to own his own land instead of working behind a desk. He took advantage of the Homesteading Act and traveled west looking for the perfect place. He found these mountains. We've been here ever since. What a wonderful legacy, Megan breathed. She loved listening to Keegan talk about events his family had lived through, events that she had only heard about in school. She wished she could have assured him that his ranch was still there in her time. Her enthusiasm faded as she thought of home and her mother. I hope my mom is doing all right. Will you have time to help me look for the time travel spot again? Keegan nodded. Yes. Once we get back and take care of the horses, we can look around again. If that doesn't work, we may need to talk to Kimberly and Nikki about what else we could do to get you back home. That's a good idea. I hope it doesn't take too much longer. Megan started picking at a loose thread at the end of her jacket. Keegan paused for a minute, thinking. Knowing their schedules, I don't think Kimberly or Nikki will have time to really talk about this until tonight after dinner. You will most likely be staying another night. Why not enjoy your experience here while you can? Megan looked up at him, not knowing if she was scared or excited about the idea of staying longer. He was watching her intently, hope written clearly all over his face. Yeah, you're right. I still want to spend plenty of time trying to figure out this time travel thing, but I don't see any harm in experiencing the past. After all, this is probably the only chance I'll get. Keegan grinned at her. It's settled then. We may have to ask Kimberly or Nikki if they have an extra dress you could borrow, though. If anyone comes to visit, they are going to start asking questions about your clothes. Megan looked down at her clothes, surprised, then laughed. Yeah, I guess you're right. I can ask them how they feel about that tonight when we talk about how to get me home. She felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of being able to spend extra time with Keegan. Riding next to him today had given her the chance to see what a good man he was, and she would love to have the opportunity to see more of that side of him. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to stay 1 or 2 more days, she thought, as she watched him stand and start packing up their lunch, his muscles shifting beneath his shirt. She blushed and smiled to herself. Not too bad at all. Chapter 7. Megan's Day Off and the Day She Disappeared. Friday, October 2015. Thank you and have a nice day, Barbara said to her final customer of the day. She walked the customer to the door and locked it behind her. It had been a fairly busy day, but she had been able to handle things just fine without Megan, although she missed her daughter's company. The mother in her wanted to call Megan just to touch base, but she forced herself to leave her cell phone in her pocket. She tried hard not to be a hovering mother and to give Megan her space. Megan had been wonderful about not complaining when Barbara had needed most of the day before off for her dentist appointment. She felt very blessed that Megan was in her life. Megan was her world. She had become pregnant with her at the age of 17 while living in her parents' home in Texas. Those were dark days for her that she tried not to think about. Barbara had been dating the star football player of her high school, Greg. She had been very flattered when he had started paying attention to her. He had started to ask her out to eat hamburgers and shakes at the local diner. He took her to a few functions that both of their parents attended at a club they were members of. Barbara hadn't been one of the popular girls, but because they had been on a few dates, she didn't think twice when he asked her to the Christmas dance their senior year. She remembered the excitement she'd felt when Greg invited her to the dance. It was her very first, and she had picked out her dress with such care, full of hope. But the night hadn't turned out the way she dreamed. What started as a magical evening quickly became a nightmare. Greg had only asked her out for one reason, and it wasn't to dance. He had learned she was a virgin and had been challenged by his friends to change that, and he had, without her consent. After the deed had been done, he left her on the side of a dirt road to find her own way home. For a long time, Barbara didn't tell anyone what had happened. After all, who would have believed her anyway? Her father was a successful CEO and president of his own advertising business, and Greg also came from a very prestigious family. But a few months later, she realized she was pregnant. She had been able to hide the pregnancy until she was almost 6 months along. By that time, she had turned 18 and had graduated from high school. Ever since she was young, her parents had wanted her to attend Harvard to get an advanced degree in advertising so she could work alongside her father in his company. But that hadn't been her dream. She had wanted to be a nurse, which her parents considered a mediocre job. Regardless, her plans to attend Harvard changed the instant her parents found out about the pregnancy. She received no support from either of them. Her father accused her of being loose and sneaking around, especially when Barbara refused to tell them who the father was. Her mother spent all her time crying, acting almost as if Barbara had died. They postponed her college plans and told her she could stay with them until the baby was born, but then she would need to give the baby up for adoption. After the whole affair was over, they would continue with the plans to attend Harvard. When Barbara refused to give up her baby, her parents refused to support her. So, a month after she graduated from high school, Barbara packed a few belongings and took a bus to Denver, Colorado. She didn't choose Denver for any specific reason except that she wanted to live near the mountains, and she never saw her parents again. Megan was born 2 months later. The first few years in Denver were very difficult, but eventually Barbara was able to get a job working in an herb shop, and she quickly moved her way up. The woman who owned the shop was impressed with Barbara's eagerness to learn all she could and offered to pay for her to get certified in homeopathic medicine. It took her 2 years, but she was finally able to earn her certificate, and then her boss promptly made her manager. Barbara managed that shop until Megan was in her mid-teens, when her boss became very ill and needed to sell the shop. She would have sold it to Barbara, but Barbara decided she wanted to own her shop in a different part of Denver. She wanted to go in a different direction than what the shop she worked in offered, and she needed a new location and a bigger building to do so. Megan was very supportive of the changes and the move, especially considering she was a teenager and would need to change schools. Because it had always been just the two of them, they were very close, and Megan had the same interests in herbs as Barbara did. After graduating from high school, Megan also completed the schooling needed to be certified in homeopathic therapy. Barbara felt blessed to be able to find a shop with rent she could afford, although she always knew they would need to move someday, something she never told Megan. She had bigger plans than what the building they were in offered, and now Mr. Manning was raising the rent, which was going to force them to leave. She couldn't afford to pay what he was asking. Barbara turned off the lights in the front of the shop and then went to her small office to do paperwork. As she settled behind her desk, there was a loud banging on the back door, and she knew immediately who it was. Mr. George Manning. He was the only one who pounded in that way. She held her breath and waited to see if he'd just give up and leave, but after a few moments, the pounding began again, and she knew he wasn't going to leave until she opened the door. It was obvious he knew she was there. She opened the door only wide enough to see him, letting him know she didn't want him to come in, but he ignored her hint and pushed his way in. Barbara sighed and rolled her eyes. She loved the area where this building was located in Denver. It was in an older part, and the building was at least 50 years old, but it had been remodeled and updated inside, although the exterior looked the same as when it was built. The other businesses around were similar to hers, which added to the charm of the area. There was a gift shop, a yarn store, and a small used bookstore, among others. There was only one drawback, and that was Mr. Manning. As he stood there, he grunted. "I wanted to talk to you about the letter I left yesterday with your daughter. She did give it to you, didn't she?" "Of course she did." "Well, I was expecting you to call me immediately and let me know whether you are going to renew the lease or not. I have a waiting list, you know, and this is prime real estate. According to my contract, I don't need to let you know what my decision will be for 30 days, Barbara reminded him, referring to the part that stated if Mr. Manning felt the need to raise the rent, she had 30 days to let him know of her decision. Mr. Manning looked startled for a moment, as if surprised that Barbara had actually read the original contract and understood it. He cleared his throat and sat down on a chair without an invitation. "Well, I came to offer you a way out of paying the extra rent." Barbara narrowed her eyes in suspicion. She instinctively knew that whatever he had in mind, she wasn't going to like it. "I know that money is tight for you," Mr. Manning continued, waving his hand in the air. "I mean, it is very obvious that you haven't the means to be able to set up the shop in a way to bring in more customers." Barbara bit her lip to keep herself from responding. They had actually been doing very well the last few years, but she didn't want him to know that. "I am willing to keep the rent at the same amount it has been for the last 5 years if—" Mr. Manning paused for a few moments, causing Barbara to ask, "If what?" "If you agree to marry me," he said triumphantly, and looked at her with a grin as if expecting her to immediately agree. Barbara was shocked, speechless. Marry him? Where did he get such an idea as that? Mr. Manning would be the last person she would marry. "I've been watching you ever since you moved into this building. You don't date? Men don't come to visit. You must chase them away or something. It's obvious that you don't know how to get a husband. I need a wife, someone who will go to business luncheons with me and host evening parties when I give them in my home. I have decided you will do an adequate job." Barbara stared at him, not knowing what to say. Mr. Manning stood in her small office and asked her to marry him, all the while insulting her and expecting her to jump at the chance to be his wife? Was he crazy? "Mr. Manning." "Call me George," he demanded, interrupting her. "Mr. Manning," Barbara repeated firmly, "thank you for your offer, but I will have to respectfully decline." Mr. Manning stared at her, as if not knowing what to say, and Barbara could tell that he hadn't expected her to turn him down. His face started to turn red. "Why not? I'm offering you a chance to keep the rent as it is now and to manage my large home. You will want for nothing." "I don't want to get married to anyone. I will definitely not agree to a marriage just to keep my rent down. As for the shop, I will give you my answer now. I will allow the contract to end and will move out by the end of the month." There was no way she was going to stay in this building now, even if she could afford to pay the outrageous amount he was asking. She could see now that he had planned it this way, to try to force her to marry him. "You are going to be sorry you didn't accept my offer," Mr. Manning shouted at her as he shook a fist in the air. "I know what you can afford, and there is nothing around here in that range. You will have to leave Denver to be able to afford a place." Barbara instantly decided that this conversation was at an end. She walked to the back door of the building and opened it. "I think you need to leave, Mr. Manning. You have asked your question, and I have given you my answer. From now on, anything that needs to be talked about, that has to do with this building only, will be done through my attorney." She did her best to keep her voice from shaking as she said those words. She had always considered him harmless and had put up with his moods and demands because he owned the building she rented. But now she wondered if she should have insisted that any correspondence should be done through legal channels, right from the very beginning. She remembered Megan had suggested that once a few years ago, when Mr. Manning had spent quite a bit of time in the shop, criticizing it and giving his opinion on what they should change, expecting Barbara to immediately do his bidding. But at the time, she hadn't had the money to pay for an attorney's services. Thankfully, Mr. Manning left the shop, although he glared at her long and hard as he did so. Barbara forced herself to look confident and firm. She breathed a sigh of relief as he turned and stomped away, got into his car, and drove off. She quickly shut and locked the door. Marry Mr. Manning? What in the world was he thinking? Did he really believe that she would be willing to marry him? She sat down behind her desk, but knew she wouldn't be able to concentrate on paperwork. Quickly, she went through the steps to close the shop for the night and then drove home. All the while, she knew it was time to make some changes in her life. It was time to move on, and she only hoped the changes would be for the best. Once she arrived at her small apartment, she made herself a chicken salad for dinner and then sat on her couch. While she ate, she thought of her dream shop. She had even given it a name: Healing Herbs and Gifts. She wanted something that people could come to stay for a while. The shop would have a small cafe where customers could order coffee and eat pastries, browse in the bookshop looking for information about healing, and then purchase what herbs they had available. An arts and crafts section would be available, which would feature local artists. And of course, a large area would focus on herbs and essential oils. She wanted the atmosphere to be warm and inviting. She had never told Megan of this dream because that was what it was, just a dream. A miracle would have to take place for it to come true. Barbara had been able to save some money over the last few years, but she knew she didn't have enough to get her dream shop started. Before renting the building she was in now, she had tried to get a business loan and was denied. Maybe it was time to try again. One of the reasons it was denied was because she hadn't written out a business plan. Since then, she had spent quite a few of her evenings writing her ideas out. They looked sound on paper, and deep down she knew a shop like this could work, but would a bank agree? Setting her empty salad plate aside, she picked up the notebook that all her ideas were in. She opened up the first page and carefully looked over each idea. As she did, she grew more and more excited. This was what she wanted to do. It was time to tell Megan about Healing Herbs and Gifts. Barbara picked up her phone and speed-dialed Megan's number, hoping her daughter wasn't doing anything too important. She assumed Megan had gone hiking that day because she had mentioned a few days ago that she wanted to go on one more hike in the mountains before it became too cold. But it was now dark, so Megan should be home. Barbara frowned when her call immediately went to voicemail. She was disappointed, but left a quick message asking Megan to call her if it wasn't too late. Otherwise, they could talk in the morning. Chapter 8. On the way back to the ranch, Megan had mixed feelings about staying in the past for even a few days. She wanted to spend more time with Keegan. She found it interesting that he talked and acted exactly like he did in her dreams, the only difference being he was dressed in early 20th century clothing. She thought back to what she remembered about her dreams and was absolutely positive he was dressed like men did in her time. She knew she would have picked up on that difference. Her dreams. They were what made her not date anyone too seriously, which deep down she knew was ridiculous. Abby was the only one who knew about them, and Megan knew her friend thought the dreams were just that, dreams. A rational person didn't stop dating men just because of a bunch of dreams, but Megan couldn't make herself forget them. She didn't have the dreams often, maybe once every month or so, but they were vivid enough that they lingered in her mind for days after. She could remember each one distinctly. They started on the night she turned 15 years old. At first they were very short. He would be part of her dreams, but almost like he was just watching her. She had been attracted to him from the first, with his dark hair, strong jaw, and blue eyes. As she continued to have the dreams, he started to interact with her. When he appeared, whatever conversation they were having or whatever they were doing picked right up from the last dream. Sometimes she would wake up feeling true love for this man, like he was her soulmate. Did he have the dreams too? Megan wondered. She had been so shocked when she first arrived in his time she hadn't noticed if he acted like he recognized her, and while they went on the horseback ride, he didn't treat her like he knew her in his dreams. She found it fascinating that she had been able to travel back in time. However, it worked. She was excited to experience the past, but she needed to get back home. She didn't want her mother to worry about her. Her mother had enough to worry about with the rise in rent of their building, the problems Mr. Manning was causing, and the future of the greenhouse shop. "So, what do you do on the ranch when you come to visit?" Megan asked Keegan, mainly to get her mind off the dreams. "I usually just help out where I'm needed. I'm not here very often. I work with an older man, Dr. Thomas. He wants me to take over his practice because he is ready to retire." "Where did you go to college?" Megan asked curiously. From what she could remember, it wasn't mandatory to receive a medical degree to become a doctor until around the First World War. During the late 1800s and early 1900s, people were impressed that a doctor had practical experience, more than a paper saying he was well educated. Although she also knew that during Keegan's time period, it was becoming more common that people would go to college to become a doctor for the training it provided. Harvey Medical College in Chicago. Their focus was homeopathy. Megan looked at him with a grin. "That's what I do in my time. I'm also certified in homeopathy." Keegan's eyes lit up with interest. "Really? So you are a doctor too?" She shook her head. "I'm only certified, which means I can just give advice to the customers that come into our shop. In my time, people have to go to college for years in order to become a doctor, and it costs quite a bit of money." "Tell me more about your shop." "My mother and I own a place called the Greenhouse Shop. We sell herbs, essential oils, and teas. People come in with their various health issues. Both my mom and I took an online course and became certified in homeopathy." She found it interesting that their interests were in the same area. She listened intently while Keegan explained to her that he worked for Dr. Thomas in Denver while he was a teenager, and went to Harvey Medical College because he had heard about the certificates doctors could get that would help show people they had knowledge and training. He wanted to know what online courses meant, and seemed impressed that Megan had access to a computer that could help her learn whatever she wanted, although she could tell he didn't have any idea what it really meant. By this time, they had arrived back at the ranch, and Megan allowed Keegan to help her down again. She then watched as he brushed and fed both horses. While he took care of the horses, Keegan told Megan how he used herbs in his practice. He had developed his own salve that helped with infection in cuts and also helped the area heal quickly. Keegan had also figured out that a certain herb that grew locally could help with headaches and back pain. "In fact, I grow quite a bit of herbs near the area where you appeared from your time. I took some time off from helping Dr. Thomas so I could come up here and collect herbs to use in Denver." "Really?" Megan's ears perked up at his words. "That is very interesting because I was collecting herbs right before I disappeared from my time in the same area." They both looked at each other for a moment, each trying to figure out exactly what was going on. There was an obvious connection between the two areas. "Let's go take another look at the area where we found you," Keegan suggested. He held out his hand, inviting her to put her hand in his. Megan stared at his hand for a moment. Then she thought, what the heck? She took his hand, and instantly a tingle ran up her arm and through her body. She glanced at him to see if he felt the same thing, but he had turned away. When they arrived in what Megan was starting to call the time travel area, she saw the herb garden nearby that Keegan had been harvesting from earlier. "Kimberly was a nurse in your time," Keegan explained to her. "She also knows a little about herbs. She's been helping me with the garden when I can't be here." Megan turned her head at Keegan's words. "Really? Kimberly was a nurse? What about Nikki?" "She was a school teacher." Megan started to walk around the area. She could immediately see where she landed because the grass looked like it was dying, as if it had been slightly burned. Her mind going a million miles an hour. She looked at the herb garden nearby. Most of the herbs were the same as the types she had wanted to gather in her time, although they were more contained. If the herbs she harvested in her time were from the same plants from Keegan's garden, they had definitely spread out. "I went to the mountains specifically to gather herbs for our shop. I wonder if the herbs in my time and these in your time are from the same plants. If so, there must be some type of link between these herbs and those in my time." She looked around and saw some large rocks scattered around the field they were standing in. She picked up one and placed it on the edge of the singed grass. Picking up another one, she put it next to the first rock. "What are you doing?" There was a circle of rocks right around the area I disappeared from in my time. "I'm just making the circle again to see what will happen." Keegan looked at her for a few seconds, watching as she put a third rock in its place. Then he found his own rock and started to help form the circle. It took a while, but they finally finished, although Megan made Keegan replace some of the rocks he had chosen, because she felt they were too small. The rocks that formed the circle in my time were quite large, although parts of them were buried in the dirt, probably due to erosion, Megan explained. When they were finished, they stood side by side looking at the completed circle. She found it odd that she was looking at a circle that was made by her in this time period that would, in the future, be used to transport her to this time and place. It was hard to understand how it all worked, and it was also odd that Megan didn't see a flash of light nor felt a spark. Did that mean she was going to be stuck in Keegan's time forever? Keegan looked at Megan's face as she studied the circle. He knew she was worried about being forced to stay in his time, and he didn't know how to help her. Kimberly and Nikki's family had come to his time using 2 keys, but they no longer had access to them. A man who Victoria had received the first key from had collected them right after Nikki's brother Justin, his son, and his parents arrived in the late 1800s, thereby forcing them to stay. They all were able to adjust to the huge change in their lives, although it had taken some of them longer than others. Justin married Keegan's sister, Bridget. Justin's parents worked for Victoria and Collins until they died, and now Douglas and Michelle were living on the ranch, enjoying being close to their children and grandchildren. He did know that Justin's son Garrett struggled with living in this time period. He missed the technology and advantages the future had in the time he was born. Would Megan be forced to stay? He immediately made a promise to himself that if that was the case, he would do whatever he needed to in order to help Megan adjust. In fact, he'd marry her if he needed to. Keegan shook his head as the thought of marriage entered his brain. Marriage? Was he really willing to marry a woman he barely knew, especially a woman not from his time? He shook his head again. He was getting ahead of himself, although he had to admit he felt an unusual bond with her, something he hadn't ever felt with any woman from his day. It was almost like he knew her somehow, but how could that be? "I think we need to talk to Kimberly and Nikki," Keegan suggested, doing his best to get his mind off of his feelings for Megan. "They might have some insight into what we've discovered about my herb garden and the herbs you gathered." Megan looked at him solemnly. "Sure." But Keegan could tell she was feeling very discouraged. "We'll figure this out. I promise." Megan smiled at him. "Thanks." He took a step away from her because he had the sudden desire to pull her into his arms. He noticed that Megan's face went from looking worried and concerned to a little disappointed, and he wondered what she would have done if he had followed through with his feelings. He instantly made a decision. "Let's go talk to Kimberly and Nikki now," Keegan suggested, even though he had said earlier that they would need to wait until that evening. "They can tell you their stories." Chapter 9. After lunch, Keegan left to help Patrick and Sean with some things that needed to be done around the ranch. Megan stayed behind with Nikki and Kimberly. She sat at the kitchen table, watching them silently as they interacted with their children. She asked Kimberly and Nikki how old their children were. She found out that Richard and Catherine were twins and were born when Kimberly had been married to Patrick for only a year. They were now 11 years old. Kimberly also had a younger daughter, Josephine, who was 5 years old. Both girls were busy washing dishes, while Richard followed his father out into the sunshine, glad that his Aunt Nikki had declared school was over for the day. Nikki and Sean were also the parents of 3 children: Jonathan, who was 8, Patricia, who was 5, and Sophia, who was 3 years old. Colleen was also part of the family, a lovely, part Indian young woman who, at 19 years of age, had left the ranch and was living in Denver, helping Bridget and Justin with their art gallery. "So, do you homeschool your kids here at the ranch?" Megan asked after Richard left the cabin. Kimberly smiled at her. "Yes, There isn't a school nearby and we live too far away from Denver to send them to school there." Nikki nodded as she got the broom from a corner and started to sweep the wooden floor. "Although I did hear that Deer Creek, a town that is nearby, will have a school soon. If they start one, we're thinking of sending the older kids there. Can I ask you both some questions about—" Megan hesitated as she looked at the girls who were helping their mothers. She wondered if they knew their mothers weren't really part of this time period. Nikki smiled at Megan with understanding. "I need to put Sophia down for a nap. The others can go weed the garden with their grandma. Then you, Kimberly, and I can have a chat." Megan nodded and then decided to make herself useful. "Can I help with something? If you want to cut up some vegetables for a stew for dinner, that would be great," Kimberly answered, gesturing to a pile of carrots, onions, and potatoes sitting on the end of a counter. Megan got to work after finding out that Kimberly didn't want the carrots or potatoes peeled. She found it interesting that they were having stew for dinner again. It was another reminder that things were different in this time period. Stew was easy to make, nutritious, and filling. Megan thought about the variety of foods she was used to eating. She never had the same dish twice in the same week. For a while, Megan worked quietly, washing the vegetables in clean water before cutting them up. She listened as Nikki and Kimberly interacted with their children and liked what she witnessed. It was obvious that both women were very comfortable living in this time period. They worked on a wood stove and pumped water from an outside well. They kept their homes clean with just a broom and good old-fashioned elbow grease. The homes were decorated simply, but Megan could tell the women did their best to make them warm and inviting. She assumed they spent much of their days growing, preparing, and cooking food for their families. She marveled at how much Kimberly and Nikki had given up to be willing to live in a different time period because of love. Would she be willing to do that? Megan finished cutting up the last potato and dumped it into a large cast-iron pan full of water with the other vegetables. Kimberly took a piece of beef and cut it into small pieces and added it to the vegetables. She added wood to the stove and then placed the pan on top. "How do you know how much wood to add?" Megan asked curiously. "Lots of practice." Kimberly grinned at her. She glanced at her eldest daughter, who was looking at Megan with confusion at her question. "I'll finish drying the dishes, Catherine. Why don't you take Josephine and Patricia out to the garden, finish weeding that last row of beans, and then start on the carrots?" Catherine's face fell. "Do I have to, Ma? I want to hear why Megan dresses so funny, and why—" "Yes, dear," Kimberly interrupted her as she placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder. "There are some things you don't need to know." Catherine sighed but turned to her little sister and young cousin. "Come on, let's go. If you get those rows done before dinner, you can help Pa with the sheepdogs, all right?" Kimberly asked. Catherine's eyes brightened. Obviously, working with the dogs was a great bribe for her. "Sure, Ma." After the girls left, Nikki had returned from putting Sophia to bed, and the three women sat around the kitchen table. But now that they were together, Megan didn't know what to say. "I'm sure you have quite a few questions," Nikki said with a grin. "I'd like to know your stories, how you both ended up in the early 20th century. Megan decided to ask the biggest question she had. Over the next hour, she heard Kimberly's and then Nikki's story. Evidently, in 2005, Kimberly and Nikki shared a townhouse together. They had been friends since they were teenagers. In fact, Kimberly was a foster child and lived with Nikki's family while she was in high school, and they considered each other sisters. Kimberly found an ad in a Denver newspaper that looked very different and old-fashioned compared to the other ads. It advertised for a mail-order bride. Nikki dared Kimberly to answer it, which she did. The ad turned out to be from 1892. It was placed by a woman named Victoria Hilton. She had a mail-order bride business that she operated out of her home in 1892. She also had access to 2 keys that time-traveled people from one different time period to another. Victoria used the keys to help Patrick find a wife. Kimberly exchanged letters with Patrick with the help of the time-travel keys for a few months, and decided she wanted to meet him. After getting used to the idea of a golden key that can time travel, Kimberly decided to give it a try. She lived at the ranch for about a month, and they fell in love. although Kimberly had kept the fact that she was from 2005 a secret from Patrick and his entire family. Once she had decided she wanted to marry him, she told Patrick, and, after the initial shock, he still wanted to marry her. Kimberly really wanted at least one person from her time to attend her wedding, so Collins, Victoria's butler, and the man who helped her with the mail-order bride business traveled to 2005 to get Nikki. She met Sean at the wedding, and although she did go back to 2005, she and Sean exchanged letters with the help of the keys. Soon, Kimberly became pregnant, and Nikki wanted to be with her when she had her baby, which turned out to be twins, so she used a key and came to 1893 to help. She stayed the summer, fell in love with Sean, and they eventually married. Megan enjoyed listening to their stories, although she knew she was getting the short version. Both Kimberly and Nikki quickly told her how Keegan's sister Bridget decided she wanted to have an adventure. Using the keys, she traveled to the future and met Nikki's brother Justin. Eventually, Justin, his son, and their parents used the keys to travel to the past. While they were there, the man who had given Victoria the first key showed up, a man Kimberly called the Irishman. He eventually took both keys for safekeeping. Then Kimberly mentioned a third key. There was a man named Golan who was from the medieval times. He somehow found his own key, then found out that Victoria owned 2 of her own keys and wanted hers. He had great plans with all 3 keys, mainly to change history. Soon after Justin and his family arrived in Bridget's time, Golan showed up, kidnapped Nikki's stepdaughter Colleen, and barricaded them both in the barn, demanding that the 2 keys be given to him in exchange for Colleen's freedom. They couldn't just give Golan the keys because they were hidden deep in a cave for safekeeping. Before they could figure out how to quickly get them, Golan knocked over a lantern and the barn caught on fire. They were able to rescue Colleen, but Golan had died in the fire. Patrick searched Golan's body for the key, but couldn't find it. After the fire was out and Golan was buried, they looked through the rubbish of the barn, but Golan's key was never found. They later found out that the Irishman had somehow been able to get the keys from the cave. As far as they knew, the man still had them. They had never seen or heard from him again. "So, let me see if I understand this," Megan said, her mind swimming with all the information Kimberly and Nikki had just thrown at her. There were 3 golden keys, 2 of them were taken by this Irishman, and 1 just disappeared? "Yep," Nikki said with a smile. "We've never found Golan's key." "Most of us figured the key transported itself to another time," Kimberly added. "But Patrick thinks it's still on the ranch somewhere. I wonder if it is. Maybe somehow the key brought me here," Megan suggested slowly. Kimberly's face lit up. "You know, you might be right. The area where the herb garden is, it's where our old barn used to be. We never found it, but it could have been buried in the ground after the fire, and we just didn't see it," Nikki added. Kimberly shook her head. "Patrick isn't going to like this." She turned to Megan, who felt very confused at her statement. "Although my husband loves me very much, and is glad Sean found Nikki and Bridget found Justin, he feels we have changed history, the history of this time and the history of the future. He feels very strongly that there will be repercussions one way or the other." Megan sighed. "I have to admit he's probably right. Maybe, but right now we need to figure out how to get you back to your day." "I don't think you should stay," Kimberly responded. "I don't want to stay. I'm sure my mother will be worried about me and I need to be around to help her with our shop," Megan agreed. Richard and Jonathan ran inside, demanding their mother's attention, and Megan knew the talk was over. She stood and waited for a break in the conversation before telling Kimberly and Nikki that she was going to walk around for a while. She needed time to herself, and she wanted to think over all that she had been told and learned that day. That evening, after they ate the delicious stew Megan had helped prepare, along with biscuits and an apple pie for dessert, the children were sent outside to play until the last of the sun's rays set for the day. The adults sat in wooden chairs under a large shade tree. Megan learned that this was how the family always ended their days before bed, spending time together and enjoying each other's company. Even though it was October and the ranch was located deep in the mountains, the days had been very warm, so sitting outside in the evenings was still possible. She found it very different from how things were done in her time. People usually went out to dinner or watched a movie in the evenings. If people stayed home, they'd watch TV or browse through different social media apps on their phones. She had never seen a group of adults sit together in the dusk, enjoying each other's company while their children played together. Life was definitely slower in this time period, and she found she actually enjoyed it when she allowed herself to relax. Keegan had taken the chair next to her, although he hadn't said a word. Megan watched him out of the corner of her eye and noticed that he watched the kids run around playing some sort of game of tag, although Megan couldn't figure out what the rules were. Apollo sat next to her, sleeping. She half listened as Kimberly told Patrick about their talk that afternoon and the conclusion they came up with, that the missing key had likely been buried under the barn rubble in the ground. She started to think about some of the books she had read about time travel, and a thought formed in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense to her, but she wasn't sure if it would be accepted by people who lived almost 100 years before her. Patrick groaned. I was really hoping that the key was long gone. After all, it has been 8 years. We need to figure out what happened so Megan can get back home, Nikki told everyone. I have a theory, Megan blurted out. I think I know what could have happened. Everyone looked at her and waited for her to continue. In my time, there are a lot of books and movies about time travel. Maybe Kimberly and Nikki remember that. Time travel is considered fictional, but people are fascinated by the idea anyway. Obviously, it's not fictional, considering how Kimberly, Nikki, and all of her family came here using the keys. Anyway, one of the ideas that are used in these books is portals. Of course! Portals, Kimberly exclaimed, and then looked at Patrick. Portals are another way people can travel through time. It's kind of like an invisible tunnel that carries people from one time to another. Megan continued. Maybe this key that disappeared was buried under the dirt during or after the fire. Over the next 8 years, it was buried even deeper under the dirt. Somehow there is some connection between my time and yours. I'm not sure how that works. Tell us again exactly what happened just before you arrived in our time, Sean suggested. Okay, Megan said and took a deep breath. My mom told me to take a day off from helping in our shop. I love to hike in the mountains with Apollo, so the next day I decided to hike this certain trail that I knew about that had a whole bunch of herbs growing wild in the middle of a field on federal land. I figured I could gather some of these herbs and we could use them to make some of our most popular teas. It would save us some money while my mom figured out what we should do about our lease. I don't see how gathering a few herbs would have saved very much money, Nikki interjected. Megan shrugged her shoulders. Probably not, but it seemed like a good idea at the time. Anyway, I was walking around this field and saw the circle of rocks. Apollo ran through the circle. Just as he did that, I saw a bright flash of light, and then it was like he disappeared into thin air. I was frantic. How could a dog just disappear like that? I ran into the circle and again saw the flash of light. Then suddenly I was on the ground on your ranch. I don't remember much after that until I woke up in your house. It must have been a rough trip if it made you pass out, Kimberly commented. Or I passed out from the shock of it all. I had no idea what was going on. Regardless, a portal does make sense, although I'm not sure how it is connected between our specific time and yours. What are the chances that you can't get back to your day? What if it takes you to 1942, or the medieval times for that matter? Sean asked. Megan's heart sank at Sean's words. What if she wasn't able to go back to her time? Was it even safe to try? She became very silent while everyone else continued to talk about time travel, portals, and golden keys. Suddenly, she couldn't take it anymore, stood up and walked away quickly. Part of her could tell everyone fell silent at her sudden departure. But she didn't care. Her entire life had just changed all in one moment. Tears came to her eyes as she felt a cold nose hit her hand. Apollo had faithfully followed her. He was tall enough that she could keep her hand on his head as they walked. Her tears continued to fall. What was she going to do? What cosmic mistake could have happened just at the time she was on a hike to gather herbs? Why her and not someone else? She took off running away from the ranch. After jogging along the path for a few minutes, along the path that ran near the river, she finally slowed down. She stopped to watch the rush of the water move past her and slowly started to relax. She had always loved the sound of running water. She bent down and scooped up some with her hand as Apollo jumped into the river and took a long drink. Then he ran downstream a few feet before bounding back to Megan and shaking himself hard. "Apollo!" Megan laughed as the dog sprinkled her with cold water. She picked up a small stick, threw it into the river, and Apollo barked before jumping in again after it. "Looks like he is having fun." Megan turned around at Keegan's voice. "He is. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. If you want to be left alone, I'll leave. But it really isn't safe to be by yourself out here." Megan shrugged, trying to act nonchalant, but secretly she was thrilled he had followed her. "I don't mind. I'm done having my breakdown." Keegan's eyes furrowed. "What do you mean? Breakdown?" She smiled at another sign that they were both from different time periods. "Let's just say this entire time travel scenario is hard for me to wrap my head around. I just needed some time to think through things. I need to get back to Denver to check on my patients. Why don't you come with me for a few days? My family can try to figure things out here, and you can see what early 20th century Denver looks like." "Where would I stay?" Megan asked. "You could stay at my sister's house, or you could stay at mine." "You have a house?" "Yes, I inherited it." From the way Keegan talked, she knew there was more to the story of how he inherited the house, but decided to ask her questions another time. Without talking herself out of it, she made a decision. "Sure, I'll come with you to Denver." A smile lit up Keegan's face, and it made Megan remember a dream she had had a few weeks before she traveled to 1902. She was inside a large Victorian home. It looked like a house that was at least 50 years old, most likely older, and had been remodeled. She was standing in a room that looked like a sitting room or a parlor. The furniture was old-fashioned but beautiful. She could see out of a large window that was covered with lacy curtains and noticed the grounds were impeccably taken care of. Then she saw the man she always dreamed about. He stood a few feet away from her, dressed in modern clothing. "Who are you?" Megan had asked him, realizing she had never asked that question before in her dreams. He didn't say anything, but held out his hand for hers. "I don't understand why I keep dreaming about you." "Come find me," the man said to her with a smile. "It's time." "Time for what?" Megan asked. "You will soon know." Megan didn't say anything, and the man pulled her to him. "I just want a quiet life. If I find you, things will change. My life will change." The man nodded. "You need to live as you were meant to, as you were born to. Are you going to deny yourself that?" "Why can't you find me?" Megan asked as her cheek pressed against his chest. The enormity of the situation overwhelmed her. She closed her eyes as tears started to fall. "Because it's up to you to start it." The man tilted her face to his and slowly pressed his lips to hers. Stars instantly exploded around her. In all the dreams Megan had of this man, he had never kissed her before. The kiss felt so real, it was almost as if it had really happened. "All right, I don't know how, but I will find you," Megan promised him. When she said these words, the dream faded away. The last thing she saw of the man, of Keegan, was his smile, the smile she was looking at right at that moment. She had kept her promise to him. She had found him. Chapter 10. For the first time since she traveled back in time, Megan woke up with excitement. She would be traveling with Keegan to Denver today. She knew she should probably be making more of an effort to get back to her own day, but seeing Denver in all its 1900s glory was an opportunity she didn't want to pass up. How many people get an opportunity to really experience what life was like in this time period? She dressed quickly in a dress Nikki had lent her. It was beige in color with small pink flowers, high-necked, long-sleeved, and was a little too small for her. She tried to adjust it to make it more comfortable, and then finally resigned herself to the fact that she would just have to get used to the tightness of the material. After coming into the kitchen where the whole family was already gathered for breakfast, she timidly took a seat next to Keegan. Her heart lurched as he looked her way and grinned. His smile was so brilliant and highlighted his handsome features so well that she couldn't look away. The same smile from her dreams. She was starting to accept that somehow Keegan was going to be part of her life, at least right now in 1902. "Are you ready for today?" Keegan asked her, reaching over to squeeze her hand briefly, too briefly, before returning to sorting his herbs on the kitchen table. "Yes, I think so," Megan responded. "Do we need to pack a lunch or extra clothing?" She knew a 2-day stay somewhere away from home would require at least a small suitcase for sanitary needs, as well as several changes of clothes. She was fairly certain that people in this time wore their clothes for a few days before changing them, and felt uncomfortable at the thought of wearing this dress for 2 or 3 days straight. "No, I would imagine the dress you have now will work fine, although you may want to pack a night dress." Keegan's cheeks flushed slightly, as though embarrassed at talking to her about a nightgown. Megan smiled, loving the fact that such a simple thought would make him blush. The nightdress Kimberly had let her borrow was a thin material, but still went from her collarbones all the way to her ankles. "If only he knew what most women in my time wore to bed," she thought with a giggle. He cleared his throat. "And we should be in town well before our next meal." "Keegan, you'll have to move your herbs to the table in the living room. Breakfast is just about ready," Kimberly said as she brought over some biscuits to set on the table. "Yes, ma'am," Keegan replied with a cheeky grin. Megan helped him gather his herbs and move them without mixing them together. She knew she liked to keep her herbs separated and organized, and figured he would too. After a noisy but somehow comfortable breakfast, everyone went their separate ways. Keegan finished sorting his herbs and tying a thin rope around each bundle to keep them organized. They walked together towards the barn, each carrying a bundle with the supplies they needed to bring with them. After Spirit was saddled, she tied on her few belongings. Apollo, ever faithful, followed at her heels. "Are you ready to see Denver, boy?" Megan bent down to scratch behind his ears, and his excited tail thumped on the ground. She had never seen him so happy. He was loving all the freedom he had to roam around the ranch and had already picked up on some of the habits of the other dogs, but now he would be following them. Keegan came up behind her, having finished saddling his own horse. "I've got to talk to Patrick before I leave. I'm going to go track him down, and I'll be back in a minute." "Okay," Megan responded, still petting and scratching Apollo. Several times that morning, Keegan had made suggestions that everyone could try to figure out how the time portal worked. Kimberly and Nikki happily corroborated with him, excited about new ideas that may or may not work. Sean and Patrick had just sat, confusion flitting across their faces. Tension had poured off Patrick's shoulders. He didn't think it was a good idea for Megan to go into town and wanted her back in her own time as quickly as possible. Megan thought it was likely that Keegan was going to reassure his brother that this trip to Denver wouldn't take long, and Kimberly and Nikki would figure everything out, so Megan would soon be on her way back home. Megan was surprised when that thought brought a pang of sadness to her. She was enjoying her time here, although she knew she wouldn't enjoy living here for the rest of her life. She recognized the most likely reason she was enjoying it so much was her interaction with Keegan throughout the days. She heard boots crunching the dirt behind her, and stood up to turn around, wiping her now dirty hands on her dress. Apollo would definitely need a bath or two when they got home. Keegan had a grim look on his face when he walked up. "Everything is all set. I'm ready if you are." "Yes, let's get going," Megan responded, instinctively recognizing that the conversation between Keegan and Patrick hadn't gone well. She did her best to jump onto the horse like she had done it all her life. She knew she was getting better, but was still awkward compared to Keegan, who was somehow able to swing onto the horse in one fluid motion. Keegan clicked his tongue and steered his horse towards town. Spirit followed, encouraged to walk quickly by Apollo, who was trying to practice his herding skills. He eventually got bored with that and started sniffing along the river, which they were riding parallel to. "I can't believe how beautiful it is up here," Megan commented as she looked around at the tall trees, gurgling river, and the thick grass that swayed in the breeze. "Describe what these mountains look like in your time," Keegan suggested. "Well, I suppose they are pretty much the same. The mountains I know have more trails and people in them. Here, it's like you have your own peaceful world where you don't have to worry about anything but your own life, your own family." She thought of her mother, who tried so hard to please all her customers, and Mr. Manning. She was usually so tired by the end of the day, she never got around to taking care of herself. She could use a life like this. "I can see how you could think that. I prefer to be around other people where I feel like I can make a difference in multiple lives, and not just my own," Keegan responded tactfully. Megan thought about that for a moment and recognized it was likely something her mother would say. "You are right. I'm sure after a while it could get lonely up here. Can you tell me more about your office? What kind of help do you give people?" "We get all sorts in our office. Most often we're treating cuts and injuries from the hardworking folks around town, but we also handle everything from headaches and back pain to infections and a range of other medical issues." "I wish my mother and I were able to accomplish as much as you do. In my time, herbs are often overlooked in favor of strong medicine. The medicine works well, but often causes harmful side effects, which can lead a lot of people to take more medicine. We can suggest they use different herbs or aromatherapy, but it's only advice, and we still are obligated to tell them to talk to an actual doctor as well." "What's aromatherapy?" Keegan asked, cocking his head to the side. For the rest of the ride to Denver, they talked about the different herbs and how they could be used. They were both equally fascinated by the differences, and the ride passed quickly. Soon, Megan spotted the town when they were still several miles away. "Is that Denver?" she asked with excitement. "Yes, it is. We can come around through the edge of town and stop at my house first to rest the horses, get cleaned up, and eat some lunch." "That sounds good. I should probably let Apollo rest at your house as well." She glanced at her dog, who was walking slowly behind the horses, clearly very tired. "Good idea. I have a pen in the back of the house he can stay in. He's gotten pretty dirty, and if you don't mind, I would rather him not be inside my house." Megan didn't blame him at all. Just thinking about the mess she would have to clean up once she took him back to her apartment made her cringe, and she told him as much. They guided their horses off the road and onto a grassy field to the left of the town. They passed a few large houses that were off the road a distance away, probably owned by the wealthy who could afford to send servants into town to run their errands for them. Keegan eventually led them down a side street, passing several large houses. Megan looked at them all curiously. They were beautiful and spaced far enough apart that each house probably had at least 2 acres of its own property. Most of them were built in a Victorian style, which Megan had to admit she had found a particular fondness for while she shopped in all the pawn and antique shops back in her time. She figured he would lead her a little further into town before they got to his home, when Keegan pointed to a house on the right about 100 yards away. "That's my home," he said with a small amount of pride. She was shocked that he owned such a large house, but felt it would be rude to say so. She would almost call it a mansion. Luckily, he saw her surprise and explained, "I inherited this house from Victoria after she died." There was sadness in his voice when he spoke of her, and she could tell her death must have been somewhat recent. "I'm sorry for your loss. I remember Kimberly and Nikki talking about her and her husband Collins." She felt the words were formal, but didn't know how to relate to his experience. She had never known any of her extended family. It had just been her and her mother her whole life. She had never experienced a death from someone who was close to her. It was time. Victoria was in pain more often than not in the last few months of her life, so in a way it was a relief knowing she is at peace now, Keegan said softly. By this time they had reached their destination, and Megan couldn't help but admire its beauty. It was a large, white Victorian house with a wraparound porch and large oak shade trees in the front. There were so many windows, she was sure the inside was full of natural light. She couldn't wait to go inside to see all the details and decor. She slid off the horse and stretched her legs as she admired the house. She suddenly realized it was the exact house she had been with Keegan in during her last dream. It did look a bit different. It was definitely newer than the house she had remembered. The wood that trimmed the windows was white instead of a light blue, and there was different furniture on the porch. The trees that surrounded the home weren't as large, but overall the Victorian home was beautiful. She turned to him to ask a question, but was interrupted when a man came out of the house to formally welcome Keegan. "It's good to have you home, Mr. Callahan," he said in a friendly voice. "He has a butler?" Megan couldn't imagine having help around her place like that. "Thank you, Robert. This is Megan. She will be staying with us tonight," Keegan said, while he handed both horses' reins over to another man who came around from the back of the house. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Megan. Shall I direct the maid to fix up one of the guest rooms for her?" Robert asked Keegan, clearly trying to figure out the relationship between him and Megan. "Yes, thank you," Keegan said simply before leading Megan into the house. Megan blushed a little as the butler walked back into the house. The thought that Robert might have thought she would be staying in Keegan's bedroom made her uncomfortable, and she was glad Keegan made sure Robert understood they wouldn't be sharing the same room. Before she had another thought on the matter, they were walking through the front door and another man came up to pat Keegan on the back. "I was wondering when you were going to show up again," he said loudly. He was handsome in an old-fashioned rugged way and smiled at her charmingly. Megan couldn't help but smile back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Keegan frown at her slightly before turning to the man. "We are only staying for a couple of days. This is Megan Conway, a family friend. Megan, this is Nathan Young. We met at school, and he is staying here for the time being." "Nice to meet you, Miss Conway." Nathan came closer, grandly taking her hand to kiss it. She could tell by the gleam in his eyes that he was being more playful than romantic, so she laughed at his antics. "Only a couple of days? Why not stay a little longer?" She opened her mouth to answer, but Keegan beat her to it, a little cross. Megan just wanted to see the town, and needs to head back to the ranch before long. Somewhat confused at Keegan's rude tone, Megan tried to lighten the conversation. "I wish it could be different, but I do have important business to take care of tomorrow." "You must be just like Keegan, all work and no play," Nathan teased them both, and elbowed Keegan as he spoke. "I did just take a few days off, didn't I?" Keegan defended himself under his breath. "We will have some fun tonight. I'm sure between the two of you we will have a good time," Megan tried to say cheerfully. Keegan grunted. "I'm sure Megan is tired from the trip. Let me show her to her room so she knows where she can relax, and we will go out when she is ready." "It looks like you have everything taken care of. I need to go back to Dr. Thomas. The office is busy today and he requested that I make my lunch break short. I'll see you tonight." Nathan winked at Megan and strode out the door. Keegan stood for a moment, with a scowl on his face. He then turned to show Megan around the house, directing her to where she could freshen up. Megan wished she could pay attention and enjoy the tour of the house more, but she was confused by Keegan's reaction to Nathan. If he didn't like Nathan, why would Keegan let him stay in his house? Keegan finished showing her around, his mood improving with every room he showed her. When they ended up in the parlor, she did her best to keep her face passive, but she wanted to gaze around. The room looked exactly like the one in her dream. It was where Keegan had kissed her. For the first time, she finally gave herself permission to believe that her dreams were trying to guide her, to tell her something, and that Keegan was to be a major part of her life. Even when she was able to return to her time, she now knew the fact that she traveled to Keegan's time was supposed to happen. She just wished she knew why. Eventually, Keegan left her to use the indoor washroom and wash up. He promised he would meet her in the kitchen when she was done and would ask the cook to start a lunch for the two of them. Hopefully Keegan wouldn't get grumpy again the next time Nathan was around. He seemed like a good friend, and Megan thought the three of them could have a fun time that evening if Keegan wanted to. Chapter 11. Megan and Keegan traveled back to the ranch late the next day. The night before had been one of the best of Megan's life. When they got back to Keegan's house, Nathan had announced that one of their neighbors had invited everyone over for a visit. One of the older boys of the house, Harrison, was learning to play the fiddle, and the family's only daughter, Mary, was very good at the piano. After they ate supper, they played songs while everyone sang, laughed, and sometimes danced to the music. The children's parents were a happy couple and told jokes and laughed with all of them. Megan laughed until her sides hurt and had grown closer to Keegan than she had planned. When Nathan first announced the plan to spend the evening with this family, she was worried. What if she said or did something to make this new family suspicious that she wasn't from their time? She instinctively knew that the fact that she time-traveled and the fact that quite a few of Keegan's family members had time-traveled as well needed to be kept a secret. She did her best to pretend she was from their time, and it was surprisingly easy. She was careful to talk only when she absolutely needed to. Keegan had also helped by staying at her side. There were a few times when he even held her hand in encouragement. Nathan had seemed like an entirely different person than he had been earlier that day. While still happy, he was acting shy and spent most of his time with Mary. She was just 17, which seemed awfully young to Megan, but she saw the happy glances from the parents that told her they were pleased with the polite attention Nathan was giving to their daughter. Megan did notice that Keegan had seemed to enjoy being around Nathan more now that he had his attention focused on Mary. Megan thought that was interesting. Could it be that Keegan had been jealous of the attention Nathan had given her earlier that day? Regardless, she was glad the two were getting along. They had all had such a good time that it was late when they went to bed. They had a late breakfast the next day and rode their horses back into town so Keegan could work at the office for a few hours, and Megan could talk with Justin and Bridget. Justin had talked to Megan about a few other ideas that he had. Most of them had to do with the way rocks had been laid out around the portal. He had even thought maybe it would only work one day out of the whole year, which had terrified her to think about. He assured her he thought she would have more luck with making sure she traveled at the exact same time of day that she had traveled to the ranch. She knew she wouldn't be able to try the portal that day since Keegan's work had taken longer than he thought it would. From what she figured, she had gone through the portal around 3 in the afternoon, and they wouldn't make it to the ranch until right before nightfall. She was anxious to try everything Justin had talked to her about, but was also glad she would get one more day with Keegan. She had enjoyed the night before so much. She reminisced back to when he had walked her to her bedroom door the night before. He had placed his hands on either side of her face, and she had prepared herself for their first kiss, instinctively knowing it was going to be the best kiss she had ever had. Instead, he had placed a sweet, gentle kiss on her forehead and said goodnight before going to his own room several doors down. Somehow, the chaste way he had treated her was more sensual to her than an intense kiss on the lips would have been. She smiled at the memory and glanced at Keegan as they rode their horses. He was quiet, almost solemn, as he had been since she had explained to him her ideas of how the portal could work, and informed him she wanted to try it again tomorrow. She wondered if he was being quiet because he was thinking of things they could try, or maybe he was as sad as she was about her leaving. She vowed to make the next day as fun as possible for the two of them. Now that she thought of it, every time she brought up going back home, he got a sad, distant look in his eyes. He must feel the same way about her as she did with him. Even if they couldn't have a relationship, they could at least make memories they could look back on in the future. Sunday morning, 2015. Barbara arrived at her shop early Sunday morning, hoping that Megan would be there, even though the shop was closed for the day. She had tried several times that morning to get a hold of her daughter with no luck, and she was starting to worry. It wasn't like Megan to not return a phone call. When she arrived at the shop, it was locked and dark. She let herself in and did a quick search, immediately knowing that Megan hadn't been in the shop all weekend. Pulling her cell phone out of her pocket, she called Megan's number, again getting her voicemail. Locking the shop up behind her, she quickly drove to Megan's apartment. "I should have done this yesterday," Barbara lectured herself. "I know something is very wrong." Because she tried hard not to hover around her daughter and give her freedom and space, Megan could be in danger. When she arrived at Megan's apartment, she pounded on the door but wasn't surprised when there wasn't an answer. Using the spare key Megan had given her, she let herself in. The first thing she noticed was that no one was home. The sofa bed wasn't made up. Apollo was missing, so Barbara knew that wherever Megan was, the dog was with her. Pulling out her phone again, she called Abby and breathed a sigh of relief when she answered on the first ring. "Hello?" Abby asked. "Barbara? Are you calling about Megan?" "Yes," Barbara answered, relieved. Abby must know where her daughter was. "Do you know where Megan is?" "No, I don't. We were supposed to go out to lunch yesterday, but she never showed up and she never answered her phone. I was hoping you knew where she was." "I know she went hiking Friday. Something must have happened." "Do you know where she went hiking?" Abby asked. "No, but I assume it's where she usually goes, on that group of hiking paths she likes in the canyon." "What are you going to do?" "I'll drive up there and see if I can see her car," Barbara quickly decided. "Please let me know when you find her," Abby pleaded. After Barbara agreed and hung up, she was soon on her way up the canyon, saying a prayer in her heart that Megan was okay. Even though she suspected which hiking paths Megan likely went to, she stopped at each parking lot, looking for her daughter's car. Like she suspected, she finally saw the silver sedan in the parking lot of the hiking paths Megan liked. Barbara parked her own car right beside it and got out to check her daughter's car doors. Of course, they were all locked. Barbara looked at the main hiking path and started to walk towards it, but she knew it wouldn't be wise to start her own hike. She wasn't prepared with water or food, and the main path forked into 3 other paths. It wouldn't be smart to try to search each one. "It's time to alert the authorities," Barbara murmured to herself as she ran back to her own car. She did her best to keep herself under control. It would do no good to fall apart right now. That could happen after Megan was found, and she would be able to give her daughter a lecture about going hiking on her own without letting anyone know exactly where she was going. Chapter 12, October 1902. Megan and Keegan arrived at the ranch with dinner waiting for them. It was cold but still delicious. They were hungry and ate quickly, while Nikki, Kimberly, and their husbands sat anxiously waiting to hear what Justin had to say about the time portal. After everyone had finished eating and the children were sent to spend the evening with Nikki's parents in their cabin, all the adults sat on different couches and chairs in the main room to catch each other up on what they had learned. Nikki spoke first. "Kimberly and I went out to the circle of rocks where you said the portal was several times a day. We tried a lot of different things, but it doesn't seem the portal is even there anymore. I really hope Justin was able to come up with something because Kimberly and I are fresh out of ideas." Actually, he did have several different suggestions. He said I should try to use the portal at the exact time it took me to your ranch. I have been thinking back, trying to remember what time it was. I know I looked at the clock on my phone when I was done harvesting the herbs, and it said about 2:30. I walked around a little after that, gathering everything in my backpack before I saw Apollo disappear through the portal. I'm guessing it was about 3 when everything happened. "Okay, that's good. Patrick and Sean can tell time almost exactly just by looking at the sun. We can give that a try tomorrow," Nikki said enthusiastically. Kimberly turned to Megan. "What else did he say?" "He said I should be wearing everything I had on the first time through the portal. I basically need to replicate the experience the best I can. He also said it might have something to do with the way the rocks were arranged, or maybe it was only active 1 day out of the year, but he felt his first idea was more likely to work." "I agree," Kimberly pitched in. "It's worth trying anyway, and if it doesn't work, we'll try to come up with another plan." "Well, let's hope this works. We will need to block off that portal at some point. We wouldn't want any of the kids to accidentally trip into the portal, Patrick said with a serious face. Then he grinned. Justin mentioned that as well. He thought it was odd that everyone walks across this land all day, every day, and no one has found it yet, Keegan commented. It's likely just a matter of luck, Patrick responded. Megan didn't agree, but didn't say so. She thought there was something they were missing. She just couldn't figure out what. Keegan woke up with a feeling of dread surrounding him. The last few days he had spent with Megan had been some of the best days of his life. She brought this calm with her wherever she went, and one smile from her could put him in a good mood for hours. Today, that was all going to change. She was going to go back to her time today. He didn't know what made him so sure Justin's suggestions would work. All he knew is that his gut told him that Megan would be leaving soon, and that letting her go would be the worst decision of his life. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't ask Megan to stay. He knew how much her mother meant to her. It would be unfair and cruel to ask that of her. Besides, he had seen how much Kimberly, Nikki, and their family had needed to learn to fit in with going from the future to their time. He had never heard any of them complain, but he was aware of the huge adjustments they had needed to make, although he knew that Garrett, Justin's oldest son, had had a difficult time adjusting. Keegan didn't want to ask Megan to go through that. With a groan, he climbed out of bed and got dressed. He might as well make the most of his last day with her. He walked to the main cabin and entered the kitchen, trying to paste a smile on his face so his family wouldn't ask questions. Megan was already up, dressed in the outfit she had been wearing when he found her the first day on the ranch. She was also chatting nervously to everyone, much like she did on her first day here. Why does she do that? Keegan wondered. She glanced at him as he entered the kitchen, smiled shyly, and continued talking to Nikki while she cooked. Keegan walked over, gave Nikki a peck on the cheek as a greeting, and sat down next to Megan. As soon as he could get a word in, he said the first thing that came to his mind. Megan, would you like to go fishing with me this morning before you go? We might be able to catch lunch for everyone. We will make sure we are done before 1 o'clock. Everyone was quiet for a moment, and Keegan saw Nikki look at him significantly. Nikki knew Keegan loved to fish, and he wouldn't take a girl fishing with him unless he really liked her. Keegan sent her a scowl, trying to tell her to mind her own business. Nikki had a point, though. He did like Megan, maybe more than he was willing to admit. He told himself he wouldn't be taking her if it wasn't her last day here, their last day together. That sounds nice, Megan finally responded, meeting his eyes, and smiled at him. His heart ached when he realized he wouldn't get to see her smile again after today. Great, we will head out right after breakfast. Keegan smiled back at her, despite the pain in his chest. Can I go too? Was the request from nearly every child in the room. Nikki broke in before Keegan could respond. Absolutely not. You all have plenty of schoolwork and chores to catch up on today since we took the day off yesterday. They all groaned in disappointment but didn't argue. They both ate quickly while Megan continued to talk nervously to everyone. When she started to let things slip about the future, she caught herself. She knew none of the adults talked about the future in front of the children. After that, she was quieter and just finished eating. After everyone had finished and she helped clear the table, she turned to Keegan. I want to pack my backpack with everything I brought on the way here. Is it okay if I do that before we leave to go fishing? Of course, Keegan responded. She gathered all her belongings, making sure that the chipmunk carving was safe in a small pocket of her backpack. Then she made sure Apollo had something to eat. Once she was done, she found Keegan, and they started walking toward Keegan's favorite fishing spot. Don't you use a fishing pole? Megan asked when she noticed that Keegan wasn't carrying anything. Or do you not have fishing poles yet? There are some who own fishing poles, but I find them cumbersome. I just find a nice thin stick, whittle it smooth a little, and use a basic line and hook, Keegan responded with a grin. There used to be a group of Indians who lived near us. They taught me how to fish. Oh, okay. In my time, there are 100 different kinds of poles you can buy. They retract down, too, so it's easier to carry them around. Maybe you would like one of those poles better, Megan commented. Maybe, it's hard to say. This method works just fine for me, Keegan responded simply, trying to help her calm down a little. He wished he knew what was causing her to act so nervous. When they arrived at his favorite fishing spot, he went to work finding a strong green stick that he could use for his pole. He pulled a knife from his belt and cut off all the rough bumps on the stick. He tied his line to the pole, then tied his hook to the other end of the line. He realized neither he nor Megan had said anything during that time, and he looked around to see what she was doing. He was pleasantly surprised to find her digging in the mud under a low-hanging pine tree, trying to stir up some grubs or something else useful to use as bait. She then pulled up a few small worms out of the ground. "Good work, we should be all set," Keegan said as he walked towards her. "I hope we catch something. I haven't had fresh fish before," Megan responded. "Didn't your dad ever take you out?" Keegan asked, surprised. He knew she didn't have any siblings, but he had never known a father who didn't teach his son how to fish. Didn't they do that in the future? Would a father teach a daughter as well? "I've never met my father," she said simply, and he sensed she didn't want to talk about it. "I'm sorry to hear that," was all he said, even though he would have liked to hear her story. His own father had died when he was still a young boy, but he couldn't imagine not ever knowing his father. Megan shrugged, and Keegan let the subject drop. They spent a few peaceful moments together while he threw his line in the water and pulled it out a few times. It wasn't long before he felt a tug at his line and he started to pull it in. Megan let out a yelp of delight when she realized he had a fish. She waited anxiously as he pulled it over to the riverbank, clearly excited about the whole process. He pulled it out of the water so she could see it better. "Oh, it's so small," she said, sounding disappointed. The fish was only about 4 inches long. Keegan laughed. "Yeah, this one won't have much meat on it. We can throw it back and try for a bigger one. This baby can grow a little more for next year." He tossed it back, put another worm on his hook, and threw the line back in. In no time, he had caught a couple more fish that were big enough to keep, although none of them would feed more than 2 people. He quickly pulled in each fish and tied them to a stick he had secured in the mud beforehand. The fish could remain in the water, alive, until they were ready to go back to the ranch. This was how he ensured they stayed as fresh as possible. "Do you want to try?" Keegan asked Megan when she started looking a little bored. "I probably won't catch anything," Megan hedged. "Sure you will. This river is full of fish. Besides, I'll help you," Keegan said. "Do you want to put the bait on?" Megan made a face, clearly disgusted by the idea. Finding the bait was one thing, but squishing it onto a hook was another. Keegan laughed in response. "I'll do it." He got the line ready and gave her the makeshift pole. He showed her how to best throw the line in and pull it back. He was impressed that she got the hang of it quickly. He longed to put his arms around her, to teach her how to throw the line in the best way, but he felt they should be in a stronger relationship before he could get that close to her. Unfortunately, that would never happen. His thoughts were gloomy and distracting, so he didn't notice at first when a fish started pulling on the line. "Keegan," Megan yelled, panicked. "What do I do? It's so strong." "Just don't let go of the pole." Keegan rushed over and helped her pull the fish in. He thought she may have been overreacting when she said it was a big one, but he had to strain against it as he pulled. Finally, the fish popped out of the water and flip-flopped all over the muddy earth. "It's huge!" Megan exclaimed, laughing with delight. Keegan's mouth hung open. It was huge. It would easily feed at least 6 people, with some extra left over. "Beginner's luck," Keegan teased. Megan laughed. "Maybe, but I bet your family will be grateful I was around to bring in this fish. Everyone would have gone pretty hungry with those little guppies you kept bringing in." Keegan grinned, happy that she was finally playful and no longer fidgety as she had been all day. Without thinking, he grabbed her hand and pulled her in for a hug. He noticed that her eyes drifted shut, letting him know that she wanted the hug as much as he did. It lasted longer than he intended, and she eventually laid her head on his chest. He couldn't help but treasure this last bit of time they had together. He cleared his throat. "Between your fish and the fish I've caught, we should have enough for lunch. Let's stop for the day." Megan smiled at him, a little sadness in her eyes, and she stepped carefully away from him. "Let's. I'm hungry, and I want to make sure I get to try some of this fish before it's time to go back to 2015. Keegan's face fell a little at the thought, and he began to clean each fish. When that chore was completed, they walked back to the ranch quietly, but Megan had grabbed his hand and held it for a few minutes. He could tell that she was feeling the same thing he was. He desperately wished they could stay together longer and maybe build their relationship into something more. They both knew that wasn't possible. She wouldn't be willing to stay in the past because of her concern about her mother. He couldn't travel to the future because he was supposed to take over Dr. Thomas's office. Even if those circumstances hadn't been there, he knew that his family had already changed history too much by bringing Kimberly, Nikki, Justin, and his parents back into the past. They had all agreed that while they loved the new members of their family, it wouldn't be smart to keep bringing people back and forth through time. It's just not how things were supposed to happen. Before he knew it, they were back at the ranch and everyone was oohing over the fish Megan had caught. He also got a few jabs from his brothers that a girl was able to catch a bigger fish than he had been able to. He joked back good-naturedly and gave all the fish to Nikki, who proceeded to cut them into fillets and fried them up. Lunch seemed to fly by. Keegan wished time would slow down. He didn't want to say goodbye to Megan. He tried telling himself to toughen up. He had only known her for a few days, even if it did feel like he had known her his whole life. He tried to act happy, to make the most of the last few hours with her, but he couldn't help feeling more and more depressed as time passed. After everyone had finished their lunch and helped clean up, Patrick offered to take Megan out to what they had started to call the portal. "That would be great," Megan responded to Patrick's offer, glancing at Keegan before quickly looking away. "I'd like to be there with plenty of time to spare so I don't miss it." Keegan couldn't help the words that came out. "Do you mind if I come too?" He couldn't even think of a good enough explanation for why he wanted to be there, except that he wanted to spend as much time with Megan as possible. "I don't see why not," Patrick responded, after looking at Keegan for a moment with caution in his eyes. Keegan knew Patrick was worried that he might be falling in love with Megan, just like he had when Kimberly had come to visit. It had happened again when Nikki came to help Kimberly with the birth of her twins. Sean hadn't been able to help falling for her. Patrick didn't want to change history anymore by bringing yet another person back to the past. They all set out toward the circle of rocks just past the garden of herbs. Apollo followed them, erratically barking and chasing things, but always came back to sniff Megan's hand. None of them said anything which worried Keegan. Megan should have been nervous, but she wasn't chatting like she normally did. Keegan couldn't stop himself from grabbing Megan's hand to comfort her as much as himself. He couldn't stand the thought of letting her go. When they arrived at the portal, Megan dropped Keegan's hand and called Apollo over and clipped a leash onto his collar, wanting to make sure he stayed near her. She adjusted her backpack on her shoulders and mentally checked off everything she had with her the first time she went through the portal. "So, how will we know when the portal is active?" she asked nervously. "I'm not sure," Patrick responded. "This is a new experience for all of us," he reminded her with a smile, trying to put her at ease. "Maybe we will feel the air vibrate, like the keys did when we touched them," Keegan suggested. "That's possible," Patrick said hesitantly, then glanced up at the sky. "It's about 3 o'clock. After a moment of silence, Keegan turned to Megan. "I know it wasn't planned, and it will probably be hard to explain everything when you get back home. But I am glad we were able to meet you." "I'm glad too," she said, tears starting to form. She jumped at him then, throwing her arms around his neck. Startled, he just stood there for a moment, conscious of Patrick's eyes on him, a grim look on his face. He wrapped his arms around her for just a moment before she pulled away and wiped her eyes. She turned to Patrick and hugged him briefly as well. "Thank you for letting me stay at your ranch while I was here. I know it wasn't easy for you." Patrick didn't know how to respond and shifted his large body uncomfortably. "It wasn't a problem. You'd better try the portal now." Taking a deep breath and looking at Keegan one more time, she took a step forward, pulling Apollo with her. Keegan could barely stand to watch, yet he couldn't take his eyes away as she stepped into the circle. He felt as if his heart was tearing in two. Everyone held their breath, watching Megan closely. After a moment, when nothing happened, Megan said, "Maybe it's too early." She stepped out of the circle, then stepped back in again several times. After 15 minutes or so, when nothing happened, the fear in her eyes turned to tears. Patrick, who was clearly trying not to show his frustration at the fact that it didn't work, put his hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry it didn't work. We can try again tomorrow." Megan just nodded, tears streaming down her face. Patrick walked away, sensing he wouldn't be much help to her. Megan looked over helplessly at Keegan, the pain clear in her eyes. As much as his heart hurt for her, there was a relief that flooded through him. She was staying in his time, at least for one more day. He walked over and put his arms around her in comfort. Megan sobbed into Keegan's chest. She was so afraid she wouldn't be able to see her mom again. She already missed her so much. What would it be like to never hug her mother again? What if she never saw Abby again? She didn't know how long it took before she stopped crying, but eventually she was able to calm down and relish the feeling of comfort Keegan gave her. He kept whispering soft words in her ear while he rubbed a gentle hand over her back. After some time, feeling slightly embarrassed, "I'm sorry." "Don't be," Keegan said, smiling softly at her. "It's understandable to be upset." "I think I need some time alone," Megan softly whispered. She wanted to stay near the portal just in case it started to work. She also wanted to think through things. She could tell that Keegan was disappointed, but he seemed to understand and left her alone. "Just don't stay here too long," he cautioned as he looked at the sky. "It looks like a storm is coming." As he was walking away, a thought hit Megan. She knew something had been missing from the plan they'd had. She just hadn't known what. Daylight savings time. She couldn't remember what year exactly it started, but she knew it hadn't been started in 1902. That meant she had time-traveled around 3 o'clock in her own time, but had arrived in 1902 at approximately 2 o'clock standard time. She must have used the portal at the wrong moment. Hopefully that was why it hadn't worked. She'd missed the window by just 1 hour. She wanted to shout after Keegan and tell him her thoughts, but she hesitated, and then made an instant decision. She would spend her time keeping herself busy and not say anything to anyone about daylight savings. Tomorrow she would try the portal on her own. If it didn't work, then she would know that that wasn't the problem, and would try to come up with another idea. Megan enjoyed the evening with Keegan and his family. She listened as Richie and Jonathan reminded Keegan that he promised them that he would take them horseback riding while he was visiting, and they made plans to do so the next day right after lunch. Keegan invited her to go with them, but she declined. She wanted to stay near the portal. Later, after all the children were put to bed, she was able to hear Doug and Michelle's story about how they traveled through time in order to see Nikki and meet her new husband. They told her how they weren't planning on staying, but ended up being forced to when the keys were taken by the Irishman. Megan asked them if they ever regretted that they were forced to stay, and both of them denied it. They were glad they were able to be near their children and grandchildren. Of course, there were many things that they missed, but they hadn't been very close to their own siblings, and their parents had already passed away. The next morning passed very slowly for Megan. She was very antsy and had a hard time sitting still. She finally asked Kimberly to assign her a job to do, and enjoyed spending a few hours helping to prepare their garden for the winter. Soon after lunch, she made an excuse that she wanted to spend some time in Keegan's herb garden. As she bent over pulling some weeds that were starting to crowd some of the herbs, she watched as Keegan led 3 horses out of the large barn and started to saddle them up, with the boys' help. Megan could tell that Richie and Jonathan were very excited to be able to spend time with their uncle. She had kept her backpack with her all day, along with Apollo. Discreetly, she opened her pack and turned on her cell phone to see the time. Noting that it was close to 2, she slipped it back in the pack and zipped up the pocket. Calling Apollo to her, she clipped his leash on. She glanced at Keegan, part of her wishing she could tell him goodbye, but she talked herself out of it, rationalizing that the portal probably wasn't going to work anyway. Megan quickly walked towards the circle of rocks with Apollo at her side. When she reached the edge of the circle, Apollo started nipping and yelping at the portal. Megan clutched his leash and held her breath as she reached her hand toward it. She could feel the energy in the air as her hand got closer. It was active. She could go home. Looking over her shoulder at Keegan, who was still saddling up the horses, she noticed that he was looking at her. She waved her hand at him and then turned away. Afraid the portal would stop working at any minute, she pulled Apollo with her and stepped into the circle of rocks. Just like before, a flash of light blinded her, and she felt as if she was falling, just like she had done just days before. Keegan gasped when he saw Megan step into the circle of rocks, and then disappeared right before his eyes. He blinked a few times, wondering if he was seeing things, but she was no longer there. He looked at Richie, who was beside him as he helped saddle one of the horses. Neither boy seemed to notice that Megan had just disappeared. "Take the reins, Richie," Keegan ordered the boy. He took off running towards the portal, his mind instantly replaying the entire morning. He knew something was going on in Megan's mind the moment he woke up. She was being very quiet, not chattering like she usually did. She seemed to avoid him, spending the morning with Kimberly and Michelle in the garden. He tried to tell himself not to take it personally, and that he was reading into things. After all, he had only known Megan for a few days, and yet he seemed to know her, though there was a connection between them that he hadn't figured out yet. When he reached the portal, he instantly knew that she had figured out how to get the portal to work, but for some reason hadn't told anyone. He also knew that he wasn't ready to let her go yet. He thrust his hand into the circle and could feel a strange vibration. It was still active. Making an instant decision, he stepped into the portal and was blinded by a flashing light. Chapter 13. Megan landed on the ground with a thump and was breathless for a moment before she broke into a laugh as she looked around. She instantly recognized the path, the trees, and the field she had first disappeared in. It had worked. She was back in her own time. She saw Apollo, who was as happy as ever, completely oblivious to the fact he had just traveled through more than 100 years of time. Then, surprise coursed through her as she realized someone appeared beside her. It was Keegan. "Keegan, what are you doing here?" she asked, surprise clouding all other thoughts. I saw you disappearing. I had to follow you," was all Keegan could get out. His breath was coming hard and fast, and there was a frantic look in his eyes. "Is this your time?" "Yes, this is where I was before I traveled to your ranch," Megan responded with a grin. Happiness started to fill her as she realized that Keegan was in her time. He had followed her. She had known he was sad to see her go, but it was incredibly flattering to think he had jumped into the portal with her. She wondered if that meant he felt just as strongly for her as she did for him. Keegan seemed speechless as he looked around at the forest of trees, undoubtedly thinking of how different everything looked compared to his own time. He looked at her. "You obviously figured out what activates the portal." "Well, I wasn't sure. I really didn't think it would work. I forgot about daylight savings." "What's daylight savings?" Keegan asked as he continued to look around. "I'll explain it to you later. Let's just say that my time is actually an hour behind your time at the moment. The portal won't activate again until tomorrow," Megan said, thinking simple, straightforward sentences would probably be the best way to communicate with him for the time being. "We can come back tomorrow, so you can get back to your own time." "What? No," Keegan protested as he managed to shakily stand on his feet. He started to walk around, looking at the herbs and trees more closely. "You don't want to go back home?" she hedged. "Not yet. I want to. Keegan stumbled over his words, clearly shaken by this whole experience. Hope filled Megan's heart. She loved the idea that she would get to spend at least a few more days with him. Okay, let's go to my place before we do anything else. We will need to hike down to my car. Hopefully it will still be there, Megan said, pointing down the path she had taken. Your car? We have to take your car? His eyes looked panicked. That's another word for automobile, right? Well, yes. Walking to my apartment would take a very long time, and it wouldn't be safe, Megan explained. Keegan just nodded his head and clearly made an effort to calm down a little. Shall we get started then? Yes, let's start walking. I'd like to get to my car as soon as possible so I can call my mom, Megan responded as she led the way down the trail. Keegan seemed to calm down as they walked, and Megan imagined it was due to the fact that the mountain was like his ranch, in some ways at least. The hike down didn't take as long as Megan had expected, since they practically ran down the path. Megan was eager to get home and get in touch with her mother. Keegan was already used to walking trails like this, so he didn't tire as easily as some people in her time would have. As soon as they walked off the hiking trail and into the parking lot, she searched for her car. She was relieved to see no one had tried to break into her vehicle while it had been parked there for so long. Walking over to it, she pulled her keys out of her backpack. After unlocking the door, she set her backpack down to rummage through it for her cell phone. She tried, unsuccessfully, to turn it on, which she thought was strange since she had just used it to check the time before she went through the portal. The battery was dead. She sighed and looked over at Keegan, who was watching her uncertainty. My phone is dead, so I can't call my mom. It's dead? He asked, confused. Yes, that just means it is out of battery, she explained, then laughed when the blank look on his face showed her that her explanation had only confused him more. The battery is what helps my phone work. I can fix it when we get home, she tried to explain simply and then changed the subject. She would show him how cell phones worked later. Come on, let's get to my place. After letting Apollo into the back seat, she showed Keegan how to buckle his seatbelt, which seemed to make him uncomfortable. He kept pulling at the strap on his shoulder as if it was bothering him. She started the car, doing her best to keep her smile to herself, and began to drive carefully home. Keegan sat rigidly and gripped the handle on the door for the first few minutes as they had to drive on a bumpy dirt road before they got back on the pavement. After a while on the smooth road, however, Keegan relaxed a little, but still seemed nervous about how fast they were going. Once she was on the freeway, she looked at Keegan. I'd slow down, but it is dangerous to drive slower than the rest of the drivers around us. How does everyone avoid crashing into each other? Keegan asked, his voice shaking as he looked around at all the vehicles that were whizzing past them. Megan hesitated, then decided to give him a simple answer. Practice. Then she grinned at him. She was so happy that she had been able to return to her time, and she was very excited that Keegan was sitting beside her. They eventually arrived at her apartment. Megan pulled into her parking space while Keegan fumbled with his seatbelt. How do you get this thing off? He said, panic rising in his voice again. Megan chuckled. It's okay, look. She pushed the button to release the seatbelt and showed him how to open the door. He got out quickly and strode over to the sidewalk as if wanting to get as far away from her car and as quickly as possible. Megan chuckled again and let Apollo and herself out of the car. She led the way to her apartment and unlocked the door. She watched Keegan carefully, wanting to take in his reaction to her apartment. He looked around with curiosity, but also maintained his distance, as if he was afraid everything was going to come to life on him. Trying to ease his tension, she gave him a tour of her little apartment, explaining what everything was along the way. I live in what is called a studio apartment. It is basically one large room where I prepare meals and sleep. It looks larger than the small cabin I stay in at the ranch, Keegan commented. It's actually quite a bit smaller than most apartments in my time. I chose it because the rent is cheaper and there is only one of me, well, besides Apollo, Megan said as she grinned at him. She continued the one-room tour. This is my living room, where I relax. I make the sofa into a bed, and that is where I sleep. This is a television. It has moving pictures on it that tell different stories, Megan said, trying to explain. Keegan nodded his head in understanding, and Megan remembered that he had heard about some of these things from Kimberly and Nikki. She hadn't made up her sofa bed when she left for her hike, and so she proceeded to show him how it worked, folding it in to make a couch to sit on. She then showed him her kitchen. His eyes popped out of his head in amazement. "This is my kitchen. My stove is over there, and my fridge and freezer are right here. Most houses have a dishwasher, but my apartment is too small for that. It is easy enough to wash all of my dishes by hand." A dishwasher? I think Kimberly talked about that once. A box that you put all your dishes in and fills up with soap and water, right? It sounds inefficient to me. Maybe they are, but they are also convenient, Megan responded. "Can I look in your fridge? I have always been curious about how it stays so cold. It is not at all like I imagined it would be." "Go ahead." Keegan walked over and pulled on the door handle of the freezer. When it blasted him with cold air, he gasped in shock. "It's much colder than I expected." "That is the freezer. It keeps my meat and other foods from going bad until I am ready to use them. It's also good for keeping ice cream cold. The fridge is underneath the freezer and isn't as cold." "You keep ice cream in your house?" he asked with a delighted smile. "Absolutely. I don't know where I would be without easy access to the stuff. Would you like to try some?" "Maybe later." He was now looking through her fridge, no longer cautious. Curiosity rolled off him, and after he looked through the fridge, he moved on to the freezer and then to the kitchen cabinets, finding some of the kitchen gadgets she had very odd. "You go ahead and keep looking around. I don't mind. I am going to plug my phone in so I can call my mom," Megan said. She walked over to the sofa and found her charger on the floor. She plugged her phone in and started it up. Her phone vibrated and dinged with many text messages and voicemails, which brought Keegan over to her side to see what was making the strange noises. She showed him the text messages from her mother, then put the voicemail on speakerphone while she listened to her messages. Some were from her mother and some were from Abby. Worry was thick in her voice and became worse with every voicemail she left. "She sounds very concerned you were only gone for a few days," he stated, somewhat confused at how stressed and upset her mother was. "I usually talk to her almost every day, whether it's in person or over the phone. I have never gone this long without talking to her. She has to be wondering if I got hurt," Megan explained while she dialed. She didn't keep the phone on speakerphone, wanting this conversation to be a bit more private. Her mother answered on the second ring. "Megan, are you okay? Where have you been?" She answered the phone hysterically. "Hi, Mom. I am fine. I am so sorry I worried you," Megan said, not knowing how to explain. "What on earth happened?" Her mother was calming down a little now, but Megan could tell she was still upset. "The last thing anyone heard from you was you were going on a hike. None of us knew where you went." "It's hard to explain, Mom. I did go on a hike and got stuck for a couple of days. I am fine, and I'm back at my apartment." "Got stuck? What does that mean? You must have been freezing at night." Megan sighed. "No, I was just fine. I found help. It really would be easier for me to explain tomorrow. I'll be at the shop to help you open in the morning." Her mother was quiet for a while. Megan hoped she wasn't feeling blown off. She didn't want to keep this secret from her mother. It was too big, but she didn't know how or when to explain everything. Would her mother even believe her? Barbara finally spoke. "All right. I am sure you're exhausted after being stuck in the mountains for so long. We need to talk about what you should have with you if something were to happen again. You should always hike with someone else anyway, and at the very least, let someone know exactly where you are going." "We can talk tomorrow," Megan said, not wanting to get into this conversation before her mother knew where she was and what really happened. "All right, dear, get some sleep," her mother said, hurt now showing in her voice. "You too, Mom. I love you," Megan said, guilt washing over her. "I love you too, Megan." Megan said goodbye and hung up, putting her head in her hands. "Are you really going to explain time travel to your mother?" Keegan asked incredulously. "Yes, at some point. Why wouldn't I?" Megan felt defensive. "I don't know. All I know is that when my family was using the keys, the more people they told about time travel, the more trouble it caused. It even put my niece in danger." "It might be best if your mother didn't know," Keegan suggested gently. Megan sighed. "I don't keep secrets from my mother. I just need to find a way to tell her so she will believe me. I don't see how it could cause more problems. She won't tell anyone. Anyway, how am I going to explain you? I just find it odd that you were only gone a few days and she was so panicked. In my time, we are constantly in contact with each other if we wish to be. We have phones, texting, emails, social media." Megan tried to explain, but she could see that Keegan might not have the ability to accept some of the differences between his time and hers. She quickly continued, "I know you have no idea as to what I'm even talking about. I'll show you how easy it is to communicate with others later. Right now, I want to get something to eat and go to bed. I'm tired. I'm sure you are too." Megan picked up her phone again and called in for a pizza to be delivered to her apartment. While they were waiting for dinner to arrive, she unfolded the sofa bed and changed the sheets for Keegan to use. He sat on one of the 2 kitchen chairs she owned and watched her without saying anything. After finishing with Keegan's bed, she pulled an air mattress out of a closet and used the air pump to blow it up. She would use the air mattress while Keegan was staying with her. Keegan enjoyed his first pizza and ate over half of the pie. Megan was pleased that he liked it so much. While they ate, they talked about non-essential subjects, and Megan could tell that Keegan was feeling very tired. Obviously, time travel could be hard for certain people. It seemed to have affected him more than it had her. "Why don't we turn in for the night?" Megan suggested. Keegan didn't argue, and eventually he yawned. "You can sleep on the sofa bed. It should be comfortable enough." "Oh, I could sleep on the dirt and be out all night. Why don't you sleep in your own bed, and I'll take the mattress that you blew up with air?" Keegan responded with another yawn. Megan smiled her thanks, appreciating that he was the same gentleman that she knew in his time. "Where is your outhouse?" Megan laughed. "My bathroom is right in here." She quickly showed him her small bathroom and gave him a lesson on how to flush the toilet and use the sink. By the time he came back out, she had laid an extra blanket and pillow on the air mattress. "Thank you for giving me a place to sleep tonight," he said sincerely. "Of course. Where else would you stay?" she asked, teasing him. "Well, I do know how to make a shelter in the mountains, so I suppose I could have done that," he answered honestly, not catching on to her humor. Well, that would have been awfully cold." She smiled at him for a moment. "I am glad you are here." He smiled back and took a step toward her. "As am I." He gently brushed the back of his hand down her cheek and kissed her on the forehead. "Good night, Megan." Just as she thought he was going to turn away, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her. After hesitating for a moment, she put her arms around him and smiled into his chest. She knew she could get used to his hugs very easily. Keegan stirred wonderful feelings inside her. After a moment, she forced herself to step away. "Good night, Keegan. Let me know if you need anything," Megan responded quietly. She quickly left the room and took her turn in the bathroom, wanting to have a long, hot shower. When she reappeared, she could tell Keegan was already asleep. Very quietly, she opened her backpack and took out the small wooden chipmunk Keegan had carved. She smiled as she remembered the day he had given it to her. She carefully placed it on a shelf above her flat-screen TV. She quickly settled under the sheets on her bed. It was so nice to be in her own space, in her own time. She didn't even get a chance to worry about how she would explain her adventure to her mother. She closed her eyes and was asleep immediately. And she dreamed of Keegan. Keegan woke up the next morning and was alarmed. He looked around and did not recognize anything he was used to seeing. Once he remembered where he was and how he got there, he smiled, relieved. He knew he couldn't stay long in the future or in Megan's apartment, but he was glad to get to spend more time with her. He looked up from his bed when he heard Megan rummaging through the kitchen and could smell the coffee. He stood up and tried to decide if he should take the air mattress down completely or leave it there on the floor. Eventually, he admitted to himself that he didn't know how to let the air out of it, so he simply folded the extra blankets and laid them on top of the pillow. He walked over to Megan to see what she was cooking. "Good morning," Keegan said when he realized Megan didn't know he was standing behind her. She gave a small jump. "Oh, did I wake you? I was trying to be quiet," she responded nervously. "No, I was already getting up. It smells good." Keegan smiled, trying to put her at ease. "Oh, good," she smiled back and took a deep breath. "I have coffee going over there." She pointed to a black machine that was dripping black brew into a glass pot. Was the machine actually making the coffee for her? "And I have eggs and toast almost ready. I don't usually eat big breakfasts, so I hope this is okay." "This is just fine," Keegan assured her. "Can I help with anything?" "Oh no, everything is just about done." He watched her scurry around her small kitchen as she set plates and glasses on the table. "I'll go wash up while you finish this, if that's all right," Keegan said, feeling a little helpless. "Sure, no problem," she agreed as she turned quickly and ran to the fridge for yet something else to set on the table. Keegan shook his head as he walked to the bathroom, unsure of how to react to how nervous Megan was. Did she regret letting him stay? He hoped not. It took him a moment to remember how to use the faucet, but he eventually ran warm water over his arms, face, and neck, and dried off with the soft towel Megan had hanging on a rack. When he came back out, Megan had everything set up on the table. He sat down, and his stomach growled. They both filled their plates and after a short blessing started to eat. The food tasted different, and that took him some getting used to. The coffee was delicious, but the bread and eggs seemed to lack the flavor of the ones he was used to eating. Megan said as much, explaining the eggs taste better when they are fresh from the chicken, and these eggs were several days old. She also said she bought her bread from a shop, although she preferred the taste of homemade bread. She didn't have enough time to bake bread from scratch all the time. Keegan had a hard time understanding that, although he remembered purchasing ready-made bread when he was in Chicago. After breakfast, he helped Megan wash the dishes while she went into her bathroom to dress for the day. She came out a few minutes later wearing a simple button-up shirt and jeans that seemed very tight to Keegan. He could see every curve she had, and his cheeks heated in a blush. He cleared his throat and looked away. "So, when do we need to be at your mother's shop?" "In about an hour. We should get going now so we can stop at a department store and pick up some clothes for you. It would be best if you blended in with everyone else while you're here." Keegan nodded his head, agreeing with her. This was the same conversation he'd had with her about needing to wear one of Nikki's dresses in his time. They drove to a store that had so many options for clothes, there was no way he would be able to choose something to wear. Megan helped him, and with some effort he came away with some pants Megan called Wranglers and a flannel shirt. They drove to Megan's shop, and Keegan shifted in his seat the entire time. His pants were too tight for his liking, even if Megan did buy him a size larger than what she said he should be. And he didn't like the feel of the zipper, although it was fascinating to see how it worked. They walked through the back door of the shop, and he saw an older woman about the same size and dark hair color as Megan. The biggest difference was Megan's hair was much shorter than her mother's. "Hi, Mom," Megan said. "Megan!" Her mother walked to her quickly and hugged her tightly. "I am so glad you're back home." "Me too," Megan smiled genuinely, then shifted her weight. "Mom, this is Keegan Callahan. He is the one who helped me get home. Keegan, this is my mother, Barbara Conway." "Mr. Callahan, thank you for looking after my daughter." She walked over to him and hugged him as well. After a few seconds, Keegan awkwardly put his arms around her in return. He wasn't accustomed to receiving physical affection from people he had just met. "You're welcome," he replied once she had stepped away. "You can call me Keegan. Now, tell me the whole story. You were being so cryptic last night. I want to hear everything," Barbara ordered, turning to Megan. Megan looked at Keegan, clearly still unsure of how to explain everything. He still didn't feel it was wise to tell Barbara the truth. It only seemed to bring danger to everyone who knew about time travel. It's a long story. Well, we can talk while we measure herbs for tea bags, Barbara responded, and led the way over to a long table with a cash register on one end and dried herbs laid out on the other. At first, Megan was quiet, as if unsure of where to begin. Finally, she started talking about how she went on a hike with Apollo and how she found all the herbs. They all helped measure and bag the herbs while Megan talked. She rambled and maybe gave more information than was necessary. Barbara was quiet and listened carefully, only glancing at Megan and Keegan occasionally. And it just hit me like a brick wall. I wasn't accounting for daylight savings time, so I had tried to use the portal at the wrong time. I adjusted the time in my mind. The next day, I tried it again at the right time, and the next thing I knew, I was back in the mountain, next to the field of herbs. Keegan saw me disappear. He wasn't planning on time traveling with me, of course, but I think it surprised him to see me disappear. He jumped in after me. Barbara didn't say anything for a moment and looked at Keegan with a suspicious look. "So, you time traveled," was all she said. Megan started rambling again. "Yes, I know it's hard to believe. I can barely understand it myself, but like I said, I am not the only one. There is a whole family from our time who lives in the past now. They all fell in love with Keegan's siblings. It's like destiny had a plan for everyone except for Keegan." Barbara jumped in as she looked at Keegan again. Keegan was surprised. He hadn't expected her to believe the time travel story right away. She was handling it fairly well and seemed more concerned that Keegan might have wanted to try to keep Megan in his own time. "I was pretty young when all my siblings married. Then the keys that they had been using to time travel with were destroyed, so we thought everything was over. We were all shocked to see Megan show up on our ranch one day," Keegan tried to explain, but couldn't seem to deny that he had hoped for a future with Megan. Barbara didn't say anything but looked at the clock instead. "It's almost time to open up the shop." "Do you really believe me, Mom?" Megan asked as Barbara walked over to unlock the door and change the sign in the window from closed to open. "I do. I believe there is a lot more to the universe than many are willing to acknowledge. Time travel, mutations, paranormal. People can't explain it, so they don't want to accept that it is real. It is easy to hide things from people who don't want to see them." Barbara's voice was even, and Keegan admired her ability to accept Megan's story. Megan breathed a sigh of relief, then paused for a moment. "Even paranormal things? You mean like werewolves?" "It's possible. I've never had the chance to prove that for myself, however." Keegan had to speak up. "Werewolves? People who change into wolves?" he asked incredulously. "If you believe people can travel through time, how is it so hard to believe there could be other unnatural occurrences?" Barbara asked matter-of-factly. Keegan didn't know how to respond and was saved by a customer who came in the door. She was clearly irregular, and Barbara chatted with her while she helped the customer gather everything she needed. Keegan decided to take this moment to look around the shop. He couldn't believe the prices of the herbs. If he tried to sell herbs back at home for a fraction of this cost, people would refuse to buy them. Most would prefer to grow the herbs in their own garden. He had to acknowledge that there was a very wide selection at the shop. They had herbs that Keegan had only read about, and many he hadn't ever heard about before. He wished he had access to all of these herbs for his own office. They also had many essential oils. He wanted to know more about how the oils worked, but they were very hard to find in his day. He spent quite a bit of time looking at all the options and reading the guides they had laid out next to each display. They had so much information condensed, and he was curious to see how similar it was to everything he learned in school. After the customer left, Megan saw that Keegan was reading their guide for essential oils. She thought now would be a good time to approach her mother. "Thank you for being so understanding of everything. I was scared you wouldn't believe me." "Of course I believe you. I've known you long enough to know when you are rambling, you are telling the truth. When you keep a story brief, that's when I know something is wrong." Her mother smiled at her. Megan smiled back sheepishly. "Yeah, I guess you are right. How was the shop while I was gone? Any luck finding a new building to move to?" Her mother sighed. "No luck yet." She looked uncomfortable and walked away to straighten a shelf. "What is it?" Megan asked, sensing there was something else bothering her mother that she hadn't talked about yet. "Mr. Manning asked me to marry him," Barbara said, not making eye contact with Megan, something she almost never did. "What?" Megan struggled to keep her voice low, not wanting to call attention to Keegan. "That little ooh. That man makes me so angry. How could he ask you to marry him? He has been nothing but rude and belittling every time he talks to you." She expected her mother to agree and talk about how absurd the notion was, but she just looked away. "You can't be thinking of agreeing to this, can you?" "Well, he said we could keep the shop for the current price it is at now. He said it would just be a marriage of convenience. He just needs someone to come with him to social gatherings to help promote business," Barbara explained lamely, clearly not enjoying the thought of being married to Mr. Manning at all. "Mom, you can't marry that sick man. He wouldn't take care of you. He doesn't even love you," Megan said, walking over to her mother, so she was forced to look into her eyes. "We will find a new building for the shop, and it will be even better once we do so. You can decorate it how you want and sell what you want." "I'm sure you're right. I am just so scared of losing the shop. It's the only thing that is keeping life stable for you and me," Barbara admitted. "I know, Mom. Don't worry. Something will turn up. We will make it work. We always have." Megan tried to reassure her mother, and Barbara seemed to relax with Megan's words. Barbara hugged Megan. "You're right. I'm crazy for even thinking about marrying him. Things will work out. Thanks for being so understanding and talking me out of it. I will tell Mr. Manning that we will not renew our contract. We will need to be out by the end of the month, which is only a few weeks away." "That's all right. It will be worth it, Mom. Don't worry," Megan said, relieved her mother wasn't thinking of marrying Mr. Manning anymore. Her mother deserved so much more than that grumpy old man. A steady stream of customers started to come in then and kept them busy for most of the morning. While Megan worked, she mentally started to make plans for everything they would need to do to set up a different shop. It would take a lot of work, but she was up to it. Her mother had sacrificed so much for her. Now it was Megan's turn to start giving back. Chapter 14. Megan was driving her car again. Keegan was starting to get used to it, but he would still prefer to walk if he could. It was Megan's lunch break. She suggested they go pick up something she called tacos. He agreed without asking what they were. They weren't too bad, and he actually enjoyed the salsa, but it really made him miss Bridget's good home cooking. Earlier that day, Megan and Barbara had been busy with their shop, so Keegan had plenty of time to think about the situation he was in. He hadn't meant to overhear, but he did catch a few bits of the conversation between Megan and her mother that morning. Their shop was in a bad spot, or the person they were leasing from was trying to take advantage of them. He wasn't sure of the exact situation. All he understood was they needed to try to move to a new location by the end of October. He knew next to nothing about moving a shop. Denver in his time only had one group of shops, so once someone set up a store, they were there until they decided to sell it to someone else. Nevertheless, he felt he wouldn't be a decent human being if he didn't stick around and offer what assistance he could to the two of them. He didn't want to leave them alone in the mess they were in. While he was thinking of ways to help, he remembered that his house was still standing, or at least it was 8 years ago, when Justin still lived in the future. Justin had found the keys to the house that had been hidden under a large rock near the back door, and he was able to use the time travel keys to keep in touch with his sister. He had approached Megan and asked if she would take him to the house to see if it was still there. He watched as Megan opened what she called a laptop and used it to find out exactly where his house was. So now they were driving to the house, and Keegan wasn't sure what he would find. If the house was still standing, would someone else have bought it by now? Maybe it wasn't well cared for and was falling apart. He hoped that was not the case. He had a deep love for this house because it was victorious, and he would be devastated to see it in poor condition. Megan turned into a neighborhood, and Keegan held his breath. It wasn't long before she pulled up in front of his house, and he climbed out of the car to inspect it. It didn't seem to be in horrible shape. The trim needed to be repainted, and he could see there were leaves piled in the gutters. The grass was somewhat dry and needed some care. He could see the shrubs and trees, which he had cared for himself back in his time, needed some trimming. Every problem he saw was minor, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Megan had turned off the car and walked around to join him. "I'm surprised it's still here. From what I can tell from the information I found on the internet, no one is living here, which is odd. Who is taking care of it?" "I'm so glad it is still here. It looks easy to fix up as well," Keegan said with a smile, ignoring the unfamiliar words she used. All he understood was that it had something to do with the laptop she had used to find his house. He grabbed her hand. The joy he felt at seeing his house still standing made him bolder. He led her up the path to the doorway, where he could see the porch did need to be repainted, and a few loose boards needed to be replaced as well. He started to make a mental checklist of things that needed to be done, then realized he wasn't planning on staying that long. Should he even bother fixing up his house? Megan knocked on the front door, which surprised Keegan. "I thought you said no one lives here." "I did, but I would rather knock on a door to an empty home than barge in and surprise someone living here, in case I am wrong." Keegan laughed. "Good point." When no one answered the door, they tried the handle and found it locked. "Let's try the back door." He led the way to the back and found the flower gardens still alive, but they were growing out of control. It desperately needed some weeding, and the many rose bushes had started to take over the rest of the plants. His fingers itched to roll up his sleeves and start fixing things right then. Nothing helped him think better than working in his garden. Megan made it to the back door first and hesitated a moment before trying the handle. The door opened, and they smiled at each other. "Looks like we are in luck," Megan commented as she stepped into the kitchen. "It looks like it's been a while since anyone has been here to clean up." "Yes, it does." Keegan coughed on some dust that drifted up off the floor with his every step. "I will have to start cleaning right away." He walked over to the windows and started opening them to let some clean air into the room. Keegan noticed that the kitchen looked just like it did in his time, minus the dust on the hardwood floors. Even the rugs were the same ones Bridget had braided. He walked over to a cabinet and opened it, revealing china that was stacked neatly inside. "I would offer to help, but I do need to get back to the shop so my mom can go to lunch," Megan said apologetically. "I can bring you back after work and we can get started." "No, I'll stay here and do it myself. I'm not much help at your shop anyway," Keegan said, and walked over to a closet in the corner of the kitchen. Miraculously, he was able to find some cleaning supplies in there. "Are you sure?" Megan asked. "Of course. This is my home, and I shouldn't leave it dirty and unkempt if I have the opportunity to clean it," Keegan responded firmly. He could tell that Megan wasn't sure if she should leave him alone. He quickly reassured her with a smile. "You should head back to your mother. I'm sure she is hungry by now." "You're right. I'll leave this with you in case you get hungry again," Megan responded, setting down the bag of leftover tacos from their lunch. "Thank you. Don't worry about coming back again tonight. You should spend time with your mother." He figured they needed time to catch up and talk about their plans for their new shop. It would also give him time to figure out what he could do to help and how long he should stay in the future to do so. Relief flooded Megan's face. "Thank you. I hate leaving you alone on your second night in the future, but I can tell she has had a rough week. I can help her get the shop ready for tomorrow." Keegan walked her to the door, and Megan promised to come by the next day to see how he was doing. He closed the door behind her and got to work. He started by taking the sheets off all the furniture on the bottom level, except for Victoria's office. He still had a hard time going into her office and would leave the doors closed at all times in his own day. He was pleasantly surprised to see the furniture in the same condition they were in at his own home. He used a rag to wipe and dust off the surfaces and onto the floor, then swept 3 times before he felt he had gotten rid of the majority of the dust. He followed up with a bucket of hot water, needing to replace it several times because it kept getting so dirty. It was hard work, but he moved quickly, so it didn't take too long. He stood at the back door, looked around the kitchen, and let himself smile. It was starting to feel like his home again. After taking a break and eating the rest of the tacos, which didn't taste too great now that they were a few hours old, he brought his cleaning supplies up to his bedroom and started the process over again. He didn't worry about trying to clean any of the other rooms. He shouldn't be needing them. It was only going to be him living in this house, and he wouldn't be staying long. All day as he cleaned, his mind kept circling back to Megan and her mother. He was determined to find a way to help them and their shop. He started coming up with a few questions to ask Megan the next day, hoping her answers might spark an idea. But deep down, he wasn't sure any of his ideas would work in this time. Everything seemed so expensive here, and he wasn't used to how modern finances worked. He figured their income must be higher to match, but he couldn't help wondering, just how much higher was it? Once he finished cleaning his room, he brought all his cleaning materials back down the stairs and started to look through the kitchen for something to eat. Back in his time, his cook would always have fresh bread in the cupboard, and he frequently ate bread with preserves for a snack. A quick search revealed that there was no food anywhere. He thought for a moment, then turned and went into the backyard to see if the apple tree was still alive and producing fruit. He couldn't figure out how, but it was thriving. He plucked a couple apples off the branches and sat down on a wooden garden bench to eat. This house is in much better shape than it should be, he thought to himself. The house was almost exactly the way he left it when he traveled to his sister's ranch. The house itself was almost 150 years old. It should be falling apart with rot and mold, but it wasn't. Aside from a few minor repairs and some needed paint, the house was sturdy and still captivatingly beautiful. He wondered if, because Victoria lived there for so long with her keys, it had become entangled in the mystery of time travel. It was as if time travel had allowed this house to remain in good repair for so many years. Whatever it was that allowed this house to still be standing, Keegan wasn't about to argue. He was very grateful for his home and relished the familiarity it brought in a world that now seemed so strange to him. He finished one apple and started on the next, only to stop chewing as a thought hit him. He and Nathan were living in the same house, only in different time periods, and Nathan had no idea. The thought struck him as funny, and he laughed out loud. He knew Nathan would find the humor in their situation as well. He smiled and hoped things were going well back in his time. Guilt hit him as he thought of his family. They would be worried about him, especially if he didn't return home soon. He wasn't worried that they didn't know where he was. He was sure that Richie and Jonathan probably saw him disappear, and he only hoped that the fact that their uncle disappeared right before their eyes wasn't too traumatizing for them. He knew his family would be concerned that he might be stuck in a different time period, unable to return. He wished there was a way to send them a letter, as Nikki and Kimberly had been able to do with their family once they traveled back in time. He assured himself that they would be all right, and made himself promise not to stay in the future too long. He couldn't do that to his family, especially Patrick. He finished his apple and returned to his house to go to sleep. He would talk to Megan tomorrow. Maybe together they could think of a solution for the shop. Chapter 15. Megan was just getting out of the shower and drying her hair when she heard her doorbell ring. Her best friend, Abby, had called a half-hour earlier declaring she was on her way with dinner. She wanted to hear a detailed story of where Megan had been and why she hadn't been able to answer her phone. She didn't believe Megan's story when she tried to explain she was just busy and had lost her phone. Abby could be a little pushy and nosy, but she had a big heart and would do anything for her friends. Megan hurried to the door to let Abby in. The smell of chicken drifted up from Abby's takeout bag and Megan's stomach grumbled. She had stayed late at the shop with her mother to help catch up on chores. They had even spent an extra hour sipping tea and chatting. They still weren't any closer to finding a new location to rent. Everywhere close by was either full or the prices were too high. "It's about time," Abby teased as she came in and plopped the food on the table. "I'm starving. Let's eat. Then you can tell me what really happened this weekend." Megan groaned inwardly and hoped she could think of a good enough excuse so she wouldn't have to tell Abby about time travel. She smiled at Abby. "It smells fantastic." They piled the food onto paper plates and sat down to eat, chatting easily about Abby's work, and Megan caught Abby up on everything that was going on at her mother's shop. "I have a friend in the real estate business. Let me give her a call to see if she knows any tips on where you guys could move to," Abby offered. "That would be fantastic," Megan said appreciatively. "I can tell my mom is feeling a lot of stress if she was actually thinking about marrying Mr. Manning." Ugh. She stood up and started clearing the plates. "So we are done eating now. Where have you been? You had your mom and me worried," Abby asked. "Well," Megan began. She racked her brain for an explanation that would placate her friend, but couldn't think of anything. Truth be told, she didn't want to lie to her friend. She would love the opportunity to work out the details with her. Abby knew Megan so well, she would know if she should risk taking a chance on a short relationship with Keegan or not. "It's a long story." "That's why I came over, isn't it? So, did you get stuck in a cave? Did some psycho try to track you down and kidnap you?" Abby said with a grin, clearly trying to ease the tension. Megan laughed. "No, nothing like that." She led the way over to the couch and her friend plopped down next to her. "It's hard to explain, and you probably won't even believe me." "Okay, now I'm really curious," Abby said, turning more serious. "So, I went on a hike last Friday. I found a field of herbs that I wanted to gather to use for my mom's shop. I was about to leave when I saw Apollo jump after something, and he just disappeared." Abby burst out laughing. "That is pretty creative, but I want to know the real story." "This is the real story, Abby. I told you you wouldn't believe me," Megan said with frustration in her voice. Abby stopped smiling and looked intently at Megan. "You're serious, aren't you?" "Of course I am." All the emotions that had built up during the last few days started to show, and tears formed in her eyes. "It's like my whole world has turned upside down." She told Abby everything. How confused she was when everything looked different, how Patrick had yelled at her, how shocked she was to see the man from her dreams, and how scared she was that she wouldn't be able to come back home. Abby listened with a concerned look on her face and patted her back in comfort from time to time. When Megan had finally calmed down, Abby spoke. "So, you actually traveled through time." It was a statement, not a question. "That is incredible. How many people have spent years of their life dreaming of or trying to create time travel, and you just stumble across it?" "Lucky me," Megan sniffled, trying and failing to joke. Megan, "Yeah, lucky you. You actually met the man of your dreams." "Literally." "Yeah, I did. And Abby, he is amazing. He is kind, gentle, smart. We have so much in common. I mean, he went to school to become a doctor in homotherapy. Even after all this, traveling through time, feeling how strong our connection is, learning how he lives his life in his time, and showing him my time. I can't even have him. I would never leave my mom, and I'm sure he will want to return to his time with his own family." "Have you asked him if he would be willing to stay?" Abby prompted. "Why would I ask him that? I already know the answer," Megan retorted. "He has already talked about going back to his time, and he has a doctor's office in Denver he is going to take over soon. He is going to have everything he wants. He wouldn't want to stay here." How have your dreams been since you met him?" Abby asked. "I have one at least every night now. I had 2 dreams about him last night. In one, he was helping in my mom's shop with me, and after he finished selling some tea to a customer, he came over, put his arms around me, and kissed me. Like it was something he did every day." Tears started forming again at the memory of the dream. It had felt so real, and it only made her feel lonelier because she knew it wasn't ever going to happen. Abby put an arm around Megan. "Hey, it'll be all right. I say, don't hold back. If you don't want to ask him to stay, that's fine. But don't avoid having feelings for him because you're scared of being sad after he leaves. You'll enjoy these memories one day. Megan was quiet as she thought of what Abby was saying. Maybe you're right. I'll try what you've suggested tomorrow. Good. I don't think you'll regret it. Now, how about some hot cocoa and a nice chick flick? Abby suggested. Sounds perfect. Megan stood up. I'll go make the cocoa. You pick out the movie. They wrapped up in blankets and drank cocoa until it was nearly midnight. Megan knew she was going to be tired the next day, but it would be worth it. Abby always knew how to make her feel better. Megan woke up with a jolt. She glanced around, finding comfort in knowing she was still in her apartment where everything was familiar. She saw that her clock read 5:30, and she sighed. It was still an hour before she had to get up, but she knew she wouldn't be able to go back to sleep at this point. She'd had another dream about Keegan. This one, somehow, felt more real than any of the other dreams. She and Keegan were actually married and living in his home, but in her time. She was pregnant with a boy, and they were both cuddled in bed. She was pressing his hands to her belly so he could feel their son move. Every time Keegan felt a nudge, he would laugh out loud. There was so much joy in the dream. Megan could hardly stand it. She had never wanted a baby so badly before. Now, with the memory of how much happiness it would bring her and Keegan, it was all she wanted. She got out of bed and started to tidy up her studio apartment. She had to think of something else, anything else. Her mind wandered as she worked. She thought of everything she had to do today. Her mother had agreed to let her take the morning off to help Keegan out, as long as she came to the shop around lunchtime so her mother could take a break. Her mother was one of the most generous, giving people she knew. Her whole life her mother had sacrificed nearly everything for her. Megan had been born when her mother was only 17, and she didn't have any memories of her father or grandparents. She had heard her mother tell stories from that time in her life, and she knew it had been a dark couple of years for her. Her mother had never said that in so many words, but she knew her mother well enough to know that she didn't like looking back at that time of her life. Barbara never dated and hardly ever took any time for herself. On several occasions, Megan inquired about her father, puzzled as to why she had never met him and why there had never been any child support checks to help their financial situation. But each time she asked, her mother deflected the questions, insisting that some things in the past are better left in the past. After the years went by, Megan stopped asking, yet her curiosity lingered. Her stomach growled, so she stopped the vigorous scrubbing of her bathroom to walk into the kitchen. She stopped short when she realized Keegan didn't have any food in his house. That meant he hadn't eaten dinner and was now likely starving. As quickly as she could, she brushed her hair and got dressed. She drove to the nearest fast food place to pick up some breakfast items. She wasn't sure what Keegan would want, so she ordered a sausage breakfast sandwich, egg burritos, and a side of pancakes. She hoped she had ordered something that he would enjoy. She made a mental note to take him to the store and buy him food to keep in his house for the next few days. Chapter 16. Keegan woke up to a growling stomach. He grimaced, remembering he didn't have any food in his house. He hoped Megan would be by soon with some breakfast. He would have to talk to her about how he could earn some of his own money. He didn't want her to buy all his food for him. He washed his face and arms, then headed out to the backyard to grab another apple. It didn't sound all that appealing, and he knew his stomach needed something heartier than a piece of fruit. He sat down on the front porch and watched all the people hurrying past in their vehicles. He found it interesting that no one took any time to stop and say hello to anyone else, although he did see a few people wave to each other. They were in such a hurry, it seemed no one was even enjoying their day. He had a desire to create a place that was a haven for everyone, somewhere they could go to slow down and appreciate life, like he did back in 1902. That gave him an idea. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. He smiled. He wanted to work out a few things before he told his idea to Megan, but he had a feeling she would like it too. After a few more minutes, Megan pulled up and hurried out of her car. "I am so sorry," she said before he could greet her. "Sorry for what?" Keegan asked, confused at the rush of emotions he was feeling. It was surprisingly good to see her, and he wanted to instantly take her into his arms. "For leaving you here for nearly an entire day without any food. I completely forgot your house wouldn't have food in it. You must be so hungry. I know I did leave you with a couple of those tacos from yesterday, but I'm sure those didn't do you any good at all." She was rambling again. Keegan smiled a little to himself before answering, "It's all right. There is an apple tree in the back that has been keeping me satisfied enough." "Apple tree? Oh, I didn't even see that. I'm glad you had something to eat, but I'm sure you're still hungry. I didn't have time to make a nice breakfast like Nikki or Kimberly would have, but I did go to a drive-thru to pick up food. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I bought a burrito and sausage sandwich and some pancakes. You just pick whatever sounds best, and I'll eat what you don't want. Or you can even eat it all, if you want." She kept rambling and seemed so stressed that Keegan wanted to do something to help her calm down. Immediately deciding that he had fought his feelings long enough, he cupped her chin and leaned in for a gentle kiss. She stopped talking and gasped quietly. He pulled back to look at her, then reached out to push some of her short, dark hair away from her face. "Thank you for bringing breakfast." He smiled at her, and she stared at him with big eyes for a moment before closing the gap to kiss him again. His arm slid down to her waist as her arms wrapped around his neck. Electricity zipped through his body. When he pulled away after a moment, they were both a little breathless, but not because the kiss was heated or passionate. It was sweet and short, yet he had never felt anything so powerful before. He liked how she fit so perfectly against his chest. "Well, shall we eat breakfast?" he suggested, breaking the mood between them. Megan smiled. "Yes, please. I think we are both hungry." She laughed as her stomach growled. He led them both to his kitchen where they sat and ate breakfast together. Megan smiled as she drove to her mother's shop. She'd had a wonderful morning with Keegan. They ate breakfast with casual conversation. It felt like something she could do every day. After they were done eating, she drove him to a grocery store to pick up some food. He had asked her if there was a way to earn some wages from her mother's shop, and she had said she would ask. Her heart had soared, and she knew he was planning on staying in her time at least for a few more days, if he was worried about money. She couldn't stop thinking about their kiss. It was absolutely perfect. It was everything girls thought of when they were dreaming about their first kiss with someone special. It was so powerful, yet tender and sweet. Before she had left his home, after she had driven Keegan and his groceries back to his house, he asked if she knew where he could get some doctor's equipment. That had startled her. She couldn't figure out why he would need doctor equipment if he was going back to his time soon, but she had told him she would ask around. She figured Abby would know where to look. He had asked a lot of questions about Megan's job, and she could tell he was trying to find similarities between their work. She also loved that about him. The fact that they had so many common interests made it so easy to keep good, interesting conversations between them. The thought of him leaving to go back home so soon made her sad. Taking Abby's advice had been the right thing to do. He was everything she wanted in a man, and it made her feel complete to get to know him better. Even if he wasn't going to stay, at least she would always be able to tell herself she got to know and kiss the man of her dreams, literally. She found it interesting, now that he was dressed in clothes from her time. He looked exactly like he had in her dreams. She felt a thrill at the thought of dreaming about this man for so long. She just wished she knew what it meant for them. She couldn't understand why she would dream about a man, travel through time to meet him, just to have to say goodbye. She was glad she was letting herself get to know him, however. She recognized that if he wasn't going to stay in her time, he should leave sooner rather than later. Getting too close to him would only cause them both pain. The thought left her sad as she pulled into her usual parking spot at her mother's shop. She sighed as she got out of the car, locked the door, and trudged into the shop. She only wished there was a way to stay with him. Unfortunately, she knew that couldn't happen. George Manning was hunched over a computer, typing furiously. Barbara had bluntly told him she would not marry him and to look for a new tenant since she was leaving at the end of the month. He scoffed. There was no way she would be able to find another shop that gave her the benefits this one did, at the price she had been paying for the last 5 years. He knew that because he had done extensive research before he started to put his plans into place to marry her. He had tried to be kind to her. He had always looked out for her. He told her the best way to run her shop, how to get more customers, and suggested upping her prices so she would have more profit. That stubborn woman had never listened to him. When he had asked her to marry him, he had tried to show her that maybe she could grow to love him. Even still, she refused. Who else was going to marry her? She never had any men in the shop show interest in her. That was one thing he always kept tabs on. She hadn't had a relationship for as long as she had opened her shop. She should be glad anyone was showing interest in her. Well, if she wasn't going to be grateful for the generosity of his proposal, he would find another way to marry her. He had heard her mention to Megan once a few months ago that she had grown up in Austin, Texas. He knew there had to be something that she was hiding from. She never took a vacation to visit her parents, or anyone for that matter. He figured there was something in her past that she wanted to avoid. So he researched newspapers from when she would have been in high school. He decided that was a good enough place to start. He was hoping he could find something about her history that he could threaten to expose her with if she didn't marry him. He kept scrolling through the articles, getting frustrated at his lack of luck. Then he suddenly stopped short. There was a picture of a girl staring at him. It looked almost exactly like Megan, only with longer hair. He read the article, and a grin grew wickedly across his face. The article talked about a 17-year-old girl who had been raped. George quickly did the math. That was exactly how old Barbara would have been when the article was written. He thought a little more and figured it was about the right time for Megan to have been born as well. The interesting part is the girl in the article wasn't named Barbara. This girl's name was Lucy Thompson. Could he really have gotten so lucky? Could Barbara have changed her name after she had been raped? Was she hiding from the father? He researched the Thompson family. They were a fairly wealthy family, and it seemed their lives were cookie-cutter perfect. The father was the CEO of an advertising company that influenced a large part of Austin, Texas. The mother was beautiful and ran several charity events, and just happened to look a lot like Barbara, only older and more refined. That all changed once their 17-year-old daughter had become pregnant. The charity events moved to a different location, with a different sponsor. It would seem Lucy's parents were affected by their daughter's teen pregnancy. George kept clicking on articles, and practically cooed when he saw a story that talked about how their teen mom-daughter ran away from home directly after her high school graduation, before she had her baby. He laughed out loud. It was Barbara. Barbara had been born as Lucy Thompson, then changed her name and ran away from home. It was too easy. A plan formed in his mind, vicious and thorough. He would have Barbara for his wife. There was no doubting that. He now had the information he needed to force her to do what he wanted. Megan drove back to Keegan's house after she helped her mother close up the shop. She figured he would still be cleaning and might need help. Maybe she could even show him some decent food from the future, instead of the fast food they had been forced to eat over the last few days. She had been in a bad mood when she started her shift, sad and angry that Keegan wasn't able to stay in her time. She had time to think about it, however, and reminded herself that she needed to stop worrying about things she couldn't change, and take advantage of all the time she had with him now. So here she was, pulling up in front of his home. She smiled as she walked up the drive and remembered the kiss from this morning. It really had been the best kiss she had ever had. She knocked on the door and waited a moment before trying the handle. She didn't want him to stop what he was doing if it was something important. "Keegan?" she called. "I'm upstairs," a voice yelled out. She quickly climbed the beautifully carved staircase. She ran her fingers along the mahogany railing, appreciating its beauty. She wouldn't have noticed its beauty a few years ago, but ever since she had decorated her mother's shop for her, she had a fascination with antiques, refurbished furniture. Really, anything older than 50 years captivated her. She padded down the hall, peeking in the doorways until she found the room Keegan was in. She gasped as she walked in. There were hundreds of objects from all different time periods. There was a dress that looked like it could have come from the 1700s. There were spectacles, books, a typewriter, and little trinkets. There were different jars filled with coins that were labeled for the time period they belonged to. Megan walked around looking at everything closely, but was too scared to touch anything. "What is this place?" she asked with wonder. This was Victoria's room. She traveled a lot with the keys throughout her life. She eventually had all the clothes and money she needed from each time period, so she would blend in with everyone there when she visited. "I never changed this room. It felt too historical." "I can see why. This is amazing. I have been trying to figure out how this house is still in such good shape." Keegan set down a beautiful glass horse next to a sign that read 1950s. "There is some work that needs to be done, but really it's minimal. There should have been a lot more to do. Holes in the walls, infestations, mold. I was thinking the reason it is still such a great home could be because of everything in this room. This house is now a part of time travel, and through some miracle, it isn't aging as fast as it normally would." "I suppose that could be true. It's hard to understand this time travel thing. It almost seems to have a mind of its own, like there is no scientific explanation for how and why it works. It just does," Megan said. Keegan walked over to her and kissed her forehead. She blushed. "I have a proposition for you." "Oh, really?" Megan asked, curious. "Yes, this house should still be in my name since no one has bought it as far as we know. Why don't you and your mother use it for your shop? You could turn the kitchen into a cafe and sell teas, coffee, and pastries. You could use all the different rooms on the first floor to specialize in all the products you offer. In one room, you could sell aromatherapy. In another, sell dried herbs for tea, for example." Megan couldn't think of what to say for a full minute. "That would be incredible. We would really be able to expand, which would bring up our revenue. I'm not sure it would be legal to start a shop here, though." "What do you mean? Why would it be a problem?" Keegan asked. "Well, there are certain laws that tell you where you can or cannot open a certain kind of shop. We would just need to do some research on the laws for this area." Megan thought for a moment. "I have a friend who might be able to find out for us." She pulled out her phone and Keegan watched her curiously. She spoke for a few moments to someone named Abby, explaining her situation, and then hung up. "Abby is a good friend of mine. She has a friend who works in real estate. She would know how to find out what we need to know. She said it would take a few days, but she would be able to figure it out." "She will give me a call when she has news," Megan said with a smile. Ideas of what they could do if they moved the shop to his house swirled in her head. She would love to keep the character of the home, maybe get it registered as a historical building in the city. They could find antiques true to the age of the house. They might even have room to set up a library dedicated with books related to homeotherapy. She ran up to Keegan and threw her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. "Thank you for the offer. I really hope it works out. I think this would be perfect." Keegan smiled and gave her a kiss on the lips. "I'm glad I could think of some way to help." Megan smiled back, perfectly content at the moment. She grabbed his hand. "You know what I realized?" "What's that?" Keegan asked curiously. "You haven't been able to experience hardly any of the future. I think we should take the night off so you can see some of the shops and restaurants." "That sounds like a great idea," Keegan replied, but he had a reluctant look on his face. "What's wrong?" Megan asked, cocking her head. "Well, I don't like riding in your car very much," he admitted. Megan laughed. "Don't you think I drive well?" I'm sure you drive just fine," he sputtered, trying to not offend her. She laughed again. "I'm just teasing. I know of a strip mall just outside of this neighborhood. We can walk there." "Strip mall?" "Yes, a small row of a variety of stores. I'm not sure what stores they have there, but I'm sure there will be something you would enjoy experiencing," she explained. "Sounds perfect," he smiled, and led the way down the stairs and out the door. They chatted while they walked about different things they could do if they moved Barbara's shop into Keegan's house. Suddenly, Keegan stopped mid-sentence. He was staring with wide eyes across the street. The look on his face frightened her, so she whipped her head around to see what he was staring at. She relaxed when she realized it was only a teenage girl walking in the opposite direction they were. She had bright red hair, spiked all over her head in a pixie cut, and dark eyeshadow and lipstick on. She had multiple piercings in her lip, eyebrow, and ears. She chuckled and said softly, "I'd be willing to bet you haven't seen anyone like that before, have you?" He was doing his best not to stare, but kept looking at the girl out of the corner of his eye. Why would she put so much jewelry in her face? Doesn't that hurt her? I'm sure it hurt when she did it, but it probably doesn't bother her anymore. Megan was trying not to laugh. The girl seemed to realize Keegan's interest and turned to glare meanly at him. He looked away quickly and started to walk fast. Now Megan was really struggling not to laugh. She picked up her pace so she could keep up with him, and soon they turned a corner. "Who was she?" Keegan asked, looking over his shoulder, as if afraid the girl might be following them. "Probably just a disgruntled teenager. People like to dress like that sometimes to make a statement, but they are usually harmless," Megan responded in between giggles. Keegan looked at her. "Why was that funny? Didn't you see the way she looked at me? What kind of statement was she hoping to make? That she could kill me if she wanted to?" Megan couldn't help it. She burst out laughing, tears streaming down her face. The look on Keegan's face only made her laugh harder. He scowled at her, and slowly she was able to calm herself down. "I'm sorry," she said, wiping the tears from her cheeks. "It's just that I'm so used to seeing people dressed in strange ways. I couldn't help but laugh at seeing your first reaction. I don't blame you for being scared of her. Sometimes people dress that way to scare others. But she is so young, I doubt there is much bite behind her bark." "There is so much to get used to in this time," Keegan responded, still a little disgruntled at being laughed at. "Yes, there is, but there is just as much good as there is bad." As if on cue, they arrived at the strip mall. "Oh, awesome!" she exclaimed as she saw one of her favorite restaurants. She looked down the line of shops and saw a Whole Foods store as well. It was Keegan's turn to watch her in amusement. He didn't know what she was excited about, but enjoyed watching the smile light up her face. "Let's start with the Whole Foods store. I think you will appreciate what they have there," Megan suggested, and led the way inside. They walked through the store, and Keegan was amazed at the amount of food they had there. The general store in his time, where he picked up the staples for his house, had a mere fraction of what this store offered. It was good food, too. He could tell the fruit was very fresh, and the sandwiches and salads made to sell looked delicious. "What is peanut butter?" he asked, making a face as he picked up a jar off a nearby shelf. It looked like a thick paste with a layer of oil on top of it. "It's peanuts and oil blended into a smooth paste. We put it on sandwiches or make cookies with it. You've got to try it." She grabbed a jar, as well as some freshly baked bread, which made his mouth water, and fresh fruit. The store had a spectacular selection of fruits and vegetables. Keegan could hardly believe it. They paid for their food, then walked down several shops to what Megan said was the best place to eat soup. His stomach growled at the thought of Bridget's meaty, hearty soups. He hoped there would be something similar at the restaurant. He missed the good old food of his time. They walked in, and he saw a large menu hanging on the wall. It was full of pictures of different soups, sandwiches, and salads you could order. He was immediately overwhelmed by the choices. Megan seemed to sense this. "I have tried their beef stew, and it's pretty good," she suggested. "Yes, that sounds perfect," he responded gratefully. She ordered clam chowder for herself, beef stew for him, and a basket of whole wheat rolls for both of them. They sat down at a nearby table and ate. The stew was spectacular, even if it did have more broth than he was used to. The combinations of flavors helped fill the emptiness he felt at being so far from home and his family. He tried a spoonful of her chowder as well and agreed that it was delicious. He didn't like the drink which Megan called soda, however, and preferred water with ice in it. They walked home hand in hand, happily chatting about how it would be good for their business to be so close to a Whole Foods shop. Their customers were usually regulars at Whole Foods shops, and it would help bring business in more regularly. Keegan was glad Megan was excited about his idea and hoped that Abby's friend would be able to provide good news regarding the laws that dictated where people could set up businesses. Things were so complicated in the future. Chapter 17. It's weird to think that I would be doing something similar to this at the same location just 100 years apart if I were still in my time, Keegan commented as they sat side by side on the porch swing. Did you sit here a lot back in your day? Megan asked. Their thighs were touching, and it made her heart pick up a beat. She was falling for him faster than she would have imagined possible. I did. It's a great place to unwind, and it was nice because I could chat with all my neighbors who walked by. Keegan looked out at the street, which was now closer to his house than it was in the past. The houses were all a little closer together as well. Some of the homes looked similar to the ones that surrounded his house in his time, but he could tell that most of them were newer. Neither of them saw many people walking around, however, just cars driving to or from their homes. There is something to be said about how things were done in the past, Megan commented. It was so much easier to enjoy the time in your day because we weren't rushing around everywhere. I would like my mom's new shop to feel like that. People could come here just to let time stop for a while. That's a great idea, Keegan agreed. You could have nice sitting chairs in your library and in the kitchen so people could sit and drink tea or coffee. They could read, chat, or just relax. It sounds so nice, Megan laid her head on his shoulder. I was also thinking you and your mother should move in upstairs, Keegan said. She lifted her head off his shoulder. Really? Was all she said. She was feeling so great until his suggestion reminded her that he was leaving soon. He wouldn't have suggested that if he was staying here. Why not? The rooms would be empty and you would be able to save money on rent, Keegan said persuasively. The bottom floor has enough room for your store. You won't need the rooms on the second floor. Well, I wasn't thinking we would be even using your house for the shop without paying some sort of rent, Megan said, almost offended. Her mother had always taught her to take care of herself. She shouldn't become reliant on others because you never knew when that person would want to stop helping you out and leave you scrambling to make things work again. How were you planning on paying me? How were you planning on getting money to me in my time? The corner of Keegan's mouth quirked. He had a point. If he was living in the past, how would she get payments to him? Megan decided to avoid the question. Well, we can't just use your house and take advantage of you. My mother would never agree to it. We will work something out then, Keegan said simply. Huh, Megan said non-committedly. She definitely needed to run this by her mother. She figured her mother would be grateful to have any place to move to, but it helped a lot that this was a good location for a shop. They could advertise in the Whole Foods store and send all their current customers news of their new location. They shouldn't lose too many of their current customers. They would even gain quite a few more. However, she was certain her mother wouldn't agree to move her shop to Keegan's house without a way to pay Keegan some sort of rent. Justin and Bridget, mid-October 1902. Bridget shifted in her seat as the carriage bounced. It was a nice carriage. Justin's art gallery had become very successful in the last few years and had attracted a lot of art buyers from neighboring cities. She took his hand as they rode and looked over her shoulder at her 2 sleeping children. David was 6 and Matthew was 4. She loved her children with all her heart. It had been difficult for her to have children. She'd had to take a certain combination of herbs daily in order to increase fertility, with Kimberly's help. The fight to have her children had bonded her to them intensely, and she knew she would be lost without them. She was ready to have another child, and part of the reason they were going to spend time at the ranch was so they could get some of the herbs Kimberly had prepared for her. "Bridget?" Justin asked. "Yes," Bridget responded, startled out of her reverie. He chuckled at her. "Lost in thought." Bridget smiled back. I can't help it, we've made some adorable children. That we did, Justin agreed with a smile. It's too bad Garrett couldn't join us. Bridget's smile faded. More like wouldn't, Justin retorted gruffly. Garrett, who was now 21 years old, had hit a bit of a rough patch. He spent most of his time gambling and drinking. He would work long enough to replace his funds, then gamble and drink some more. Bridget looked at Justin sadly. I think he needs to find a job that challenges him, and has needed something to challenge him for years. You know, school here has always been too easy for him. He was relearning all the subjects he already knew for years after we moved. I know. He has struggled for a long time. Colleen used to help him stay happy even when he was bored, though. Now, it seems he doesn't even want to listen or even be around her. Colleen had been living with them for about a year. She had moved into town to help out at the art gallery. It's a shame, too. She is the only one that has ever been able to talk sense into him. Maybe we need to look at a college back east. I think they might have classes he might be interested in, Bridget suggested. Maybe. We do need to be careful. If he got into classes like that, he would end up helping push the current technological boundaries. He could end up changing the future. This was the same discussion they'd had for years. Garrett had been in advanced classes when he had lived in the future. Once they had gotten stuck in the past, and he started going to school in their time, he had become bored. He had already learned everything they were teaching, and often could do math problems his teachers couldn't. His teachers had suggested sending him to a certain boarding school back east for intelligent children. The students at the school always went on to accomplish great things. At first, they didn't have the money to send him. Eventually, they realized how much things could change if they did send Garrett to one of those schools. He would inevitably end up helping people create new inventions. Inventions Garrett already knew everything about. It was just too risky. They had all agreed to avoid changing the past as much as possible. After a few minutes of silence, Bridget tried to comfort Justin. He will snap out of it. I hope so. I'm going to talk to Colleen again to see if she will talk some sense into him, Justin replied. He pulled the horses to a stop in front of the ranch. Let's try to relax while we are here. It always does us good to see our family, Bridget suggested. I know. He forced a smile on his face as he climbed out of the carriage and helped Bridget out as well. The two sleeping children didn't wake up when the carriage stopped moving. Very quickly, Bridget and Justin were surrounded by family, giving and receiving hugs from everyone. It wasn't the same happy welcome it usually was, however. There were tight worry lines in Kimberly's eyes, and Nikki's smile seemed forced. Even Colleen, who had ridden to the ranch on horseback the day before, seemed reserved, which was unusual for her. Is everything okay? Bridget asked as she hugged Patrick in greeting. He just looked at her grimly. Let's get you all settled inside and get the kids playing with the new litter of puppies in the barn. We can talk in a minute. Bridget's heart dropped. What had happened? She looked around and immediately noticed Keegan wasn't with them. Had he returned to town? She thought he would have been at the ranch. The boys woke up with the ruckus, had heard Patrick mention puppies, and whooped in excitement. Can we go see them, Pa? Matthew asked Justin eagerly. Yes, just be careful not to play too rough. You know their mama will be protective, Justin responded. They nodded obediently, then took off toward the barn with their cousins, where the new puppies were always kept. Bridget's heart was in her throat as they all walked into the main house. What could have happened? They had seen Keegan just last week. He'd had Megan with him, who was also gone. Everyone found different couches or chairs to sit in and waited for Patrick to speak. He cleared his throat, then looked at Bridget and Justin grimly. You are both aware of the time portal that has somehow appeared on the ranch? Justin and Bridget both nodded. Patrick continued. Well, the day after Keegan and Megan got back from talking with you, I took them out to the spot Megan had appeared from her time. She tried to activate the portal. Nothing happened. After trying it multiple times, we decided we would need to try something else. Later, Megan must have figured out something else to try, but she didn't tell anyone. The next day, Keegan had agreed to take Richie and Jonathan on a horseback ride. The three of them were just outside the large barn saddling the horses. He shook his head. We really aren't sure what happened, but Richie told us that Keegan suddenly took off running towards the circle of rocks and he disappeared right before their eyes. We think Megan was already gone. No one has seen either one of them since. You're kidding? Bridget was breathless and shocked. Keegan was missing. So, they must have figured out how the portal works then, right? Justin asked. That's the conclusion we came to. How long has he been gone? Bridget was scared to hear the answer. When Patrick didn't answer, Kimberly stepped in. This is the 4th day they've been gone. We know Keegan was developing feelings for Megan, but we never suspected he wanted to go to the future with her. We aren't sure if he went for a visit like you did, Bridget, and he will be back soon, or if he somehow got stuck in a different time. Kimberly trailed off, a sad look on her face. One thing we all agree on is he wouldn't plan on leaving with Megan for good without saying goodbye to everyone, Nikki said firmly. Bridget nodded. Family was important to Keegan, as it was to everyone. He would have wanted to say goodbye if he knew he would never see any of them again. No one else seemed to have anything else to say. They all sat and looked at each other, each engrossed in their own prayers that he wasn't in some kind of danger and that he would return home soon. 2015. Barbara was cleaning up her shop after locking the door behind the last customer. It had been an extremely good day for business, which she was grateful for. Unfortunately, that also meant her feet and back were aching quite a bit. She looked forward to settling into her comfortable couch back at her condo and watching a good movie. With just a couple more shelves to straighten up, she stretched and then got to work. She jumped in fright when the back doors slammed open and Mr. Manning strode in towards her, a triumphant grin spread across his ugly face. Mr. Manning, I wasn't expecting you today. She tried to speak calmly, hoping to calm him down somehow. How had he gotten in? She knew she had made sure it was locked, which meant the man obviously had used his own key. She grew angry at the idea that Mr. Manning would enter the shop without her permission. Well, usually I prefer to only sign contracts with people who have legal names, he sneered. Her heart dropped. He couldn't know that she used to go by a different name. How had he found out? Barbara Conway is my legal name, she retorted as firmly as possible. You didn't really think you could run from your past forever, did you? I don't know what you're talking about. The lie was obvious to her own ears. Oh, sure you do, Lucy. He reveled in watching her face blanch at her true name. I would be willing to bet your parents have been missing you. And don't you think Megan's father would want to get to know his own daughter? She turned angrily at his last words and spoke through her teeth at him. You leave Megan out of this. She doesn't know she was born because of rape and she never will. I won't let that scar her. Surprise flitted across his face for a moment, and she realized she had given him new information. He must not have known she didn't want Megan to know about her past. His face transformed into another wide, evil smile. Well, I'm not very good at keeping secrets. However, I do know if I were married, I would be very faithful to my wife. I would never tell her secrets. Understanding dawned on her. You're blackmailing me into marriage, she said quietly. He chuckled at her. Now blackmail is such a strong word. His face turned more serious, almost earnest. You'll be thankful you married me. I know I can take care of you better than you can take care of yourself. She could tell by the look in his eyes that he truly believed that. She tried not to scoff. He knew nothing about her. All he did was tell her his opinions and ideas. Her stomach turned at the thought of living with him and hearing his opinions every day. Her mind worked quickly, trying to find a way out of the marriage, something she could do or say to make him back off. Any time she had a new idea, it would lead right back around to the fact that she'd changed her name and had hid from her parents and Megan's father all these years. Although she knew if her parents really had wanted to find her and Megan, they could have, with all their money and connections they had at their disposal. They obviously hadn't wanted to. She didn't want to marry this man, but she knew what would be worse. Megan finding out she was a product of rape and being forced to learn some awful truths that would hurt them both. If she married Mr. Manning, at least Megan still had a chance to be happy. She hung her head, telling herself she needed to accept Mr. Manning's proposal for Megan's sake. "All right, I will marry you." His laugh chilled her to the bones. She would marry him, but she would not let this define who she was. She squared her shoulders and spoke firmly. "But I will not share your bed. When we are out in public, I will be your wife. When we are at home, I will have my own room. I will have my space to do what I please. Oh, we can start out that way if you wish, but before long you'll find that you love me. I'm sure I'll eventually be able to convince you otherwise. You'll be so glad I talked you into marrying me, you'll see." The smug look on his face made her feel sick. She didn't respond. She hated feeling helpless and being forced to live her life according to other people's demands. That was how she was raised by her parents. They were wealthy and had expected her to act a certain way so that she would look good to all their friends. They hadn't cared to find out the truth behind her pregnancy or been willing to do anything about it. She wouldn't let this marriage be like that. She would stay true to herself, regardless of what he said. She pursed her lips, and he went on about when and where they were to marry, and even what kind of dress he wanted her to wear. She didn't pay attention, trying to figure out some way to get out of what she had just agreed to. When she had met Megan's dad, he had been handsome and knew how to sweet-talk, something she hadn't gotten much of from her mother or father. She had fallen for him fast, and didn't see any of the warning signs that he was abusive. Even before they went to the Christmas dance, he would boss her around and verbally belittle her. But she had excused his behavior, telling herself that he said the things he said because he cared about her. She had been raised as a Christian, and if there was one place in her life that had always brought her peace, it was her beliefs. She had been adamant that she didn't want to sleep with him until marriage. One day, when he was in a particularly bad mood, he told her he was done waiting for her and had raped her. She hadn't talked to him again after that, and he didn't seem to care that she avoided him. He had moved on quickly to a girl who was more willing to give him what he wanted. Barbara had gone to the police on her own, much to the irritation of her parents. They didn't want bad images of themselves to go public, and they didn't believe her when she told him the boy had forced her. Once she had found out she was pregnant, her parents had been furious. They yelled and told her she was lying about who the father was and that her boyfriend would never have raped her. They knew his parents, after all. When the boy had found out she was pregnant, he had demanded she abort the baby. She had refused and had moved as far away as possible right after she graduated from high school. Megan wouldn't have been safe or loved in that environment, and Barbara was determined she would never return home. Once she was living on her own, she had become extremely depressed. She was working 2 jobs and had a new baby, so sleep was minimal. Only through herbs and natural remedies was she able to find happiness, as well as a stable life for her and her daughter. She was passionate about her shop and the products she sold. She wouldn't be where she was now without the shop or Megan. She would do everything she could to keep Megan safe, including marrying George. It would be a sacrifice that would be worth it. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to listen to George talk about selling her condo so she could move in with him, and how he hoped she knew how to cook good food. Somehow, she would find a way to keep the inner peace she had found. She would not let Mr. Manning ruin her. Megan straightened another shelf as butterflies fluttered through her. She couldn't stop thinking about Keegan and what a great day they had yesterday. She had left shortly after they sat together on the porch swing, and he had kissed her goodbye. She had such a wonderful connection with him. Despite her knowledge that he was leaving for his own time soon, she was falling hard for him. He wasn't the only reason she had butterflies, however. She was going to tell her mother about Keegan's idea to reopen their shop in his home. She loved the idea and had such a good feeling about it all. She just hoped her mother would have the same reaction. A customer walked out of the shop, leaving the 2 of them alone. Now was as good a time as any. She took a deep breath. I think I might have found a place we can move our shop to." Her mother stopped what she was doing, but the expression on her face wasn't one that Megan had expected. She looked hesitant, weary, and almost guilty. Megan decided to plow forward without waiting for a response. "It's Keegan's house. It is still standing and is in amazing condition. It is in a neighborhood really close to a Whole Foods store, so our customer base is already close by. Keegan isn't planning on using his house anyway, and he would rather it be used to do good instead of sitting there empty. It was his idea, and he said we don't have to pay rent, but I insisted we would find a way to pay him a fair amount. We could even move into some of the rooms on the second floor if we wished." The look on her mother's face finally had Megan trailing off. Her lips were pressed into a grim line, and she could tell her mother wasn't going to agree with her idea. "I have actually made the decision to stay here," Barbara said definitively, before she turned around to work on their inventory sheet. "What? Did you find a way to talk Mr. Manning into letting us stay without marrying him?" Megan asked, confused. "Actually, I agreed to marry him last night." Megan was silent. Her mother continued to work as if she hadn't just told Megan something that would change their entire lives. Megan couldn't believe she had heard her mother right. "Marry Mr. Manning? Why on earth would you do that? He has never treated you well, never cared about your opinions on how you should run your own shop, and never even cared to create a friendship with you more than bossing you around. You can't possibly think you'll be happy with him. He has agreed it would only be a marriage of convenience. I would go with him to business parties, but when we are not out together, I still have my own individual life," her mother explained in a clipped voice. "That's not a marriage. Mom, you'll be miserable," Megan argued. "Megan, it is not up to you," her mother's voice rang through the shop. Megan froze in shock. Her mother had never raised her voice to her for as long as she could remember. In a softer tone, her mother walked up to her and put a hand on her shoulders. "I appreciate your concern. I have been making decisions about my own life for years, and things have turned out just fine. Trust me when I say this will not affect my happiness or my relationship with you." She turned away and shrugged her shoulders. "It's not like I was ever going to marry anyone else anyway." Megan continued to stare at her mother in shock. She tried a different approach. "We don't need to stay here, Mom. Did you hear what I just told you about moving our shop into Keegan's house? It would be perfect for us, big enough for us to expand. We could have a small cafe in the kitchen, a large library for people to read in while they drank their tea and coffee. We could make it feel like people could stop time for a while and just enjoy being themselves." "That sounds pretty fantastical. Life doesn't always work out the way you want it to. It didn't for me, did it? But I did what I had to so you could have a good life. And look at us now. We do have a good life. Marrying Mr. Manning will hardly change a thing," her mother said calmly but firmly. Megan couldn't believe her mother wouldn't even consider moving the shop to Keegan's house. "I need a break," she said, as she grabbed a jacket and walked right out the door. She stomped down the street as she thought about their situation. Her mother had always sacrificed so much for her. They had never lived with wealth, but there was always food on the table and love in their home. Her mother deserved so much more than George Manning. She shuddered again at the thought of her mother marrying him. She would not let this wedding go through, no matter what. She had to find a way to change her mother's mind. She had a distinct feeling that her mother felt she had to marry Mr. Manning for her. But Megan was an adult now and perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Her mother no longer needed to sacrifice her life just for Megan. Her phone rang, but she didn't hear it at first. She couldn't stop thinking about George and her mother in the same house, him ordering her around at every turn. She couldn't and wouldn't let that happen. After the third ring, she realized she had better answer it. "Hello," she said, without checking the caller ID. "Megan, I thought you weren't going to pick up." It was Abby's friend, Sammy, who was looking into Keegan's house for her. "Sammy, hi. Sorry, I couldn't get to my phone. Do you have any news?" Megan asked. "Yes. The house belongs to someone named Keegan Callahan. There are no zoning laws keeping you from moving your shop there, So if you can track down this Keegan guy and get him to sign a contract letting you use his house, it's all yours, Sammy said. Great, wow, that is such good news. Did you find anything about making it a historical building to help protect it? Megan asked. Yes, there is some paperwork you would need to fill out and then send it in to make your request. Well, Keegan would need to do that, Sam explained. Megan could hear her typing in the background. This is wonderful news, thank you. I'll talk to Keegan and get back to you when I can, Megan said, not wanting to keep Sammy from her work. No problem, hun. Sammy hesitated. There is something else. What's that? According to some of the reports I found, the house is supposed to be haunted, Sammy said slowly. Megan laughed, but a chill went down her back. Haunted? I know, Sammy continued at Megan's laugh. The house has been empty for so long that some people have tried to occupy it at various times throughout the years. They never stayed long. Most claim they've seen a male and female ghost dressed in late 19th century clothes wandering the house. That's very interesting, Megan murmured. Could this be why the deed was never transferred to someone else? If you want me to, I can send you the information I have found about the house. That would be great, Megan agreed eagerly. Look for it within a few hours. Good luck in everything, Sammy said. Megan could tell her friend had gotten distracted by someone near her because she could hear a man's voice, so she quickly ended the call. Thanks for your help in this, Sammy. After hanging up, she sat back and marveled at the information Sammy had given her. Was the house really haunted? She had never believed in ghosts, but then she had never believed in time travel either. But at least she had received some good news today about the house, haunted notwithstanding. She would swing by and see Keegan after work to catch him up on all the details. Why would it still be in his name? He was already 25 years old and was living in the year 1902. If he was still alive, he would be over 130 years old. Clearly, that wasn't likely. Why hadn't someone else inherited the house when he died? One of his relatives, at least. If he hadn't officially left it to someone else in his will, the bank would have confiscated it and surely sold it by now. She shrugged her shoulders. Who knew why it was still in his name? She couldn't complain about the ease of how she was getting her new shop, and wouldn't risk losing this opportunity by asking questions. She turned the corner and saw the shop ahead. Her break was almost over. She knew today was busy and her mother needed her help. She wouldn't bring up the marriage again, but she would find a way to create a different option for her mother. Maybe if she went ahead with the plans on the house and got everything set up, her mother would realize how much better life would be at Keegan's house. She could turn George down, and they wouldn't ever have to see him again. Chapter 18, October 1902. Kimberly was worried. Richie was sick and he seemed to be getting worse. She had a feeling it wasn't the typical stomach flu. He was curled up in his bed, moaning in pain. He had thrown up already and said his stomach hurt. She felt his forehead again and again, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. She couldn't be exactly sure how high his fever was, but she guessed it was at least 102. He had started to feel sick during breakfast, so Nikki had insisted that Richie lay down on Jonathan's bed. "How is he?" Patrick asked as he walked in. He had to take care of some cattle after breakfast, but had returned quickly after his chores to check on Richie. "I'm very concerned. All of his symptoms started so suddenly, I think it might be something more dangerous than a regular flu bug," she admitted. With Kimberly's experience as a nurse in her time, she had seen a lot of patients come and go. She recognized the symptoms her young son was having, but didn't want to admit out loud exactly what she thought it was. "Richie, I need you to let me feel your stomach, okay?" Richie was a tough boy and always obeyed his ma and pa. He tried to uncurl himself, crying out in pain as he did so. Kimberly pushed the guilt down at making him move. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, she needed to make a diagnosis herself so they could go get help if they needed it. She pushed 2 fingers into his lower right abdomen, and Richie winced in extreme pain. When she removed her hand, he cried out, the pain clearly worse at the release of pressure. Her heart sank. Her fears were confirmed. "I think it's appendicitis," she said gravely to Patrick. "What is that?" Patrick asked. She tried to answer the question like it was a test. She couldn't attach herself to the words or she would break down. "There is an infection in his appendix, an organ that helps the large intestine digest food. It needs to be removed or it will burst, which could very well be fatal without the right treatment and surgery." She tried to keep her voice low, not wanting to scare her son. "Can you remove it?" Patrick's eyes had turned desperate, hope seeping through as he waited for her answer. "No, I was only a nurse. You have to become a surgeon to learn how to remove organs safely." She trailed off, knowing what she needed to suggest and knowing Patrick wouldn't like her idea. "We need to take him to my time, for emergency surgery." Patrick didn't say anything as he contemplated the moment. "We could take him into town? Wouldn't Dr. Thomas know what to do?" "He might know, although from what I've heard from Keegan, Dr. Thomas has performed few surgeries. And Richie might not even make the trip to Denver in time. Even if Dr. Thomas is able to remove it, which is doubtful, Richie would still need antibiotics to clean out the infection from the rest of his system." "We can only get those from my time," she pleaded with her eyes, hoping he would understand and agree that they needed to use the portal to save their son. He sat stone-faced, his expression unreadable. She pulled him out of Richie's room so she could speak more frankly with him. "Patrick, please trust me when I say it is the only way to save him. Without the surgery, he will die." He nodded his head, but continued his silence for another long moment. "How soon would we need to get there?" She breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't shutting the idea down. "Normally, we would need to have the surgery done within 24 hours. I would say he has been in pain for 3 hours already. If we leave when the portal is active around 3 o'clock, we should be able to get him to a doctor before his appendix bursts." "Are you forgetting something?" "We don't know how the portal works. Clearly, Megan and Keegan figured it out, but we haven't," Patrick demanded angrily. Kimberly could tell this situation was frustrating him. He never wanted to go into the future and didn't want any of his family to either. Someone cleared their throat from behind them. "Actually, I have been thinking about that." Patrick turned to Justin and glared, not liking that someone was listening to his conversation. "Hey, I was just coming to check on Richie. I didn't mean to overhear. But if I can help make a suggestion," Justin offered, trying not to rile Patrick. Everyone in the family knew that Patrick was easygoing and loving until he was hit with a situation that frustrated him. Only then would his temper flare, and it could get worse if provoked. Patrick's expression loosened slightly, and he nodded his head to indicate he was listening to Justin. "The only thing I could think of that we overlooked is daylight savings time." Kimberly spoke up as her eyes widened. "Of course. That's so obvious. Why didn't we think of it before?" "What is daylight savings?" Patrick demanded, not liking that he didn't know what they were talking about. "In the fall, everyone turns their clocks back 1 hour, and in the spring, they turn them forward an hour. It helps save daylight during the day, so it doesn't get dark as early during the summer," Kimberly explained quickly. "We haven't had to do it for so long, I guess we all just forgot that it even existed." Justin smiled at Kimberly. "So, to use the portal, you would need to be there at 2 o'clock, or close to it." "Thank you, Justin. This information is just what we needed." She turned to Patrick, who still seemed a little confused, but she could tell he was relieved as well. "Let's get ready to go. What will we need to bring?" Patrick asked Kimberly. She threw his arms around his neck. "Thank you for trusting me." And she prayed that they would make it in time, and that the doctors would be able to save Richie. He wrapped his arms around her, and Justin quietly walked down the hall to let them have some time together. "Of course I trust you, Kimberly. I am nervous to go into the future, but I would be a fool not to take any chance we have at helping our son. We need to change clothes. I still have some old jeans. Goodness, I wonder if they even fit. She did go through 2 pregnancies, one with twins after all. I think I know what would be best for you to wear, something that won't bring on too much attention." She walked into the kitchen to ask Bridget to stay with Richie before she ran to her cabin Patrick had built for them, and started pulling clothes out of an old trunk that was located at the foot of her bed. In this trunk, she had packed away everything that had anything to do with the future. Somehow, she still fit into her pants, although they were extremely tight, and she couldn't button them up. She suggested that Patrick wear a white button-up shirt and his regular pants. He still looked out of place for what people would wear in the future, but it was the best they had at the moment. After they dressed, she packed a bag with some of their belongings in it. As she packed, she formulated a plan in her head. Once they arrived in the future, they would need to walk down the mountain trail and hope there was someone nearby that would lend them a cell phone. They could then call a cab and go directly to Keegan's house. She thought about going straight to a hospital. The sooner they had Richie see a doctor, the better. However, she had a feeling Keegan would be staying at his own house. Megan could possibly be with him as well. She wasn't sure why, but she felt Megan could offer a lot of insight as to where they could take Richie for the best care, even if they didn't have insurance papers or proof of address. Once she had her plan laid out, she made sure Nikki would help take care of Kathy and Josephine. Then there was nothing left to do but wait for 2 o'clock to come around. She sat with Richie, wiping his hair away from his face as he slept fitfully. When she had first arrived in Patrick's time, she had brought a large first aid kit with her. Over the years, much of the supplies had been used, but she was able to find a small supply of painkillers that she had been hoarding. Even though they were 10 years old, they had helped Richie's pain. "You'll be all right, Richie. We will make sure you'll be all right." Just before they left, Doug pulled Kimberly aside and handed her a thick envelope. "This envelope holds some information about the bank accounts Michelle and I owned. I am going to assume they are still around. Please feel free to use whatever amount you need to pay for this. All the information is in there so that you can have access to it. I'm sure Megan can help you if you need it." Kimberly's eyes filled with tears as she kissed his cheek, this dear man whom she thought of like a father. "Thank you. I have been so worried about getting help for Richie. I didn't even think about money. We'll be praying every moment that you are gone, that Richie will be all right, and that you will return." His eyes looked solemn as he said the last words to her. "I promise we will return," Kimberly assured him. Kimberly led the way down the mountain, with Patrick close behind, carrying Richie. She tried to stay strong for her son and husband, but every time she heard Richie moan from the pain of being moved around so much, she just wanted to sob. They had traveled through the portal, and she was so grateful that Justin had figured out when they needed to use it. She didn't know what she would have done if it hadn't worked. They had been hiking down the trail carefully and quickly and had gotten pretty far in the hour they had been here. The pathway was opening up and she could see that they were getting close to the head of the trail, where they might be able to borrow someone's cell phone. "I think I am going to run ahead and see if I can catch up to someone. It will take a while for a taxi to come to pick us up, and you can take your time with Richie while I wait for the cab." She spoke to Patrick over her shoulder, already picking up her pace. Patrick looked at her in shock, then shook his head. "I don't think we should separate. Neither of us is familiar with this path. What if we end up in 2 different places? It would just take longer to try to find each other again." She sighed, wanting to argue, but she had to admit that he had a good point. She slowed her pace again and willed herself to have patience. Within the next 20 minutes or so, they found the parking lot. She held her breath, looking for anyone who was either getting in or out of their car. She saw a group of men a few cars down and called out to them, "Hey, my son is sick. Can I use one of your phones to get help for him?" She held her breath as they looked at her blankly for a moment, then glanced behind her at Patrick and Richie. Did they look too out of place? Finally, one of the men stepped forward. "No problem, honey. Here you go." He held out his phone to her. She stared at it for a beat too long. She hadn't seen a phone like this one before. It took her a few seconds to realize that it was completely a touch screen. She had only used cell phones that had keys on them. The one she'd owned had to be opened up in order to use it. She hoped that it would be easy enough to figure out. Touching the screen, She sighed with relief when it lit up with the keyboard, so at least she didn't have to figure out how to turn it on. With one of the men's help, she eventually figured out how to dial for a cab and urged the person on the other end of the line to hurry. She gave the phone back to the now impatient man. "Thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate this." "Sure, honey, you guys ready?" He addressed his question to the group of men, and they headed up the trail. Kimberly heard one of the men mention that it took her longer than it should have to dial the number, and another man answered that maybe she was one of those technically challenged people. She was shocked. She didn't think 10 years was enough to make her so behind with technology that she stuck out to people from this time. Patrick watched the whole exchange without a word, then settled Richie down on the grass next to the parking lot. Richie moaned loudly, and Kimberly rushed over to help comfort him. "I think we should go to Keegan's house first. Hopefully that is where he is. If we can get Megan to help us take him to the hospital, things should go more smoothly. I'm afraid I don't remember as much about this time as I thought I did," she admitted. "So much has changed." Patrick nodded his head. "You did seem confused by the phone." He then seemed to sense her distress and tried to comfort her. "But you figured it out quickly. I am sure you will be able to get help for Richie." "I hope so. The taxi said it was going to take them 45 minutes to get here. We are going to have to ask him to stop by a bank on our way to Keegan's house so we can pay him out of Doug's account. It's going to be at least 2 hours before we get him to a doctor." "Well, you told me he should see a doctor within the first 24 hours of his symptoms starting, right? We are still in that time frame. I am sure he will be fine." "I hope so," she said again. They sat in silence until the cab came, which was luckily faster than they had originally thought. It still took them an extra hour to drive to the bank. Kimberly was able to withdraw some money easily. When she saw how much money was in Doug's account, she tried not to gasp in shock, and she whispered a short prayer of thanks. There was plenty of money in the account. After withdrawing the money, Kimberly directed the taxi to Keegan's house. They paid the taxi, and they hurried up the steps to Keegan's house. Thankfully, Richie had fallen asleep in the car, so he wasn't feeling as much pain as they moved him from the car to the house. She held her breath as she knocked loudly on the front door. He had to be here. If he wasn't here, she didn't have a clue how to find him. After a moment, when she was about to knock again, Keegan pulled the door open. "Keegan, thank heaven," she said, and threw herself at him. "Kimberly, Patrick," was all Keegan seemed able to say, shock freezing his features. "What are you guys doing here?" His gaze then went to Richie, who even as he slept looked pale and in pain. "What's wrong?" "I think it's appendicitis. We were hoping Megan could tell us where we can go to get him some help," Kimberly quickly explained. "Appendicitis?" Megan then came to the door with concern in her voice. "Well, get him inside and on the couch." "It's good that you brought him here. I don't know if he could have been helped in our time," Keegan commented as he followed the group into the sitting room, "especially with how far away our ranch is from a hospital. I'm sure that his appendix is infected. It needs to be removed," Kimberly explained hastily. "Megan, I know we don't belong in this time, but Richie needs surgery. Where is the best place to take him?" She looked at Megan, hoping she would provide a miracle that would save her son. Megan thought for a minute. "Let me make a call." She hurried from the room, pulling out her phone as she walked. Richie moaned and rolled over. "I feel sick, Mama. I need to throw up." Keegan hurried from the room and brought back a bucket for him to be sick in. He moaned, tears seeping out of his eyes as he wiped his mouth and lay back on the couch. Megan walked back into the room. "I called my friend who is a pediatric nurse. She gave me the address of a hospital close by that is great with kids. We can go now." Kimberly could barely contain herself. She was so worried about Richie and grateful to Megan. "Thank you," was all she could say. Patrick lifted Richie up as gently as he could, and they all walked out to Megan's car. Megan drove while Kimberly whispered prayers the whole way there. "Please let us get to the hospital in time. Please let my son live." Megan sat next to Kimberly and Patrick in the hospital waiting room. The couple clutched each other's hands, and Kimberly laid her head on Patrick's shoulder. Megan could hear him whispering to her in comforting tones, but couldn't understand what he was saying. After ordering an ultrasound of Richie's abdomen, the ER doctor told them the appendix was very close to rupturing. They had taken him into surgery right away, and everyone had been waiting anxiously ever since. Megan knew Kimberly had been an ER nurse before she traveled back in time, so she probably knew that this was a common surgery. Very few of them had complications anymore. Even with that knowledge, and with the little time Megan had to get to know Richie, she was nervous something would go wrong. Her heart broke at the thought of the loss of Richie's bright personality. She could only imagine what was going through Kimberly's mind at this moment. Keegan walked in with Abby. They were both coming back from the cafeteria and held coffee cups for everyone. "It's just hospital coffee, nothing special, but it helps pass the time when you have something to drink," Abby said practically. She had such a cheerful personality that even when she was somber, she somehow was still able to lighten the atmosphere in the room. Megan took a sip of the hot beverage, hardly tasting it. Keegan sat down next to her and took her hand. She glanced at him and noticed the worry lines that creased his brow. "How are you doing?" she asked him, even though she knew the answer probably hadn't changed since she had asked him last. "Hoping for the best," he answered simply. After another moment, he spoke again, his voice quiet. "I can only wonder how this would have turned out differently if I hadn't come to the future with you." Megan had to think about that and was about to respond when Richie's surgeon walked into the room. Everyone held their breath, waiting desperately for the surgeon to speak. He smiled and addressed Kimberly and Patrick. "Everything went perfectly. We were able to remove the appendix without it rupturing, so your son's recovery time should be minimal." It seemed like the room itself breathed a sigh of relief. All the tension in the room broke, and Kimberly began to cry. The surgeon continued talking to Kimberly, handing her papers about how to care for Richie and what antibiotics she should give him to clear away the rest of the infection. Megan stopped listening then and hugged Keegan. She whispered in his ear, "It was good you were here so we could help them find the best hospital for Richie." He just smiled at her and then went to hug Patrick and Kimberly. "Did I hear the doctor correctly? He should be mobile again by the end of the week?" he asked in astonishment. Abby spoke. "Isn't it amazing? The surgery is pretty simple. They have found new ways of keeping the opening into the abdomen minimal. He should heal quickly as long as he keeps up on his antibiotics." "I can't believe it. I remember when I cut my leg with an axe. I was recovering from that for a year. Even still, it acts up sometimes." Keegan seemed to struggle with the idea that Richie was going to recover so quickly. "Well, we didn't have antibiotics to give you right away. Also, the axe hit a lot of different muscles in your leg, which is harder to heal," Kimberly explained, the stress of the day still evident on her face even as she smiled at him. The surgeon walked back in. "Richie is in his recovery room. Mom and Dad can come to sit in the room, but everyone else should probably wait a few hours to let him wake up. It can be difficult for some when they come out of the anesthesia." Megan nodded her head in understanding and watched as Kimberly and Patrick followed the surgeon to the room Richie was settled in. Keegan looked as though he wanted to follow his brother, but stayed where he was at, still looking perplexed. "We should go home and set up a room for Richie so he has a comfortable place to stay when they release him," Megan suggested. "They will probably want to keep him in the hospital for another day or two to make sure the infection doesn't come back," Abby stated. "That should give us plenty of time to find a couple of beds for them then," Megan said with a smile. She grabbed Keegan's hand and started to lead him to the exit. He let her pull him along, still lost in deep thought. She finally couldn't stand it any longer and asked him what was bothering him. "I always thought that I knew the best way to care for my patients. I'm realizing there are so many benefits to modern medicine that I've never even given thought to. I guess I'm just trying to get used to the idea that there is still so much I don't know." Megan nodded her head. "Yes, there are a lot of benefits, but many people rely on it too much. I feel it's important for people like us to help educate people on healing themselves naturally. A lot of people just take a pill to mask a problem, when they could solve the problem by eating right and taking care of themselves." She didn't want him to think that the 2 years of schooling he had completed meant nothing now that he was in the future. Instead of answering, he just nodded and continued along quietly. She sighed, hoping he wasn't thinking he should go back to his own time so he could practice medicine his own way. Megan stopped at a furniture store on the way home, looking for a few cots or futons to set the family up in once Richie was released from the hospital. She wished she had the funds to buy them actual mattresses, but she was running low on money as it was, and they were only going to be here for about a week. She found a couple of air mattresses for a good price and felt better about Richie's comfort level on that, rather than a hard cot. She wanted to use as much as she could of her own money to help turn Keegan's house into a comfortable shop. Keegan, who had finally stopped brooding while they were driving, assured her that Patrick and Kimberly would find the mattresses plenty comfortable. It would be an improvement from the straw mattresses they had at the ranch in their own time. Once they arrived home, they pushed aside the furniture in the front parlor and set up a sleeping room for Richie and his parents. Keegan suggested they put them in one of the guest rooms upstairs, but Megan thought it would be best if Richie didn't need to worry about the stairs right after his surgery, and she figured Kimberly and Patrick would want to be close by him, at least for a few days. They had everything set up by dinner time and decided to go pick up a variety of soups to bring to the family at the hospital. Richie was awake when they arrived, and now that he was no longer in pain, he was looking around excitedly at everything in the hospital. No doubt everything looked foreign and exciting. "How do they make these pillows so soft?" he was exclaiming. "It's like they stuffed them with clouds." Megan brought him a balloon that said, "Get well soon," on it. His eyes grew wide as he saw it. "What is that?" Megan laughed. "It's called a balloon." "Wow!" Everyone smiled in amusement and relief as he bounced the balloon around. "Don't move around too much, Richie," Kimberly warned, although she was smiling too. "You can't feel it because of the medicine they gave you, but that cut on your stomach is deep, and you don't want to make it worse." "Yes, Ma," Richie responded obediently, but still held the balloon close to him, moving his hands around the outside of it to make it squeak. "That smells good. What is that?" Patrick spoke up, smelling the soup they had brought with them and looking around for a pot. Keegan held up the bag of sealed bowls. "Dinner," was all he said. Megan enjoyed watching Patrick's fascination as Keegan pulled different soups and rolls out of the bag. The amazement in his eyes mirrored that of his son's just a moment before with the balloon. Everyone ate the soup, declaring it was delicious, except for Richie. The doctor said it was normal for him to have a low appetite for a few days. Once everyone was done eating, Richie laid back on his pillow and started to fall asleep. "We should probably go and let Richie rest," Megan suggested. "Kimberly and Patrick, we have a room set up for you at home whenever you need it." "Thank you," Kimberly responded. "I think tonight we will stay here in the hospital with Richie." "Of course. I wouldn't want to leave his side either." Megan smiled at her, then Richie, who was now snoring softly. "We will come by to check on everyone tomorrow," she promised. Chapter 19. The next 3 days went by in a whirl. Megan had another talk with her mother and was able to convince her to move the shop to Keegan's house, even if she was still planning to marry Mr. Manning. She expected it to be difficult to convince her, but it had been surprisingly easy. She only hoped as the days passed and her mother could see the potential to move the shop, she would change her mind about marrying the old grouch. After giving her mother a tour of the house, Barbara had become excited about the move, but she was still set on marrying Mr. Manning. Megan was still shocked about the marriage, but when Barbara had suggested that Megan take some time to set up Keegan's house so it would be ready for them to move in by the end of October, she didn't argue. Richie stayed in the hospital for 2 days before they allowed him to come home, so that had given them some time to repaint the downstairs. She kept the color the same, but the fresh coat of paint still gave the room a lighter feel. Megan and Keegan went through the house, deciding together on what pieces of furniture would help their shop and what would most likely get in the way. The few pieces Megan didn't want, they listed for sale on a community webpage to help make some extra money. She contacted an electrician who was able to squeeze in an appointment to bring electrical wiring to the kitchen. She didn't mind using authentic lighting for the rest of the house, which had a lot of windows to begin with, but she and her mother agreed that it would be best to have an upgraded kitchen for their cafe. Once Richie was released from the hospital, the house became very busy. They now had Keegan, Kimberly, Patrick, and Richie living there. Megan might as well have been living there. She came over early in the day and stayed until late to make sure the house would be ready for their move-in date they had set for next week. Megan had asked Abby to stay while Richie was there, just to help keep an eye on the boy and make sure he was recovering well. Abby was thrilled to accept. It seemed a moot point after the first day he was home, as he made it perfectly clear that he wasn't in pain and was tired of sitting around resting. Abby seemed to enjoy interacting with Keegan and his family. She was fascinated that they were all from the past. She was even more fascinated that Kimberly was from their time but chose to live in the past. Kimberly and Patrick agreed they would stay for 2 more days to make sure Richie was on the mend, then they would go home. Megan could see that Kimberly already missed her home and was worried about how her 2 daughters were faring. Patrick was just as restless as his son. He volunteered to make the repairs needed to the outside of the house. He even spent a few hours sanding and painting the gazebo in the backyard. By the time he was done, the house looked in perfect condition. It might as well have been a picture of the home Keegan lived in during his time. Megan flitted around the home, filled with excitement and nerves. Everything was going so well and the house looked amazing. She felt things were going almost too well and was anticipating that something could go wrong any time. She spent time in the library going through all the books that were already there. She had to choose which books to keep and which to store in one of the bedrooms for later. They were planning on converting the library into the bookshop. It was a difficult job, one she had been putting off all week, but they needed to make room for the shipment of books coming in to help educate customers about the benefits of living well and using homeopathic remedies themselves, among other interests. Customers could choose to sit in one of the comfortable chairs available in the room and read the books or purchase them. Every book from Victoria's library she came across seemed timeless, like they belonged with the home. She knew, however, that most people wouldn't be interested in reading the majority of the books. She wanted to keep the classics and any that were about the history of Denver, as she felt people would gravitate towards those while they relaxed and sipped their tea. Keegan knocked on the frame of the doorway to get her attention. "How's it going?" he asked with a fond smile. He knew she had been dreading this project. "Should I keep Crime and Punishment or Great Expectations?" she asked hopelessly. "Both," he responded after a moment's deliberation. "Oh, you're no help," she choked, shelving both of the books back where she had found them. "That is why I didn't offer to do this job for you," he smiled back. "Let's take a break," Megan suggested. Keegan laughed. "You only started an hour ago." Megan ignored his comment. "I've been wanting to take you to a couple of antique shops so you can help me pick some decorations that are true to the house's age." Keegan looked unsure. "I never decorated my home in my time. I left it the way Victoria had decorated it." "Do you think Kimberly would be willing to come with us?" Megan asked hesitantly. "I'm sure she would have good input." "I bet she would love that as long as someone could stay here with Richie." "Let's go ask her. I bet Abby would stay with him for a couple of hours since Patrick is busy outside." Kimberly's face lit up when they suggested she come along to help. "Yes, that sounds like a lot of fun. I used to go to antique shops all the time when I lived here." "Perfect. Abby, would you be willing to stay with Richie for a while?" She turned to her friend who was showing Richie how to play a board game she had brought with her. "What? Oh, yeah, no problem," Abby agreed before turning back to the game. Richie was pretty good at strategy, so they were both having a great time playing together. The 3 of them all piled in the car and drove to Megan's favorite antique shop. Keegan insisted Kimberly sit up front with Megan, so he sat in the back. Megan glanced at Keegan in the rearview mirror as Kimberly chattered excitedly about what they should look for once they got to the antique store. The past few weeks she had spent with him had been better than any she could remember. "I could get used to this," she thought contentedly. Barbara took a deep breath for courage and knocked on the door to George Manning's office. She almost turned around and scurried down the hall before he had a chance to open the door. The more she thought about marrying George, the more she was sure it would be a horrible decision for herself, and she could see it changing her relationship with Megan as well. Her daughter was extremely against this marriage. After Megan had shown her Keegan's house, she knew she couldn't go through with the wedding, but she hoped she could end things in a way that would make George back off without following through on his threats. He opened the door and smiled greedily when he saw her. "Well, my future bride, what a pleasant surprise." "Hello, can I have a moment to speak with you, please?" she asked, nervous and unsure how to start this conversation. "Of course. We are to be married soon, so I may as well get used to talking to you, right?" She gritted her teeth and nodded her head. Just being in the same room with him put her on edge, which was another sign that she knew she was making the right decision. "I have decided to move my shop to a different location," she blurted out before she could change her mind. He stopped, smiling, his expression turning dangerous. "Why would you do that? I give you such a great deal at this location. Besides, we could drive to work together. Think of the convenience." "Well, I have also been thinking about our engagement. I am convinced I am not the right woman for you," she said, trying a different tactic. "Wouldn't that be my decision?" he asked darkly. "I am taking into account that you have not gotten to know me very well. You come to visit my shop but have never seen me out of that environment. I don't think I lead a life that you would enjoy. I think it would be best if Megan and I moved on. Why don't we give Megan a call to see how well she really knows your past, shall we?" George said, reaching for his phone. Panic shot through Barbara. He was going to tell Megan about her past? This is not how she wanted her daughter to find out. "I already told her," Barbara lied, trying to look calm. "I should thank you for giving me the motivation to do so. She deserves to know, and it was better coming from me." As she talked, she instinctively knew she needed to make the lie into truth and tell Megan about the circumstances around her birth, but maybe she should wait until they were settled in the Victorian home. Mr. Manning's face turned red, and he stood up angrily. He ran his hand across the top of his table and sent a number of items flying across the room. Barbara didn't know what to do. His instant anger scared her. With a shaky hand, she tried to reach into her purse for her phone. She could at least call 911 if he didn't calm down. He stood with his back to her, hand braced on the wall. Loud breaths caused his back to heave. Then, as if he flipped a switch, he seemed to instantly calm down. "Well, it seems I cannot win you over then." He turned to her, his face kinder than she had ever seen it. "I wish you would reconsider our marriage. But if you are certain you need to move, I can no longer stop you." Barbara couldn't believe what she was hearing. It couldn't possibly be so easy to get away from him, could it? Or was he playing some kind of game with her? She decided to play nice with him and try to figure out his reaction later. "Thank you for understanding. This will be our last month in your building, and we will spend the next few weeks moving everything out. We'll be out by the end of the month." She stood up, eager to be out of his office as soon as possible. "That is fine. I have a waiting list of possible tenants, so I would appreciate it if you move out quickly so I can rent it to someone else." His face continued to seem pleasant, but a hint of anger started seeping through his voice. "Of course," she said, walking towards the door. "I will have the termination papers drawn up and ready in the next few days," he said, following her toward the door. "Please send them to my lawyer," she stated, letting him know she wasn't going to spend any time alone with him again. He only nodded and let her out of his office. She released a long breath once he had shut the door. Could this really be over? She knew she couldn't trust this man, but she hoped with everything inside her that maybe he had just given up on her. Megan was cleaning up the kitchen after dinner. They had a very successful trip collecting antiques, and she felt confident they now had all they needed to set up their shop. Everyone else was in the front room, discussing what time they should leave the next day in order to go back to their own time. Megan didn't want to think about it. She knew Richie was recovering well, and it had been almost a week since his surgery. Patrick and Kimberly were eager to go home and insisted that Keegan return with them. A pang went through her. She didn't want him to leave, but he never said he wanted to stay either. Just then, there was a knock on the front door. They weren't expecting anyone, so she wondered who it could be. She finished wiping off the counter and walked towards the door while she heard Keegan answer it. "Hello, Mrs. Conway, come on in," she heard Keegan saying. Megan's stress level went up even more. She hadn't talked to her mother much since their fight. They had discussed what they absolutely needed to do for the new shop, but nothing beyond that. She missed her mother terribly, but couldn't let her mother marry such a horrible man. She still wanted to talk her mother out of it, but didn't know how she could do that without fighting with her again. She approached her mother hesitantly. "Megan," her mother said, embracing her tightly. Megan held on tight, tears pricking her eyes. She had always been close with her mother, so this fight had been difficult for her. She had missed talking to her mother like she used to. "Hi, Mom. I have some news. Can we talk?" her mother said, pulling back and looking Megan in her eyes. Megan braced herself for more bad news, although her mother seemed happy about what she was about to tell her. "Sure, let's go into the kitchen," she suggested. Once they were settled with their ever-present cups of tea, her mother started talking. "I went to see George today." Megan felt her spine stiffen, but she didn't say anything. "I broke off the engagement," her mother said simply. Megan looked up in shock. "You did?" Confusion and relief flooded through her at the same time. "Yes, I thought about what you said and figured that even if I don't ever get married, it would be better than living with that man for the rest of my life. Besides, we have this new shop now, so there isn't anything to keep me there." There was tension in her last sentence, and Megan wondered why. She thought making a clean start would be a relief to her. "I'm so happy for you, Mom," Megan said honestly. Barbara laughed. Usually when someone breaks off an engagement, people are a little more sympathetic. Megan laughed, but then turned serious. "Are you sad you broke it off?" "Not at all. I didn't love him, and I'm sure he didn't love me." "I thought so. How did he take the news?" Megan wrinkled her nose. "He was mad at first, but seemed to accept it in the end." Again her mother tensed, and Megan wondered if there was more to the story than she was hearing. "I'm glad," Megan said, inspecting her mother, trying to decide if she should insist that Barbara tell her what was wrong or let it go for now. "Are you all right?" Her mother seemed to be deep in thought and shook her head to clear it. A tight smile came across her face. "I am fine. There is something I do want to share with you." "Okay," Megan agreed. She was so glad that her mother had listened to reason and that things were now fine between them. Barbara pulled out a thick folder from a bag she had placed by the side of her chair. "Did you know that I have always wanted to have a shop like the one we are planning now?" Megan shook her head slowly. "No, I didn't." Barbara pushed the folder over to her. "It's been a dream of mine to operate a shop that offered more than just herbs and essential oils. I wanted to have a place people could go to where they would feel comfortable staying for long periods of time. It's amazing to me that things have worked out the way they have. This house is perfect for what I've wanted to do. Without you even knowing about my dream, things have fallen into place just as I've always envisioned." Megan opened the folder and was amazed at what she saw. There was a detailed business plan along with a simple floor plan of the shop. Her mother sat silently as Megan read through pages of ideas about a cafe, a bookshop, and a gift shop, along with a place that sold herbs and essential oils. "This is amazing, Mom. Why haven't you shown this to me before?" Barbara shrugged. "I never felt I would be in a position for it to happen. I could never have gotten a loan for a shop this size. You have some good ideas here. We need to make sure this house is set up exactly the way you want it. After all, it will be your shop." "It is yours too, honey. I can see you have set things up exactly like I would have. You have worked just as hard as I have. This is our shop, our dream. I'm not sure why you were allowed to time travel to Keegan's time, but I do think things happen for a reason. You were meant to meet him in that way, and now he is here in our time. How do you feel about him?" Megan smiled wryly. Trust her mother to just ask directly what she wanted to know. I don't know. I really like him, and I know he likes me, but I know I need to stay here. Maybe he will want to stay here with you. Megan shook her head. Patrick wants him to go with them when they leave tomorrow. Besides, he is a doctor in his time, and will be able to take over a practice from an older doctor in Denver. Barbara reached over and gave Megan a hug. You are meant to meet. If he is supposed to stay, it will work out. I'm sure you're right. We went out today with Kimberly to some antique shops and found some neat things. Megan was trying to change the subject, and she was glad when her mother caught on. Why don't you show me all the things you found shopping today? Megan's face lit up. You're going to love them, Mom. They are in the library for now. She led the way to the room, a lightness lifting her shoulders. Even though she didn't want Keegan to leave, at least her mother wouldn't be marrying a man who wouldn't treat her right. It was also a relief that she and her mother had their relationship back. She could get through anything as long as her mother was there with her. Chapter 20. Keegan stared out the car window as Megan drove him, Patrick, Kimberly, and Richie back to the mountains. They were going back to their time today, and Keegan wished things could be different. Last night Patrick had talked with him and convinced him it was the right thing to do. He had worked hard his whole life to become a doctor, and it would be a waste if he didn't stay in his time to help people the way he had always wanted. If he stayed in Megan's time, he wouldn't be able to be a doctor. Patrick had also reminded him that Nathan and Dr. Thomas were waiting for him. It was time he returned to his own life and responsibilities. Keegan agreed with him, but he was also conflicted. He and Megan had something special, something he had never felt with anyone else before. How was he supposed to forget about her and live life just like he used to, now that he knew what life was like with her? He also wished he had gotten a chance to talk to her last night. Barbara had stayed late, and the two of them had talked late into the night. He was glad for them because he knew they needed to work things out after their fight last week, but he had hoped for a chance to talk to Megan just one more time. A chance to kiss her one more time. He tried to distract himself by listening to Richie chatter excitedly about driving fast in a real car and showing awe at the airplanes that flew above them. He tried to smile like Kimberly and Patrick, who were grinning broadly at Richie, clearly relieved he was no longer sick. He still had about a week left on the antibiotics prescribed to him, but his incision was healing nicely and he was no longer in pain. Keegan's smile turned down again as he longed to learn how modern medicine worked. It was astounding to him that just a few days ago Richie was writhing in pain, and if he had gotten any worse, he would have died. Now he was smiling, wiggling, and laughing. He wanted to know how to do that himself. He wanted to be the one with the knowledge to save people like that. He sighed and looked back out the window. They were already in the mountains, driving on a dirt road. It wouldn't be long until he had to say goodbye to Megan for good. He glanced over at her and realized she hadn't said a word since they had gotten in the car. He wanted to hold her hand while she drove, wanted some type of connection with her before he had to go, but both her hands gripped the wheel tightly, her knuckles white. Her face was tense, and he wanted to hold her until she was relaxed and happy again. Instead, he looked back out the window. They were now pulling into the parking lot. "It looks like we are here," Kimberly said excitedly. She, Patrick, and Richie poured out of the back seat, eager to be on their way. Keegan turned to Megan and brushed her hair behind her ear. She continued gripping the wheel, looking straight ahead. "Thank you for showing me your time," he said. Her mask broke a little and she glanced at him. "It was a pleasure." She glanced out his window and smiled, although it didn't quite reach her eyes. "You'd better get going, or your family is going to leave you behind." True enough, they had already started up the trail. He sighed and got out of the car. Thanks for everything. He wished she would get out of the car and come with them. It would give them both more time to talk and be close to each other. She stayed in her seat. "No, thank you for everything. I don't know what we would have done with my mother's shop without you," she said sincerely, but wouldn't meet his eyes. He just smiled, then climbed out of the car. Shutting the door behind him, He started to follow his family up the trail. He was frustrated his goodbye with Megan had gone so differently than he had hoped. It was as if she wanted him to leave. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Maybe it was best he was leaving after all. Megan sat in her car as Keegan walked away to join his family. She forced herself to stay seated when all she wanted to do was catch up to him, wrap her arms around his neck, and beg him to stay. On the entire drive to the trail, it was all she had been able to do to keep from crying. Now, the tears started to fall silently down her face. She needed to clear her head. She usually did that by hiking, but Keegan was already heading up her favorite trail. She put her car into gear and moved it to the other side of the parking lot. She would take a different trail. She had hiked this one before, several times, and it was a difficult hike. It was exactly what she needed today. She started up the trail, wishing she had brought more water. And Apollo. She wouldn't be able to hike as long as she wanted, but at least she would get a chance to think things through. There was a strong connection with Keegan, there was no denying that. They had a lot in common, and their conversations always flowed without effort. There were only a handful of people she felt like she could talk to, and he was one of them. Each time they conversed, she effortlessly shared her emotions and found herself pouring out her dreams and feelings. She also had to admit she was very attracted to him, but she knew she was wise not to say anything. If he had wanted to stay with her, he would have, but it must not be out of an obligation. After a while, she turned around. All the negative energy she was hoping to burn seeped out of her, and all she wanted to do was sit down. Besides, she hadn't come prepared for a long hike. Turning around, she headed back to her car. She tried to change her mindset. She tried to think about how lucky she had been to have known him, even if there wasn't any chance they could stay together. She had dreamed about this man her whole life, and she was lucky enough to have met him, despite all the years between them. Things like that didn't just happen to people. It was amazing that she had been the one to experience traveling through time and meeting such a wonderful man from a different era. Maybe it would help her understand what type of man she did want to marry when the time came. She felt sad and lonely even thinking about dating at the moment, so she pushed the thought from her mind. She kept thinking of everything she had to be grateful for, and by the time she was back at her car, she felt better about saying goodbye to Keegan. She would miss him incredibly, but she felt she would always have a connection with him through his house, and she would never forget the time she had spent with him. When she entered the parking lot, she saw a picnic table tucked under a group of large pine trees. Heading in that direction, she decided to sit for a while and try to enjoy the peace that the mountains usually gave her. But tears started to fall as she sat down, and another wave of sadness hit her. Maybe it won't be so easy to move on from this relationship, she thought. Keegan followed behind Patrick and Kimberly. There was a sharp contrast between the happy family hurrying along and the sulking way he walked along the trail. He started recognizing the river and their surroundings, and he knew they were getting close to the portal. With every step he took further up the trail, the more he felt he was making a horrible mistake, going back to his own time. He had something incredible with Megan, and despite the way she was acting on their drive up here, he knew she felt the same about him. He glanced up as Richie gave a shout and started running faster. Panic hit his gut. Were they at the portal already? "Look at that deer, Pa!" he shouted, and Keegan could see a large buck bound further into the forest, away from all the noise Richie was making. Keegan tuned them out again, not able to join in their happy conversation. He hadn't courted many women, but he somehow knew he wouldn't find another woman like Megan. They had something special, and the more he thought about it, the more he was certain he would never forgive himself for not trying to continue their relationship. "There it is, Ma!" Richie shouted. Keegan could see the clearing they had to walk through to get to the portal. This time, instead of panic, he felt a feeling of calm settle in his heart as he knew what he had to do. "Patrick," he cleared his throat, "can we talk for a minute?" Patrick looked at him knowingly. "It's about time," was all he said before he stepped off the path a few yards, and Keegan followed. Keegan wondered if Patrick had known how difficult it had been for him to hike up to the portal today. The thought gave him courage, and he started explaining how he felt to Patrick. "I'm not going to go back with you today. I know I have responsibilities back at home, but I think Nathan and Dr. Thomas make a good team, and they will be fine without me. I need to stay and talk to Megan. He flushed, unable to say the words he knew was in his heart. Patrick put a hand on his shoulder. "I know, Keegan. I've had to make a difficult decision similar to yours once before." He looked over at Kimberly, who was showing Richie some of the different herbs in the field. He watched as his son picked up a colorful rock and put it in his pocket. "Somehow, you will just know when you meet the right woman. If you already have, it is near impossible to talk yourself out of loving her." Keegan stuttered. "Well, I wouldn't say love." Patrick interrupted him. "It wouldn't be love if you weren't willing to give up your life for us to be with her." Keegan didn't say anything but thought hard about what Patrick was suggesting. Did he love Megan? He had feelings for her that were stronger than he had ever felt before. But was it really love? "Are you two men ready?" Kimberly called playfully. Patrick gave Keegan a tight hug, patting his back a few times before letting go. "I hope to see you again, brother." Keegan felt a tightness in his chest. "Well, if I do stay permanently. We have the portal now. I am sure we can come visit from time to time." Kimberly seemed to sense that there was something wrong. "What's going on?" "Keegan is staying here," Patrick explained. Kimberly grinned at him and threw her arms around Keegan's neck. "I'm so glad you figured it out." Keegan protested. "I haven't figured anything out yet. That's why I'm staying." "You keep telling yourself that," she teased. Richie came up behind Kimberly. "Aren't you coming with us, Uncle Keegan?" "Sorry, kid, not today. I will see you around, though, okay?" Keegan knelt on one knee and ruffled Richie's hair. "No more getting sick on your ma and pa, you hear?" Richie giggled. "Bye, Uncle Keegan." As easy as that, Richie was running across the field towards the circle of rocks, with Kimberly close behind, insisting that he wait for the two of them before he jumped into the portal. Patrick put his hand on Keegan's shoulder. "Good luck, little brother," was all he said before he turned to follow his family. Keegan watched as all three of them grasped hands and stepped into the portal together. In the next instant, they were gone. Keegan felt torn in two. He would miss his family incredibly, but he knew he needed to stay in the future with Megan, so they could figure everything out between the two of them. He took a deep breath and turned back around to head down the mountain. Now that he had made the decision, how was he going to get himself back to his house? As Megan sat at the picnic table, she couldn't help but look longingly at the trail where Keegan had left just a few hours before. She wished with all her heart that things could have been different. Then she saw a man leave the trail and stop as he looked around the parking lot. He seemed to have found what he was looking for and started to head in the direction of her car. He looked familiar, and Megan squinted her eyes in order to see him better. Her heart fluttered as she realized she was looking at Keegan. Relief flooded through her. She tried to push it back down. He might not be staying for good. Maybe there was something wrong with the portal. She got up and started to run, stopping a few yards away from him. "Keegan," Megan said in disbelief. His face lit up when he saw her. She was not sure what to say, so she remained quiet and waited for him to speak first. "I couldn't leave," was all he said. Joy slowly spread through her. "Why not?" she asked, wanting to hear what he would say. He just stood there, moving back and forth and looking around as if he was searching for something to say. His eyes found hers, and they seemed almost smoldering from emotion. "We need more time." He walked over to her and put one arm around her waist, while the other came up to stroke her cheek. She smiled up at him and wrapped her arms around him as well. "I'm so glad you stayed." Then Keegan kissed her, holding her tightly as if he never wanted to let her go again. She kissed him back, reveling in the safe, warm feeling of being in his arms. There were things she wanted to tell him, yearned to tell him, but would he even believe her? After a few minutes, but still too soon, he pulled away. She wanted to ask him how long he was going to stay, but she was too scared he would say he was planning to stay only for a few more days. Instead, she said, "Shall we go back to your house then?" He smiled at her. "Yes, let's go home." Chapter 21. The next few days passed quickly. They were close to having the shop completely set up and ready to move all their inventory in, and she and Keegan worked hard to keep everything moving quickly. They finally had a working kitchen in the house, so they spent time cooking their meals there since they had both gotten sick of fast food. Abby also came by to help when she could. At first, Megan didn't think much of it. They were best friends, after all. However, after the third time she showed up unannounced, she realized how many questions Abby asked about time travel and how fascinated she was by the room full of Victoria's time travel collections. "So, what was this house like when you visited it in 1902? She asked Megan. "Honestly, it hasn't changed much from what it was like back then. It's pretty miraculous that it can stand abandoned for so long without receiving any major damages to it." Megan knew it was normal for someone to be fascinated by time travel, but she felt Abby's interest went deeper than that. "And was there anyone else living with Keegan?" She hedged. "Well, he had a few people on staff, like a cook and gardener," Megan explained. "Oh, he did also have his friend from school there. His first name was Nathan. I can't remember his last name." That's interesting. I wonder if there is something magical about this house," Abby said quietly, almost to herself. Megan agreed with her, but wanted to know what made Abby so passionate about this place. She decided to play dumb. "What makes you say that?" "Well, like you said, the house hardly needed repairs, and you guys are the first to live here for years." Abby finished the sentence as if that was the only explanation needed, but after a moment she spoke again, very quietly. "Sometimes it's like I feel a presence in this house. It's like someone is here, but we can't communicate or see each other." Megan stopped what she was doing so she could sit next to her. "What kind of presence?" "I'm not sure. Somehow I can tell he's a younger person, about our age. He seems friendly." She trailed off like she wanted to say more but was hesitant to. Megan noticed she had said he instead of it, and wondered how she would know whether the presence is male or not. She remembered that Sammy had talked about the house being haunted, but she had mentioned that it was an older couple, not a young man. Megan waited, not wanting to push, but hoping Abby would continue. Abby laughed as if she was trying to make light of the situation. "It's probably just my imagination getting to me. I must be going crazy or something." "Crazy like I have been for having my dreams?" Megan said softly, hoping it would help Abby feel more at ease with whatever was holding her back about this presence she felt. Abby looked at her seriously, but Megan saw a hint of fear in the back of her eyes. "Yes, something like that. Something that feels a lot like destiny." Neither of them seemed to know what to say after that, so they continued their work in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Barbara taped up the final box in their old shop. The movers would be by in 20 minutes to load and move all of their inventory. Megan had told her mother that she, Keegan, and Abby could have moved it all with a few trips in her and Abby's cars, but Barbara had insisted that things would go faster and smoother if they had someone else do it for them. It was worth the extra money she had paid to hire them. She sighed, glancing at the clock. She needed to go sign her termination papers soon. That meant she needed to see George again, and she was worried that he would have something planned that would keep her here. Or hurt Megan. She had called her lawyer to let him know that Mr. Manning was going to be sending termination papers, but he had told her that he was on vacation with his wife for 2 weeks. Barbara had been anxious ever since then. She didn't want to see Mr. Manning again, but she didn't seem to have much choice. Barbara had waited all day to go talk to him, but she knew this would be her last chance unless she wanted to drive back here after she met the movers at their new location. She didn't want to do that. Even though she loved this building, it had been her first location after all, and she wanted to make a clean break. She didn't want to come back. She sighed and started out the back door. when she looked down and noticed a packet on the ground with her name on it. That's strange, she thought. She bent down to pick it up and peeked inside. It was her termination papers. George must have slid them under the door while she was packing up. With a relieved sigh, she took them to her now empty desk and sat down to review them. Once she was satisfied that everything looked in order, she signed them and took them to George's office. She thought of knocking, but instead just dropped them in the mail slot in the door. She was also relieved that George's actions meant he really had decided to leave her alone without following through on his threat. She was also relieved that George's actions meant he really had decided to leave her alone without following through on his threats. She could finally turn the page on this chapter of her life and start a new one. She somehow knew this next chapter would be one of the best she'd ever had, not counting giving birth to Megan. Keegan helped Megan and her mother unpack all their inventory from their old shop. Since they weren't sure exactly where they wanted everything, he left them to unpack the shop front, and he went into their designated storage room. He started to organize the boxes of extra products they didn't need to put out yet. The past few days had been amazing with Megan, and the shop was coming along wonderfully. He was getting very excited about what this shop could mean for Megan and her mother. It looked as if it had come straight out of the year he was born, and with that came the ease of his time. There was a peace in the house that he felt would ensure all their customers come back time and time again, even if it was just to relax. The shop wasn't the only thing that made him excited. He and Megan had been closer these last few days than they had ever been. They spent every minute together, and they had both gotten relaxed enough that they were teasing and joking with each other throughout the day. The storage room was almost organized, so he decided to finish up here quickly and then go find Megan. He smiled just thinking about her, and decided he would go see how things were going in the shop front. As he worked, he thought about what Patrick had said at the portal. Somehow you will just know when you meet the right girl. If you already have, it is near impossible to talk yourself out of loving her. He hadn't known Megan long, and he didn't want to confuse feelings of fondness for her with love. However, maybe Patrick had been right. He thought hard about that. He was always happier when she was around, and he knew that seeing her smile or hearing her laugh could brighten his entire day. He thought about what it would be like to wake up next to her, to help her in their shop, and to see a baby growing in her. As he felt a lump grow in his throat, he knew that this was all he would ever need to be happy, to have her by his side. He loved her. Smiling broadly at his discovery and pushing the last box into place, he headed out of the room, hoping to talk her into taking a break so he could tell her how he felt. He quickly walked down the stairs and headed toward the parlor, which now had small round tables where customers could sit down and eat what they ordered from the cafe. He entered the room and started to feel nervous as he realized that she might not be in love with him. Although he knew she enjoyed their spending time together, she also seemed to be distracted at times. More often than not, she was the one to pull away from their hug or kiss. Of course she is distracted, he tried to reason with himself. She is trying to move her shop to a new location. Despite his logic, his stomach started to knot. He stepped into the parlor and realized it was empty. He wandered around the house and into the kitchen before heading to the library. He heard Megan's voice along with Abby's and felt another pang of nerves hit him. He knew he had to tell her. He just hoped she felt the same about him. As he got closer, he was able to hear what Abby and Megan were saying. "Megan, don't you think having a dream about a man is a sign enough? What are you waiting for?" Abby spoke lightly, but also seemed exasperated about the conversation. "You know as well as I do that it is more complicated than that," Megan insisted. "It's only complicated if you make it that way," Abby pointed out. Keegan heard a sigh. "Look, everything else in your life is falling into place. Why are you so hesitant about being honest with him? You need to talk to him before it's too late." Keegan had heard enough. He turned around and strode back upstairs before they noticed he was there. She had dreams about a man? So that's what was holding her back. She already had feelings for someone else, someone she had dreams about. He scoffed at his own foolishness. He had actually thought he had a chance with her. He had been looking for a sign that he stay in Megan's time. It seemed he had received his answer. It was time to go back to 1902. He would stay for the grand opening and plan on leaving soon after that. What was that famous saying? Eavesdroppers never prosper? It's not fair of me to ask him to stay. That has to be his choice. Megan was so tired of arguing with Abby about Keegan. I think he already made his choice. He didn't go back with his brother, did he? Abby pointed out. Megan just sighed. She knew she had fallen hard for Keegan. The devastation she felt when she thought he had left was a sure enough sign of that. However, the night after she had driven him home, she had gone over her conversation with him at the head of the trail. Not once had he said he loved her. Not once had he said he wanted to stay because of her. He hadn't made any promises, only insisted they needed more time. She wanted to enjoy her time with him, but she knew she had to hold herself back when she was around him. She knew that if she let herself fall deeper in love with him, she would only be more devastated when he left. There was a hope deep in her that was waiting for him to come to tell her he wanted to stay forever. But she squashed that hope every time it got too strong. She wouldn't let this relationship affect her entire life. But a small voice in her head insisted that it already had. Chapter 22. Keegan stirred a big bowl of eggs together at the counter while Megan stood next to him, slicing green onions. She wanted a small menu of healthy food options for their cafe, so they were trying out a quiche recipe. It was only 3 days until the grand reopening of Barbara's shop, so everyone was busy with something around the house. I still don't understand what would be so bad about making biscuits and gravy, or even country fried chicken. Everyone loves that kind of stuff, Keegan insisted. Megan smiled at him. They had already been over this, but Keegan still didn't understand. He hadn't ever had quiche before, and to him it looked bland. People who prefer to use natural remedies usually like to eat healthier foods. I am sure they enjoy the taste of the foods you love, but it has too much fat and calories. Besides, a lot of people are vegetarians, so we should have some meat-free choices on our menu if we can. He stopped stirring the eggs and looked over at her in shock. Vegetarian? Why? Megan's lip curled up at his surprise. They don't feel that the animals that we eat are treated well while they are alive and are killed with unnecessary cruelty. I guess it's a form of protest. They won't give their money to companies who kill animals. But animals are meant to be eaten. Keegan couldn't wrap his mind around the concept of avoiding meat by choice. This was another change in the future that he didn't understand. Another sign that he was meant to live in 1902. A lot has changed since your time, and some companies really don't treat the animals well. All they care about is the money they can make off their meat. Maybe I can find a documentary for you to watch about it. Documentary? Keegan questioned. Megan laughed. A movie that shows facts about different things and people around the world. You'll see when I show you. Are you a vegetarian? Megan shook her head and laughed again. No, I'm not. I enjoy a good steak too much. But I do try to eat as healthy as I can. Keegan just grunted and started stirring the eggs again. According to Megan, they needed to be very light. He could feel Megan get stiff beside him, and the conversation he remembered overhearing the day before came back to him. He wondered if she was thinking about the other man. The man from her dreams. He wondered who he was. Had Megan asked him to stay away until Keegan was gone? She cleared her throat, and when she spoke, her voice shook a little. So, when were you planning on going back? Keegan was too stunned to respond. Did she sense that he was planning to leave soon? She probably decided she should be with this other man, so she wants me gone, he thought dejectedly. Apparently, he had been taking too long to answer her because Megan started chatting nervously. I mean, it doesn't have to be soon. I was just curious if you had a date in mind. You've been such a big help here, but I know you have been away from your doctor's office for a long time now. I don't want to make your life harder once you go back. I mean, of course, I don't want you to go. It's just that I would feel so awful if you lost your job because you stayed too long here to help us." She had been chopping her onion while talking, and now it looked more like a pulp than individual pieces. Keegan put his hand on her shoulder to get her to stop talking. His heart broke, but he knew she was letting him know she wanted him to leave, and she felt guilty about it. He didn't want to stand in the way of her happiness. "What if I stay until after your grand reopening? Things should be easier for you and your mother after that. Don't worry, I won't lose my job. Dr. Thomas likes me too much." He tried to smile, but it felt more like a grimace. Megan took a big breath before responding, and he felt a little better knowing he had calmed her down a little. "Okay, if that is what you want." He looked into her eyes and could see sadness starting to seep into them. "Is it what you want?" he slowly asked, begging her with his own eyes that she be honest with him. It would be better if she just told him about this other man rather than pretend that he wasn't in her life. She stared at him without answering before she turned around and mumbled something about needing to use the restroom. She hurried out of the room, leaving Keegan alone and confused. Not knowing what else to do, he continued making the quiche, following the recipe Megan had left on the counter, the best he could. After a few moments, he heard footsteps and looked up quickly, hoping it was Megan. His face fell a little when he realized it was only Abby. Abby had sympathy written all over her face, and Keegan prepared himself. She must be here to tell him about Megan's dream man. "I didn't mean to overhear, but I thought I heard you say you were going to leave after the reopening," she asked him. Keegan nodded. "It's what Megan wants." "Is it?" Abby asked, looking at him seriously. "I know this is cliché, but can I ask you what your intentions were when you decided to stay here instead of going back to your time?" Keegan didn't talk for a moment as he poured the egg mixture into a greased pan and into the oven. "I don't know that I had anything specific in mind," he tried to stall. Did he really want to explain his feelings to Abby right before she told him about this other man? "Okay, so what made you want to stay?" she pushed. "I don't know how to explain it," he replied, trying to keep his frustration out of his voice. "I just wasn't ready to go. It didn't feel right saying goodbye to Megan the way I did. And does it feel right to leave in 4 days?" His frustration poured over, and he let himself speak his true feelings. "Of course not. I want to stay here and be with Megan, but I won't stay here if she doesn't want me. I will not force myself into her life." "Because you love her," Abby stated simply. "Yes, because I love her and I want what's best for her." He continued his rant without realizing what he just admitted to Abby. Abby's sympathetic look switched over to a determined look. "There is something you should know about Megan." He took a breath and braced himself. "She doesn't let a lot of people get close to her. It's basically only been me and her mom her entire life. She doesn't know how to talk about her feelings to anyone else." Keegan was confused now. What was Abby trying to say? She stared at him pointedly. She doesn't know how to ask for things she wants from a man. Keegan must have still looked confused because Abby sighed and looked down for a moment. "Listen, don't make any solid plans yet. I think things will work out. Please promise me you will talk to Megan before you decide to leave and tell her how you feel." With that, she turned around and walked out of the room. Keegan turned around and leaned against the counter. What was she trying to say, that he should try harder to stay with Megan? He shook his head. Why were women so confusing? It was the night before she reopened her shop, and Barbara was sweeping the kitchen floor for the 3rd time. She knew she wouldn't get much sleep tonight. She was too excited for the next day. They had all been very busy in the last couple of days. She and Megan would come at 5 every morning and stay until after 10 every night. That didn't mean that either of them had talked much at all. There had been so much to do, they both hadn't had time to think of much else. She swept up the non-existent dust pile and shook it into the garbage. After putting the broom back in the closet, she walked to the front room and sat down. This house was the perfect place for them. She looked around and basked in the calm atmosphere that it provided. She knew her customers would love coming here and would linger to relax when they could. That is what she had always wanted in a shop, and thanks to Keegan, she now had it. She would forever be grateful to Keegan for everything he had done. Without him, they wouldn't be here. She also knew that he made Megan very happy, although the two of them had hardly talked in the last couple of days. She hoped they weren't having any problems. She would be more than happy if Megan decided to settle down with him. She laid her head against the back of the chair and let herself relax. To her own surprise, her eyelids started to droop. She must have been more tired than she realized. She was almost asleep when she heard a swish of paper fall to the floor. That's strange, she thought. She knew Keegan had already gone to bed and Megan had left for her studio apartment about a half hour ago. She stood up and walked towards the kitchen where she thought the noise had come from. She froze in the foyer, however, when she saw a folded piece of paper lying on the floor in front of the door's mail slot. She tried not to panic, but could feel her pulse start to race. Who would leave a note as late as it was? It couldn't be good news. She picked up the paper and slowly unfolded it, hoping with everything she had that it wasn't anything serious. Her fast-beating heart froze when she saw the words scrawled across the page. "Don't think this is over, GM." She staggered back to her chair, taking big gulps of air as she stared at the page. GM George Manning. She had thought he had given up. She figured he had never been the one to follow through with anything difficult. Why would things be different with her? This note proved just how wrong she had been. She shook at the thought of what he would do. Would he follow through on his threat to tell Megan the truth about her birth? Would he contact her parents and stir up old ghosts better left in the past? Would he get violent with her or Megan? Her mind raced as she desperately tried to think of what she should do. She decided it would be better to act as if nothing had happened. She did want to keep the note, however. If she needed to get the police involved, she would. She tucked the piece of paper into her purse and prayed that she would be able to protect Megan from whatever George Manning was planning. Chapter 23. It was the day of the grand reopening, and the shop had been very busy. Megan was relieved that it was going so well. Most of the customers from their old shop were excited to see the new shop, and quite a few of their neighbors around the house also came by to see what they had done to the place. Even though she had been too busy to think, a creeping dread kept sneaking up on her. Keegan was leaving tomorrow. She couldn't ask him to stay, and she knew that. She didn't want him to stay, because she asked him, only to resent her later when he realized how much he had missed out on in his own time. That didn't stop her from hoping desperately that he would change his mind and decide to stay on his own. She had been so happy with Keegan. She didn't remember ever feeling like she belonged with anyone the way she felt with him. "Excuse me?" An older woman approached her. She mentally shook her head and focused on the shop. She smiled brightly. "Hello, ma'am. How can I help you?" "I love your shop. It feels so homey. You have really done this house justice," the woman said warmly. "Thank you," Megan said appreciatively. "It really was a pleasure to work on it. I was wondering if you could help me find a book about teas I could make to help stop these old bones from aching so much." The woman grimaced as she talked, clearly uncomfortable. "Absolutely. If you'll just follow me into the library, I think I have just the book." Megan led the way down the hall and into the library, then used a step stool to grab a book from one of the higher shelves. She handed it to the woman. "I think this should have what you're looking for. Why don't you take a seat in one of those chairs, and I will make a blend of teas that I think might help you while you wait," she suggested. "Oh, that would be wonderful, thank you." The woman sighed with relief as she settled into a cushioned chair, and Megan congratulated herself on picking comfortable furniture. She turned to leave the room to make the tea when the woman spoke again. "Oh, by the way, my name is Victoria." "It's very nice to meet you, Victoria, and I am Megan." She started walking towards the kitchen, thinking that the woman's name sounded familiar. She just couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Megan was just starting to mix the different herbs together when Keegan walked into the kitchen to refill the platter of refreshments they had set out for the customers. "It's busy out there," Keegan commented. "That's good. It means good business for you and your mother." "Yes, I'm happy with the way it has turned out," Megan replied. She avoided looking into his eyes, knowing that if she did, it would break her stubborn resolve to let him make his own decision as to whether he should stay or go. They sat in an awkward silence, and she kept taking a breath to speak, only to change her mind and close it again. Finally, the tea had finished steeping, so she quickly poured it into a disposable mug and put a lid on it. She rushed out of the kitchen, not wanting to think about Keegan and how he was leaving her for good tomorrow. She found Victoria in the library, bent over the book she had given her. "Here is your tea, Victoria. It is a mix of several herbs that I am familiar with for pain management, as well as some lemon and orange to help with the taste. Be careful, it is still hot," Megan said as she handed the cup over. "Thank you, dear," Victoria responded, and set the tea down on the table next to her. "You can take your time in here. We will all be in the next room if you need us," Megan said, preparing to leave. "Oh, just a moment, dear." Victoria gestured her forward and patted the chair next to her, an unspoken invitation to sit. Megan obliged. "You know, my second husband was in love with me long before I realized it." Megan listened politely but hoped this wouldn't turn into a long story. She did have a lot of customers in the other room. "We were friends, so to speak, for years, and I never knew how he felt, because he always kept his feelings to himself, hoping one day I would come to him with my feelings first. Our relationship didn't start until he took the leap and told me he wanted more out of what we had together." Megan nodded, wanting to listen, while hoping she wasn't leaving customers waiting. "My point is, dear, that when you want something with everything you have, you need to go get it. You can't wait for a certain young man to figure out what is going on in your heart." Megan stopped worrying about her other customers and looked straight into Victoria's eyes. The way the older woman was talking made Megan wonder if she knew how she felt about Keegan. But that was impossible, wasn't it? The woman smiled, as if glad that she had finally gotten her message through to Megan, then turned back to study the book in her lap. Megan stood and walked slowly out the library door into the other room. She absent-mindedly started straightening a display table, thinking about what Victoria had said. "You need to go get it." She looked at Keegan. Maybe Victoria was right. It was time to let Keegan know what she wanted. If he didn't feel the same, well, he lived in 1902. She would never have to worry about running into him. Megan plopped down on a chair in the front room, having finally helped one of the last customers of the day. She could hear her mother in the next room, still talking pleasantly to her last customer, while planning on locking the door right after they left. They had stayed open an hour later than they had planned on. The customers had just kept coming in, and they weren't about to turn them away. It was good to know that they had so many customers excited about their shop already. Megan relaxed as she knew that her mother would now finally have the success with her shop that she had always dreamed of. She thought again about Keegan and what the woman had said. Victoria couldn't have possibly known about Keegan and what she was feeling all day. She had never seen Victoria before. Regardless, the advice she had given was good advice, and Megan knew it was time to listen to it, along with the advice she had received from Abby and her mother. Just then, Abby came in and sat in the chair next to her, clearly exhausted. She had come by the last 2 hours the shop had been opened, and had also worked at the pediatric office all day. "You guys had an awesome turnout," Abby commented with a tired grin. "Yes, we did," was all Megan could muster. "I am exhausted." "Me too," Abby agreed, her eyes starting to droop. After a moment, they snapped back open. "Oh, I have been meaning to talk to you for days. You are always too busy." Megan laughed. "Well, I have been opening a shop. That takes some work." Abby didn't laugh. She just sat up and looked straight into Megan's eyes. "You can't let Keegan go home tomorrow." "What?" "Abby, we have talked about this," Megan started. No, it's different this time. I know I have been bothering you about this, but something else has happened. What happened? Megan asked curiously. I can't tell you. She shook her head. You just have to trust me. Go talk to Keegan and find out how he feels. Tell him how you feel. Megan sat for a moment, thinking about Victoria's words, and now Abby's. Okay, I'll go talk to him. Her heart pounded as she made her way up the stairs and toward his bedroom, but she didn't let herself second-guess her decision. When she got to his door, she knocked. No one answered. She waited a minute, then knocked again. Again, no one answered. She finally cracked the door open and peeked inside. He was sprawled across his bed, still in his clothes, snoring softly. Clearly, she and Abby weren't the only ones who were exhausted. She couldn't wake him up now. All the adrenaline went out of her. She would come back first thing tomorrow and tell him. She shut his door quietly and made her way back downstairs, making a promise to herself that she wouldn't change her mind overnight. Chapter 24. The next morning, Megan was a bundle of nerves as she prepared to talk to Keegan. One minute she would be certain that telling him how she felt was the right thing to do, then the next minute she would change her mind and decide that Keegan needed to choose to stay because he wanted to. She pulled up in front of the house and turned off her car, but didn't get out. If she was thinking about being fair, he should at least know how she felt. If he went back to his own time never knowing how strong her feelings were, he might miss out on something that he had wanted. She flushed as she realized that it was bold of her to think that he would want her so badly. She sighed and stepped out of her car, still not knowing what she was going to do. She opened the door to find the shop ready to go. Everything had been swept and straightened the night before. She went to the kitchen to start prepping the food they would serve that day. When she got to the kitchen, she found Keegan already there, chopping vegetables. She inhaled and could smell the coffee already brewing. Hey, was all she could manage. She made a beeline for the coffee maker. She usually preferred tea to coffee, but this morning she needed a little something extra. Hi, I felt bad about falling asleep on everyone last night while you were all cleaning up, so I started on the food. I know I won't be much help later today, Keegan said. Thank you, Megan replied, trying not to think about why he wouldn't be there to help. She didn't want to take him up to the mountains to go home. She sat sipping the coffee for a few minutes. The coffee seemed to give her a little boost. She took a deep breath and decided just to tell him how she felt. I have something I need to talk to you about, she announced with as much courage as she could. Keegan looked at her sharply, as if he knew what she was going to say. That made her nervous, and she scrambled for a way to tell him her feelings. When I was about 15, I started to have this dream about a boy who was around the same age as me. Usually we would talk, and sometimes nothing was said between us. I would just see him in my dreams. As I got older, the dreams continued, and the boy grew up with me. At first I would have a dream only every few months, but soon after I graduated from high school, they started to become more frequent. I still have them now, probably about once every few days. Her voice was shaking. She couldn't believe she was telling him this. She hadn't meant to tell him about her dreams. She was just going to tell him how she felt, but her dreams were a huge part of this. He needed to know about them. Now, we are usually doing everyday stuff, like watching movies, cooking dinner, going on walks. I can't help but feel like dreaming about one person since I was 15 is kind of significant, although I didn't want to let it make my decisions for me. I didn't think I'd ever find him, or that he would ever find me. She stopped rambling and took a deep breath. She looked over at Keegan, who looked extremely sad, and she wondered why. She almost chickened out, but she started this conversation and she needed to finish it. She would never forgive herself if she didn't. She didn't give herself any more time to think. Keegan, that man is you. She stopped talking again, wanting to run out of the room. Stop being a coward, she told herself. She looked up at him again, terrified that he was going to laugh at her, or worse, pity her. He wasn't laughing, though, or looking at her like she was pathetic. In fact, she couldn't decipher what he was thinking. He still didn't say anything, so she continued to ramble. I was so shocked when I saw you for the first time in the field. I recognized you right away, but I didn't want to say anything. I also didn't want to fall in love. I mean, we are from different times. How could it work out? Megan? Keegan stopped her. She looked up at him, desperately hoping he wasn't going to tell her she was crazy. Did you fall in love with me? Keegan looked deep into her eyes, as if he could see the answer before she even spoke the words. Yes, she said simply. Instead of saying anything, he walked towards her. All at once, she was in his arms. He held her tightly and kissed her hard. The sudden change in emotion took her by surprise, so it took a moment before she responded, kissing him back and pulling him to her tightly. He pulled back. Why didn't you say something sooner about your dreams? He asked as he pushed her hair away from her face. I didn't want my dreams to influence our relationship. I didn't want you to think you had to be with me because I have dreamed about you my whole life. Then, why didn't you say you loved me? Tears pricked in her eyes. Because you are going back to your own time. He kissed her again, just for a moment. There was so much passion in that one kiss she thought her heart would burst. No, I am not going back to my own time. I love you too. He smiled down at her. I have to thank you for having the courage to tell me when I should have been upfront with you from the beginning. The truth is, I followed you to your time because I couldn't let you go. They kissed again and then started to laugh. He picked her up and spun her in a small circle. Tears did roll down her cheeks, but they were tears of happiness and relief. She wouldn't have to say goodbye. He loved her too. Finally! The voice startled both of them, and they looked over to see Abby watching from the doorway, clapping her hands in delight. It took you too long enough to figure it out. They all laughed. Would you expect anything else from me? Megan joked. Keegan kissed her forehead. I'm so glad you came to talk to me, he whispered in her ear. Megan sighed and leaned against him. Everything felt just right, exactly how she had always wanted it. Epilogue. 8 months later, Megan was ringing up a customer, unable to wipe the giddy smile off her face. The ring on her finger shimmered in the light as she handed the customer his change. Her smile grew. Keegan had proposed the night before. He had taken her horseback riding through the mountains. He had led her in circles before they arrived in the meadow where she had picked all the herbs where the portal was. She had been surprised and a little nervous. She didn't want to go anywhere near the portal, but he had gotten right down on his knee and asked her to marry him. Delighted, she had said yes. She had been smiling ever since. Megan walked over to the kitchen, knowing her pastries would be ready to come out of the oven soon. The shop had been doing wonderfully as well. They had already seen a large increase in their profits, and this was during a slow season. She breathed in the heavenly smell of the pastries as she cracked the oven to check on them. Just a few more minutes, she decided. Turning around, she ran into Keegan, who had been waiting for her. I brought lunch, he announced with a grin. She smiled brightly at him and kissed him. How had she gotten lucky enough to be engaged to the man of her dreams? Over the past few months, her love had grown for Keegan. He was the only one she ever wanted to share her life with. She had been impressed by how well Keegan fit into her time. He had learned how to drive a car. He wasn't able to work as a doctor, but he was a great help in their shop, and he shared knowledge Megan and her mother hadn't learned about some rare herbs, which in turn helped their customers. She knew that he missed his family, but he was happy with his new life. They both were. For some, true love comes only once, and it lasts forever.